On the other corners are taped-off observation zones. On both sides of the submersible are the ascent zones. Near the front and back walls are the taped-off red, blue, and Alliance neutral preset sample zones. April tags are located on the field walls to aid navigation. Blue and red Alliance areas are on the left and right sides of the field. Before each match, 60 samples are randomly arranged in the submersible zone. 20 clips are positioned outside of each observation zone, and 12 samples are positioned on the preset sample zones. Teams place their robots on the field, touching the sidewalls. Each robot can start the match with either one specimen or one sample. The field and players are now ready. The match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During auto, robots may attempt to score using pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. Robots score using driver inputs. There are many ways to score during the auto and teleop periods. For example, scoring a sample into the net zone earns 2 points. And scoring a sample into the low basket earns 4 points, or 8 points for scoring into the high basket. Robots may bring Alliance-specific samples to the observation zone. Human players can attach clips to the samples, turning them into specimens. Scoring a specimen on the low chamber earns 6 points, or 10 points if scored on the high chamber. Sample colors may be neutral or Alliance-specific, but specimen colors must be Alliance-specific. The last 30 seconds of the teleop period is the endgame. Robots may continue scoring, but have protected access to their ascent zones. Each robot contacting the low rung earns 3 points. If a robot achieves a low-level ascent, it earns 15 points. But a high-level ascent earns 30 points. When the match ends, a robot parked in the observation zone earns 3 points. There are many ways to score in Into the Deep, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will result in foul points being added to the opposing alliance's score. A robot cannot enter the observation zone if a human player is in that zone. Scoring elements may not be launched. During endgame, robots may not interfere with other robots in their alliance's ascent zone. This has been a summary of this season's game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. For complete rules, please read the competition manual and check the Q&A forum. And always remember the most important rule of the first Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a spectacular season.
Let's have fun today and let the matches begin. Best of fun!
It is time to start with the playoffs.
I'm Mark Rober, and my passion is making builds on my YouTube channel, like a glitter bomb to get back at porch pirates, an obstacle course for squirrels in my backyard, or even a robot to set up a room full of dominoes to save me a bunch of time. Now, something that exists now that didn't exist when I was a kid that I wish it did is FIRST Robotics. And I can say this because I've seen my nephews go through the program and watch them grow in skills and confidence over the years and just grow their brain with regards to STEM while learning a bunch without it feel like learning, which is my favorite way to learn. And FIRST offers programs from kids to 4 all the way up to 18. And it's more than just robotics. You know, I played soccer as a kid. A very, very small portion of those soccer players end up going pro. But with FIRST, pretty much everyone can go pro because the skills you learn through the program will help you in your professional career, whether you're putting something on Mars or you're building and designing something that fits in your pocket. But I think my favorite thing is just the community that surrounds these teams, because it's not just building the robot. There's opportunities for being a team leader, for philanthropy, for marketing and communications, public speaking. It just creates a great opportunity to make some really good friends and to learn some really cool stuff. So if you're new to FIRST, and whether you're a kid or an adult, you can find some way to get involved. Just visit firstinspires.org to search for local programs. You can start a team, you can become a mentor or a coach, which, by the way, doesn't require any previous experience, even in engineering. You could be a volunteer at an event, or you could become a sponsor or a donor. And by the way, like, this isn't sponsored. They're not telling me or paying me to say this. I've just seen firsthand the difference it could make in a small group or school or community, and then, of course, in the lives of my own nephews. And it's just the type of good thing that we need more of in the world. So just any way that you could become involved, I guarantee will be a great use of your time.
Vandaag zijn we hier op Avans Hogeschool in Breda voor het Benelux Championship van de First Tech Challenge. Waarbij 25 teams uit de Benelux zich gekwalificeerd hebben van de 85 om te strijden voor een plek op het World Kampioenschap in Houston, Texas. Of het Premier Event in Europa wat in Eindhoven plaats gaat vinden.
Die robots, ja, het is eigenlijk dezelfde techniek die we ook gewoon bij ASML toepassen. Hè. Je hebt het over mechanica, elektronica, software, optische sensoren, van alles.
Compared with when I was in the school, we had no computers back in the days, and I'm not that old. And now you see what they are doing with the computer is impressive.
1 tot en met 5 juli 2025 gaan we het Europese First Tech Challenge Premier Event organiseren. Wat gelijkwaardig wordt aan het WK in Amerika. Alleen dan voor 96 First Tech Challenge teams uit heel de wereld. We verwachten zo'n 40 verschillende nationaliteiten in Eindhoven. En zorg dat je er in ieder geval bij bent, want het wordt echt mega vet. En we hebben naast dat er robotwedstrijden plaatsvinden ook een gaaf site event. En een van onze partners is Haas. En we hebben dus ook een hele vette Formule 1 auto op het evenement staan. Dus zorg dat je erbij bent.
Please welcome to the stage your tournament master of ceremonies, Corey Bounds Campos.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2020. Let's try that again with just my microphone on. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 European Premier event presented by the Jean Haas Foundation. How's everyone doing this morning? It is so lovely to be here with all of you. We have 95 teams representing more than 25 countries here today, and we are so excited to play Into the Deep with all of you. We're going to welcome all of us here. We're all together for the first time in this room, and we're going to do a quick roll call alphabetically by country. So when you hear the country you are representing here, please stand, and we are all going to make it loud for all of us. Let's say good morning to our teams representing Australia. Let's hear it for Brazil. Good morning to Canada. How about China? Please welcome Cyprus. Good morning to the teams from France. Let's hear from Germany. How about Greece? Good morning to our teams from Hong Kong. Hello to Israel. Kazakhstan. Libya. Lithuania. Good morning to Malaysia. Moldova. Morocco. I believe we have some teams from the Netherlands. What about Nigeria? Paraguay. Good morning to our teams representing Romania. Let's hear it for Turkey. How about Ukraine? The United Arab Emirates. The United Kingdom. The United States of America. And welcome at last to our team from Venezuela. Being in this room, it is so clear that we all know that FIRST is truly a global robotics community. Thank you all so much for joining us today. As you know, FIRST is comprised of 3 phenomenal programs exposing students to STEM careers and opportunities all the way through their school years. We, of course, have FIRST Lego League, FIRST Robotics Competition, and right here, we are going to play some FIRST Tech Challenge. Give it up for FTC, everyone. Now, we are here to see some of the best of Into the Deep presented by RTX, which is part of the first dive season presented by Qualcomm. RTX has been great in their support for our FTC game this season, so we have a brief video welcome from RTX that we would like to play for you now.
Welcome, FIRST Tech Challenge teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Into the Deep season. Through our collaboration with FIRST, we hope our work motivates you to see what's possible in the depths of our oceans and understand we all play an important role in protecting those waters. Let's look at some of those technologies with my colleague, Julie.
Thanks, Dantea. From 500 miles up in space, the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite, or VIIRS, which is what I work on, rides aboard a satellite gathering information about our environment, like ocean chlorophyll levels or algae blooms along the coast. VIIRS is basically just a really fancy camera that's changing the way we see our planet. It has a rotating telescope to gather particles of light called photons that travel through various lenses, mirrors, and detectors to generate data that's used to identify things, like emerging storm patterns. VIIRS's tracking capabilities can increase warning times on approaching hurricanes and forest fires, and this ultimately saves lives. On board a different satellite, RTX's new Glimmer instrument will collect and process information from across the electromagnetic spectrum to get a detailed view of coastal water conditions. Glimmer will provide precise measurements of ocean ecosystems in the Gulf of Mexico, parts of the U.S. coastline, and the Amazon River. These markers can be used to detect coral bleaching and red tide, and will help decision makers rapidly respond to coastal disasters, like an oil spill. Back here on the ground, RTX is optimizing technologies that predict stream flow and flooding to better understand drought and other water quality challenges. Our goal is to help communities become a more climate-ready nation.
These are just a few innovations we're working on to help protect our oceans and our planet. We've already seen a tremendous level of teamwork, ingenuity, and enthusiasm from this season's FIRST Tech Challenge teams. It's truly inspiring, and we look forward to seeing more of your STEM skills in action. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, no matter the result of today's event. I know we truly are. Best of luck, teams.
As you know, being part of FIRST gives all of us access to industry certifications, internships, scholarships, and a place in the FIRST community for life. I'd like to recognize some very important members of that community, our FIRST alumni. Would all of the alumni here please stand, or if you're one of our volunteers, wave to be recognized. Thank you so much to our alumni for everything they do to support this program. With that, let's give a big thank you to everyone who got us here today. The mentors, the teachers, the parents, the volunteers. Thank you from all of us for making today's event happen. Let's continue that spirit throughout the competition and keep in mind the FIRST ethos of gracious professionalism. We all want to do our very best, but we also want to respect, value, and support all of the teams, students, and volunteers who are participating with us. Before we roll into our matches today, I would like to welcome a few guest speakers to share some words with our students. First up is Ron Visser, Director of Programs and Strategies at STEAM Up.
Welcome, everybody. As a part of the director of SteamUp, we're very, very, very proud to be here, to have organizing this event, and you all can be very, very proud on yourself for the accomplishments you've made this season and the final celebration of the Into the Deep season. And I think proud is something that was a general theme throughout the last couple months of preparation, and I think within a first season as well. As an alumni myself, I think it's very beautiful to be proud of all the small achievements and don't look at the big picture, but also celebrate those small victories. So I'll call out a little of those throughout and be proud on yourself on what you're going to do today, tomorrow, and what you've already accomplished the entire season. Because today, I think this is one of the biggest First Tech Challenge gatherings in Europe. We had 95 teams, over 25 countries, and what FIRST stands for is very important, because we're proud that STEM and robotics brings us together. We come from different places, different languages, different histories, different cultures. But here, none of that separates us. Here we speak a shared language of curiosity, creativity, and problem solving. And science and technology transcends the borders. They connect us. And we're not just here to compete, but we're here to celebrate what happens when people from all around the world come together to build, learn, and lift each other up. So let's celebrate that today. Because your hard work and commitment and growth through work on the robot, outreach, all the things you do is the reason why you're here. The teamwork, the confidence, and the friendships you build along those communities. But this event wouldn't be possible without the support and the proud of our sponsors and partners. So I would also like to give a big applause to all the partners and sponsors that make this event happen. They believe in us, in our mission, but more importantly, in you as future STEM leaders. So let's celebrate today, tomorrow, stand tall, be proud, and let's cheer for everybody.
Thank you so much, Ron. Next up, I'd like to welcome Nicole Zwetslout, Program Manager of International Talent at Brainport.
Hello, good morning everyone, and wow, what an energy. Around 2,000 young talents, mentors, volunteers and supporters are gathered here today. Welcome to the First Tech Challenge Benelux, and welcome to Brainport Eindhoven, the home of pioneers. My name is Nicole, and I work at Brainport, and we help to shape the future of this region, together with 21 cities, towns, schools, universities, and 7,000 companies within the high-tech and manufacturing industry. And I'm asked today to share some of the reasons why this region is unique. And since I studied here in Eindhoven, and because of my work, I see every day the technology and innovation we work on and bring to life. I'm really proud and connected to the Brainport region, and it's not just about the tech, it's also about the people, because of the spirit and the global impact we make every day in a small corner of the world. And some of the newspapers and some of the people are comparing us to Silicon Valley and the European answer to Silicon Valley. And I like to state that we are not, and we are something else completely. Because we are known to develop, design, and make very complex machines in the world. Low volume, but with the highest precision. This region is a place where technology meets purpose, where students and professionals from over 150 countries worldwide come together and build solutions that truly matter. For health, for sustainability, for society. And from this region, we design machines, software and systems that impact the entire world. Just think about ASML, the largest tech company in Europe, headquartered right here. Their machines are made to make the chips that power your phone, your smartwatches, ChatGPT, and yes, your robots. No chips, no machines, no ASML, no chips. That's the kind of impact we are talking about today. What makes this region truly unique is that you don't have to wait to make an impact. Even at your age, as a student, you can already join real projects that makes a difference. For example, you could be part of a solar team that races cars around Australia and win. Or design robots that assist doctors. Or work on mobility solutions that reduce emission. Here, your ideas don't stay on paper, they get built. And your voice matters, no matter your age. We are home to two top universities. Eindhoven University of Technology, one of the best technical universities in Europe, and Fontys University of Applied Science, with hands-on programs on ICT, robotics, and engineering. But engineering is more than lectures. Students work together on real-life challenges, side by side with companies and researchers. We call it challenge-based learning, and it means you get to build, test, present, fail, and try again. That's how we learn, that's how we grow, and that's how we lead. And again, it's not just about the tech. It's also an amazing place to live, study, and work. It's a vibrant city and region with open campuses and open innovation, and a culture of support and connection. People here help each other out. And even if you come from abroad and you don't speak the language yet, you will feel at home really quickly. That's something international students experience while they study here, and why most of them stay. This region has the highest stay rate of the Netherlands, and that means that international students after graduation, 5 years later, are still here and working on the impact we are talking about. Not only because of the many jobs we have available for English speakers, but also because this region keeps giving reasons to stay. And what excites me the most, and I hope it excites you too, is that the work we do here directly contributes to solving the biggest challenges of our time. Sustainable energy, smarter robotics and machines, AI for health, and the future of mobility. And the people who are working on those challenges, those are students, professors, researchers, professionals, people like you and me. So you don't have to wait until you're older or until you're qualified. You can start now. So discover our region now, today, and in the future. And if you come back, reach out to me. I'd love to hear more about your story. But for today and after today, as you build, code, test, fail, retry, and cheer each other on, remember this. You belong in tech. You already have what it takes. And maybe, hopefully, you belong in Brainport too. So be curious, ask big questions, dream bold dreams, and believe you can already be part of the solution. The future isn't something we wait for, it's something we build together. So enjoy this incredible challenge. Good luck today, and let's meet again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Our final guest speaker this morning is Carlo van de Weyer, General Manager of the Eindhoven AI Systems Institute at Technological University of Eindhoven.
Right. Thank you very much. That was a very good pronunciation of van de Weyer, especially for an American, so cheers to that one. Yeah. Also on behalf of Eindhoven University of Technology, where I spent most of my time, a warm welcome to you all here in Eindhoven. At the Eindhoven University, I lead this AI Institute, and of course AI is very hip and happening and hype and hotski day, but it is more or less, it means that I am very good to pretend that I am intelligence. That's more or less the definition of artificial intelligence. But I want to leave you with one very intelligent fact, more or less. If you listen to old people, especially if they're even older than I am, they always say that when they were young, times used to be much better, you know? The people were more friendly, the food was better, or blah, 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 exactly. Now, I got some news for you. They're wrong. They're very wrong. You grow up in the best of times. All statistics support that. Just compare, for instance, the richest, most powerful person 100 years ago with Joe Average, just a plain average world citizen at this moment. 100 years ago, we had the first billionaire, that was John Rockefeller. And just take the most powerful woman, probably Queen Mary of England. She had 5 theaters, she had her own hospital. Like John Rockefeller, he also had his own hospital, you know. Yet, if you now look at an average person today, he or she will have access to better medical care, better food, better travel possibilities. They're safer. Everything is better than the richest person 100 years ago now, if you look at really at the facts. And that all progress has been made by technology. And that's actually a thing. It doesn't mean really that we have everything solved at this moment. There are still a lot of challenges that we have to counter. And if the world is confronted with very big challenges, all through history, you saw about 3 different reactions, how people react to that one. And the first are the deniers. They say, that's not a problem, we'll pass on, etc. There's no such thing as climate change and all the other stuff. And let's not start this discussion, but at least agree that we are doing some very dangerous chemical and physical experiments with our oceans and our air and our atmosphere and all the other things. And dangerous experiments, they can go right, but if they go wrong, we might be too late. So let's not just deny that we still have problems to solve. The other two is the second strategy that is followed is people say okay, we had enough, we should stop consuming more, the degrowth movement, and it's a very sympathetic idea where nobody can disagree with that we should use less resources, etc. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work, sorry, and don't shoot the messenger here. People are not taking, as a humanity, as an average person, a significant and a structural step back in comfort. So there's this third option that people say that we have to innovate ourselves out of trouble. And innovation is actually what brought us this progress the last 100 years. And it's also innovation that now should work in order to solve the problems today. Because you live in the best of times, but they still should be better because there's always problems to solve. And if you look at these problems, how to innovate out of these problems, it's not the fact that there's no technology possibilities, especially see now also assisted with AI that is going to support our brains. Actually, the power of technology is unendless. We can further innovate ourselves out of trouble. So it's not the possibilities that's the limit. It's also not the budgets that's in the limit. There's plenty of money to pay you. If you stay in technology, you're going to earn a lot of money. So that's not the point. There's plenty of resources and there's plenty of money in order to pay for it. The only limit is the amount of people that we can find in order to really get all this innovation into workable solutions. So, therefore, I just want to close off with this very important statement, is that we're not going to consume less. Again, don't shoot the messenger. We cannot deny that there's still a lot of problems to solve. We have to innovate ourselves out of problems. Or, actually, I could better say, you have to innovate us out of trouble. And I want, on beforehand, I want to wholeheartedly thank you for all your effort you're going to do in the next decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of our guests this week. We are so happy to have you. I do want to have a few quick shout-outs to some key volunteers before we move into our matches this morning. First of all, our judges. You have seen them in blue shirts. Give it up for your judges, led by Luann, Tessel, Megan, and Bianca. Now, our cuers will be providing you with a judging pit visit forecast. That is when the judges expect to be able to see you in your pit. So please help us give out our awards by being ready in your pit at those times. You also might see them at other times. So I hope you look forward to meeting with our judges. I also want to give a shout out to our technical volunteers, our CSAs, FTAs, inspectors wearing the black shirts led by FTA Frank Vissers. And last but not least, our referees wearing the zebra stripes or the black and yellow head referees led by event head referee Kat Svoboda. We are going to start our qualification matches real soon on Lovelace and on Escher. Field 1 is the front field on each division. Field 2 is the field closest to this stage. We will have staggered lunch breaks, and we will be playing qualification matches all day today until around 5:30 p.m. Then we're going to have our team social, which I hope y'all are looking forward to. We'll meet back here tomorrow to wrap up quals and then move into alliance selection. We will go over those details tomorrow morning, but alliance selection will be 8 alliances of 3 teams on each division, and we will be playing just 1 double elimination bracket. So check out the event rules, or we'll go over those tomorrow. Before we move into our matches, a few safety announcements. Teams, have a safety plan with your adults. Have a plan to meet up if we need to get together if we are lost or if we evacuate. There are emergency exits all around the perimeter of this building. If you hear a slow whoop alarm, please proceed to your nearest emergency exit and regroup with your team. There are a fire extinguisher and AED at first aid, which is on the Lovelace side of the building in a room labeled EHBO. We are all responsible for safety here, so please help us out. If you see a tripping hazard or a spill, we empower you to help us take care of that, or find your nearest adult or volunteer for help. Media members, please make sure that you are keeping the aisles clear for our camera staff. They'll be moving after team introductions. We also want to keep our aisles clear, so the stairwells and the aisles in front of the seating. We also want to talk a little bit about emotional safety. This can be a very overwhelming event, so if you are uncomfortable, please find a trusted adult volunteer, a mentor to help you out, and then let's help each other out. Let's support each other. If you see someone who looks like they're struggling, reach out, see how they're doing. Be that friendly face so that we can all have a great event together this week. And with that, are we ready to play Into the Deep one more time here in Eindhoven? Thank you all so much. Teams, if you are in the first match, please make your way, power on your robots, and get ready for qualification match number 1. I'm going to toss things over to our MCs on the divisions. Over on Lovelace, you will be hearing Floor and Tyne. On Escher, we will have Ryan and Heiss. Thank you so much, and we will take it away down on the floor shortly.
Good morning, Escher Division. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Let's get that microphone going. Check 1, 2. I need a microphone on Escher. Check 1, 2. Escher microphone. There we go. Good morning, Escher Division. Our drive team's getting started to get ready for qualification match number 1. Let's go ahead and introduce ourselves to our competitors, getting started for our first qualification match on the Escher Division. We'll get it started, as always, with our Red Alliance and the teams participating there. To get it started on our Red Alliance, let's make some noise. For Team 19280 from London, it's Phoenix. They're joined this match by a team from Nicosia, Cyprus. It's 24878 Circuit Breakers. over on our Blue Alliance from Roermond right here in the Netherlands. It's Team 23-417, the Energizers. And finally, next door in Lyon, France, it's Metal Gear Lyon 25053. We have got the all clear to get started on our Escher Division qualification match number 1 in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, we are off in the Escher Division here at our European premiere event. We've got movement from both Blue Alliance robots as they get started. Over on our Red Alliance, Phoenix leading the charge in the autonomous period. So far, Phoenix and Energizers both scoring in the high chamber for their respective alliances. We've got 4 specimens apiece for the Red and Blue Alliances. Now make that 5.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Our Blue Alliance is going to have a 10-point advantage coming out of the autonomous period. That's thanks to the efforts of Metal Gear Lyon. They scored in the low basket during the autonomous period. Red Alliance, though, quickly taking the lead now that they have circuit breakers helping out of Cyprus. The Energizers for the Blue Alliance cycling in between the submersible and their observation zone. So far, the Energizers not scoring points, just bringing those samples over so that the Blue Alliance human player can turn them into specimens. Metal Gear Lyon working on the baskets for the Blue Alliance. They get 8 points by scoring a neutral sample in the high basket. Just over 1 minute remaining, Red Alliance with the lead, but it is a tenuous one at just 19 points. The Energizers, their strategy beginning to pay off. So far, they've spent most of the match shuttling samples over to the observation zone, and now with over 10 specimens ready for scoring, they shift their strategy, cycling those specimens over to the high chamber, earning 10 points with each one. The Blue Alliance takes the lead with 37 seconds remaining. Red Alliance needs to stem the tide. Endgame period underway. Phoenix out of the United Kingdom was working on the high baskets. They're moving over to the submersible in the final 20 seconds. Looks like they want to try to get in that basket one last time. The Energizers on the Blue Alliance still shuttling specimens to the high chamber. Impressive performance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is time.
All right, great gameplay over on field number 1. Now we're getting ready here on field number 2, and let's introduce the teams here on the Red Alliance. We have team 2681 Gigabyte from South Lake Tahoe, United States. And together with them, we have team 18833 Megiddo Lions from Regional Council of Megiddo in Israel. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we have team 24345 Spark Tech from Bucharest, Romania. And with them, we have team 24966 Portables from Piraeus, Greece. So we have a thumbs up from the referee and the scorekeeper. Let's count this match down in 3, 2, 1, go! And immediately we see a specimen on that high chamber there for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, Team 18833 scores a sample in that high basket, goes for a second one. Meanwhile here, Team 24345 creating more specimen to get that autonomous going here. And the Blue Alliance also scores a sample in that high basket. We have some action going on right here, right from the get-go, as the teleoperated period will start in 3 more seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, here the teleoperated period starts on field number 2. We have the Red Alliance Team 18833 immediately going for more samples in that high basket. Meanwhile, Team 2681 trying to get those specimen going, pushing those samples in that observation zone in order for the human player to change them into specimen. Here on the blue side, we see Team 24966 trying to get more samples, but unfortunately one sample got stuck into that robot, so they will do everything to get that sample out of the robot. Meanwhile, Team 24345 keeps scoring for those specimen, and it goes at a rapid pace with already 4 specimen on that high chamber and a 5th one coming up as well. On the Red Alliance, that basket is getting fuller and fuller with more samples getting in there. And the specimen here for the Blue Alliance, number 6 on that chamber, unfortunately barely missing that one out, but speeding up for more specimen to come. On the Red Alliance, immediate action coming too, with Team 2681 coming up with more samples and specimen. Seems like we're reaching 48 seconds on the clock, and already one of the teams, Team 18833, preparing themselves for that end game, trying to elevate themselves in that elevation zone. Meanwhile here, Team 24966 already waiting. More specimen coming on for that Blue Alliance. Scores 116 to 74. Seems like the Blue Alliance has a pretty big margin right now, but that can all change with the ascension of that robot. More specimen coming up for Blue. 136 to 78. 15 seconds left on the clock. Team 2681 trying to get more specimen, but it seems like the teams are now going for endgame. 4 more seconds. Let's see. And one of the robots into the air.
Our first results from the Escher division and now available for display. Let's take a look at the results of that very first match. Match number 1 going to the Blue Alliance. With an impressive score of 253 to 172, Blue Alliance victorious in our first match of the day on our Escher division. But with that, we're ready for match number 3 here on field number 1. Let's meet our teams, starting in red, where we have Team 19141 from Ploiești, Romania. It's BraveBots! And coming through us from all the way in Sydney, Australia, make some noise for 19341, Crowbotics! Over on our Blue Alliance, we're going to get started with a team from Tripoli, Libya. It's 21409 MKS Tiger Robotics team. And finally, our 4th country on the field in this match, also on the Blue Alliance, from Sammamish, Washington, in the United States of America. It's 23270 Sounderbots. That was the wrong hit stop. We've got the all clear for match number 3 on our Escher division. We'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And off the robots go in the autonomous period. Right off the bat, we see MKS Tiger Robotics team for the Blue Alliance. They are able to place a specimen on the high chamber in the autonomous period, but it looks like their robot may be stuck where it is. It's popping a wheelie and has wheels off the ground. We shall see until the operator begins if that robot is able to maintain control.
Drivers.
Impressive work from BraveBots, that autonomous
3,
period.
2,
6 scored
1.
specimens in the high chamber. A combined 60 points by doing so. An incredible autonomous performance for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance has their work cut out for them as they get started. And right off the bat, some trouble for Sounderbots. It looks like a bolt may have come loose. Their linear slide arm falling down and to the side. That can be frustrating for a drive team, but one unique aspect of our event, 10 matches going to be played by each team. So one match performance not going as well as hoped, not going to be a big deal in the big scheme of things. Red Alliance with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. We see good teamwork between BraveBots and Crobotics. One is working on the observation zone, one on baskets. We're currently seeing Crobotics out of Sydney, Australia, grabbing hold of samples out of the submersible. They are almost exclusively grabbing yellow neutral samples, a smart strategic move, because not only does that score points for the Red Alliance, but those neutral samples cannot be scored by blue. Less than a minute to go. That bot from Libya working on specimens in the high chamber for their partners. Good cooperation between the human player and their drive team to pick up those samples off the perimeter. We're seeing BraveBots out of Romania clipping yet another specimen to the high chamber. Over 300 points from the Red Alliance, almost exclusively from high basket and high chamber scoring. Impressive performance and teamwork by those two robots. 15 seconds to go. BraveBots lining up for ascent. They pull themselves up on to the level 2 ascent rung. We may have our first level 3 ascent on Escher, and there it is. BraveBots up on the 3rd rung. A successful level 3 ascent, 30 points for Red.
All right, what a great game that was on field number 1. And we're back here on field number 2, and we're going to introduce these 4 teams to you one by one. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have team 23452, Tyrap from Best, the Netherlands. With them on the Red Alliance, we have team 22092, Cyber Eagles Jade from Sherwood Park, Canada. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 23147, RBL Tech Makers from Neuville-sur-Seine in France. And we have team 19082, Robo AS from Brasov, Romania.
Josh, they need you. I'll take you.
Scores for match 2.
But before we start with the match, we go back to the scores for match number 2. Are they ready? And the winner of qualification match number 2 will be the Blue Alliance with a score of 174 points. And now we just have to wait until the field is ready to play the 4th qualification match. Seems like some last preparations are done here. The FTA is on the field to check out the last couple of things with the robots here to make sure all the robots are up and running for this match. All right. FTA is still trying to help out one of the teams here to get everything up and running and to get it ready for the match over here.
Everyone else ready? Are you ready? We need to reverse this. When it moves.
We're going to start this match before that match. Or is there a chance that that match might go?
We need to do this one first.
This match is awesome.
Guys, we need to go.
All right, seems like all the teams are setting up and are about ready to get this match going. All right.
Are you guys ready? All right. Yeah. Great.
All right, everybody is ready to go. So let's count this match down in 3, 2, 1, go. An immediate sample going into that high basket here. Team 19082 coming up with more samples, already having 3 in that basket. A 4th one coming up. What an impressive auto that is right here. Team on the red lines, meanwhile, a second specimen by Team 22092. Meanwhile, Team 23452 parked the robot in that net zone. And Team 23147 is awaiting that tele-operated period. More samples coming in. That is a 7-sample autonomous right there.
3, 2,
that was impressive.
1.
All right, so now the tele-operated period starts. Team 19082 continuing with more samples here in that high basket. Meanwhile, Team 22092 creating more specimen here on the red alliance, while Team 23452 coming up with the samples for that high basket. Team 23147 already 3 specimen on that side of the field, on the field border. 1 more specimen coming up here on the blue chamber, evening up that score slightly towards the 4th specimen for red. Oh, here 2 robots trying to get 1 sample from the same ascension zone. Another specimen into that high basket for the blue alliance. The question here becomes whether that sample score here in that high basket will outperform the specimen for the red alliance right there. A specimen is worth a couple more points, but if this is the difference in amounts of game pieces, that might even out. And there they go. One of the sideboarders from that robot here in the red alliance knocked loose here by that collision. with the Blue Alliance. Team 23, 147. More specimen coming up here. 4 on the Blue Chamber, but the Red Alliance is coming up with the 6th one, keeping that specimen score in their favor. But the blue basket is almost filled up right here. How many more can they put in? Team 23, 147 coming up with more specimen. That's the 5th one, but on red, we already have 8. That's quite a score right there. 30 seconds left on the clock. Readying for endgame. Let's wait and see what will happen over here with these 4 teams. The basket for the Red Alliance also has a couple of samples there, but this blue basket seems to be impressively full. Let's see what will happen in endgame. First, let's go to that first level here for Team 19082. And that is on that low rung. Goes for the high one, and that will be game, set, and match.
That was qualification match number 4, but back here on field number 1, our scores are ready from match number 3. Let's take a look. Qualification match number 3 results incoming. Oh, technical difficulties, please stand by. And there we have it, match number 3 on Escher going to the Red Alliance with a final score of 363 to 55. Match number 3, an impressive clinic put on by our Red Alliance. But there are still many matches to be played, and the next match to be played is qualification match number 5. Let's meet our competitors, starting on our Red Alliance, where from Panningen, Netherlands, it's Team 22-173 Red Monkeys. They're joined by a team from Vilnius, Lithuania. It's Team 24-474 Vilnius Lyceum Robotics. Over on our Blue Alliance, we're going to get started with a team from Chisinau, Moldova. It's Team 25-590 Robo Rangers. And finally joining us from Craiova, Romania, Team 12-560 Soft Hoarders. We've got all clears all around. Match number 5 in 3, 2, 1, go! And the autonomous period is off here in match number 5. So far, all our efforts being focused on the baskets. We have got a race between the Red and Blue Alliance to score as much as they can in those high baskets. Scoring for the Red Alliance is Vilnius Lyceum Robotics. Scoring for Blue, we've got Robo Rangers. Over on our Red Alliance, they were able to score all 3 of the samples out on the playing field before they started going back to the submersible.
2, 1.
Red Alliance with the advantage coming out of the autonomous period as teams take control of their robots. We see Red Monkeys joining the party for the Red Alliance. They're plowing samples across the field into the observation zone, where we have the human player for the Red Alliance converting them into specimens. Over on our Blue Alliance, we see Soft Hoarders moving around the field. They're in a bit of trouble. They have got a blue sample stuck in the interior of their robot, but a few swift bumps against the submersible freed that sample. They're now back in business to score for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance scoring currently being led by Robo Rangers. They're trying to shuttle samples over to their observation zone where they have got 4 specimens on the perimeter ready to be scored. Each of those specimens placed in the high chamber worth 10 points. And speaking of points, Red Monkeys on the Red Alliance scoring in the low basket. By placing that sample in the low basket, they earn 4 points, and they are back to the submersible for more to rack up the points for their alliance. Red Alliance had an impressive autonomous period, but Blue Alliance is putting on the gas in the teleoperated period to close the gap. Just 12 points separating our Blue Alliance from the Red Alliance as we enter our endgame period. Robo Rangers speeding up as they place those 10-point samples. But Red Alliance hoping to seal the deal here with Ascension. Up on the third rung is Vilnius Lyceum Robotics for the Red Alliance. Red Monkeys achieving a level 1 ascent. It's going back and forth as we end the match. And we'll learn the score later on.
All right, we're back here on field number 2. Now let's first see the results for qualification match number 4. Are they ready? Not yet. We're awaiting Mr. Scorekeeper right here. And now they're ready, so let's see the results on the screen for qualification match number 4. And the winner of that match was the Blue Alliance with a score of 279 against 189. Now, for match number 6, let's introduce these teams, starting off with team 25042, Dinitech from Lycée Professionnel Amédée Jourdain in Senois, France. And with them is team 22787, the RoboGators from Asunción, Paraguay. And on the Blue Alliance, we have team 24090, Trojan Robotics from Wassenaar, the Netherlands. And with them is team 14438, No Sphere Robotics from Kiev, Ukraine. All right. I got a thumbs up from the head ref and the scorekeep, so let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Here immediately in the Blue Alliance, we have team 24090 with a sample in that high basket. Team 14438 coming up with a specimen on that high chamber as well. Meanwhile, here on the Red Alliance, our French team trying to get more samples in that observation zone to be able to create those specimens. And team 22160 is awaiting the tele-operated period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now here they go, team 25042 immediately picking up those samples here in the middle of the field, trying to get them to that observation zone to create more specimen as they are worth a lot of points. On the Blue Alliance, the same thing happening here with team 14438. Meanwhile, team 24090 going for those samples for that high basket over here as well. And team 22787 trying to get more samples towards their teammate to make sure that they can make specimen out of it. So let's wait for these strategies to turn out and see which alliance will pull away. Now it seems like the Blue Alliance has quite a huge lead with 51 against 3 points. The third specimen for that Blue Alliance coming up here, and they have one more on the field border in the observation zone. So a fourth one is coming up as well. Let's see if they are able to place that. The Red Alliance putting up their first scoring specimen as well. So now they are on the board there too. Meanwhile, for the Blue Alliance, more samples into that net zone, trying to get those 2 points per sample right there from just placing it in the net zone. That counts up as well in the end. And unfortunately, a penalty right there. A human player and a robot interacting, but more samples coming up here. Meanwhile, the blue specimen ready for that high chamber. Team 22787 trying to get more samples towards that net zone over there, as the fifth specimen for the Blue Alliance is on the board. Let's wait and see. 95 against 23. The Blue Alliance still in a comfortable lead over here. Let's see if the Red Alliance can pull that one back with 20 seconds to go. The end game might be a difference maker here, but who knows? Team 25042 coming up with more driving to do. They want to make that robot climb, but they have to maneuver all around the field with 5 seconds left on the clock. And that will be game, set, and match.
And that was qualification match number 6 on Escher, which means we've got our results from match number 5. We saw it going back and forth throughout our match, but let's see the final results. Match number 5 ultimately won by the Blue Alliance. They were able to come from behind with a final score of 221 to 188. Now here on field number 1, we've got another 4 teams playing their first match of the day. Let's go ahead and say hello, starting on our Red Alliance, coming all the way from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. It's Team 24135 Cybertronic Penguins. And they're joined by a team from Shanghai, China. It's 22389 AE86. Over on our Blue Alliance from Chankaya, Turkey, it's 25564 Mid-Chaotix. And finally, a team from St. Uneroda here in the Netherlands, Team 23252 FTC Neobots. And we've got all clears all around. Match number 7 in 3, 2, 1, go! And off our autonomous period goes. First to strike is AE86 on the Red Alliance. They score their pre-loaded specimen, grab a second, and are already using their autonomous period to push samples into the observation zone. A slight miscue between the human player and the robot, a sample getting stuck in their wheel, preventing further scoring. Blue Alliance racking up the points on their own. We see Mid-Chaotix with 2 specimens scored in the high chamber.
3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance with a 20-point advantage as drivers take control of their robot. Immediately, we see AE86 of the Red Alliance heading to the submersible. They're using a vision-augmented system to easily grab samples. We're seeing an interesting move here by AE86. Their arm is almost kind of skipping their samples over to the observation zone, saving just a few milliseconds each cycle. Cybertronic Penguins out of Canada focusing on the high basket for their alliance, initially scoring neutral samples. Each of those is worth 8 points. FTC Neobots here from the Netherlands working on the baskets for the Blue Alliance. They're also focusing exclusively on the high basket. Mid-Chaotix of the Blue Alliance beginning to shuttle specimens back and forth. On our Red Alliance, a little bit of trouble for AE86. They have numerous specimens ready for deployment. But it looks like their robot may be having some trouble. We are seeing a drive team member on their driver hub. Looks like they may have selected the incorrect op mode, but back in business. They know they've got some time to make up, but they are cycling very quickly to try to close the gap with the Blue Alliance in the final 20 seconds. We are tied 142 points apiece between our Blue and Red Alliances. Mid-Chaotix beginning an ascent. They currently have a level 2 ascent for 15 points. Over on our Red Alliance, we see another level 2 ascent. And we'll get our final results momentarily for this match.
All right. First, before we start with match number 8, let's first see if we can get the results from match number 6, and we can, so let's show it on the screen. The winner for qualification match number 6 will be the Blue Alliance. Now let's get over to match number 8 and introduce the teams one by one. On the Red Alliance, we have team 16055, Star Boss from the team Brazil. And with them is team 19234, Bite Force from Gelati, Romania. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 24392 from Georgetown, Malaysia. And on the Blue Alliance, we also have team 17742, Bat Tac from São Gonçalo do Amarante, Brazil. All right, we have the thumbs up from their head referee and the scorekeeper. A quick restart.
Wait for the 3, 2, 1. Your mic is a little low. I don't know if they can turn it up. Ask him after this match.
So a quick field reset right here.
All right, everything is okay over here? Yeah, great.
Honestly, they should watch you, so.
All right, let's count the match down in 3, 2, 1, go! Here they go, the teams immediately coming up. Specimen barely missing on that Red Alliance. Meanwhile here, Blue, team 17742 already putting a sample in that basket. As for the Red Alliance, already a 4th sample going into that basket. Team 19334 coming up with a rapid sample scoring robot right there. Meanwhile, team 24392 awaiting that tally operated period. A clear focus right there on what to do. A 3rd specimen on that red chamber. And now,
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
we're getting into the tally operated period here. A sample coming up here. Team 17742 seems to drive into that corner of the field. Meanwhile, another sample coming right here. As for the Red Alliance, that quick 16055 robot coming up with more samples, trying to create that into specimen. And that high basket for the Red Alliance is already filling up. It's going so fast over there. Meanwhile, here the Blue Alliance coming up with a specimen over here. A 2nd sample in that high basket. One more coming up. But again, that red basket filling up one after another. A 4th specimen ready on the field border. It seems like there will be a quick cycle time with those specimens coming up real quick right there. That's number 1. There will be number 2. Oh, barely knocking that off the field. That's unfortunate for the team. It's in the field, so they no longer are able to pick that up. Another specimen coming up. That basket filling up quickly as well. Meanwhile, here we also have the blue specimen coming up, team 17742. Coming up with one more specimen, a 3rd one. But that Red Alliance scoring is so quick. They keep scoring one after another. Sample in that high basket already, hitting 260 points with 39 seconds on the clock to go. Meanwhile, here the Blue Alliance with 60 points, dropping a sample in that robot that might not be able to come out. Meanwhile here, Red Alliance coming up with more specimen. They still have more to go with 20 seconds left on the clock. Team 17-742 trying to score one more specimen here as well. Meanwhile, that basket for the Red Alliance is so full with samples over there, and they try to score more and more points. That first robot going for the second ascent, barely missing that one out, but that is 2 ascended robots, and they might still make it.
Back over here on field number 1, we have got our results from qualification match number 7. It was an exciting match. Let's see the result. It goes to the Red Alliance with a final score of 180 to 165. The Red Alliance is victorious in match number 7. But right here on field number 1, we are now getting ready for qualification match number 9. Let's meet our competitors, starting in red with a team from Newcastle under Lyme in the United Kingdom. It's 2981 Circuit Breakers Volume 4. They're joined by a team from Rugeni, Moldova, from 25475 Techno Storm. On our blue alliance from Sammamish, Washington in the United States of America, it's team 26336 Incredibots. And also on the blue alliance, but not making it to this match, we have team 23864 from Casablanca, Morocco, Casabots. All clears all around match number 9 in 3, 2, 1, go! Blue Alliance flying solo here in match number 9. Incredibots, the only blue bot in the match, but they are making the moves they need to make in autonomous to perform their best. So far, 3 samples scored in the high basket. Over on our blue alliance, Techno Storm out of Moldova achieving a similar feat. They're able to get 3 samples in the high basket. Unfortunately, their final sample doesn't quite make it. But it does land in the net zone and will still earn points.
3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance in the lead as drivers take control of their robots, 80 points to 72. But as we mentioned, it is 2 against 1. Incredibots going to have to live up to their name if they want to win this match.
Well done, that's it, well done.
On our red alliance, Techno Storm focusing on the high basket, while their partners, Circuit Breakers Volume 4, working on specimens. They place their second specimen and have more ready to go in the observation zone. Their human player lining it up to help make a smooth handoff between the human player and their bot. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Blue Alliance in the lead, but that lead is no longer the case. The Incredibots still focusing just on their high basket, earning 8 points for each placed sample. A little bit of a miscue with their most recent one. It falls off the side and on to the playing field floor. But that doesn't slow them down. They keep up their persistence and are back for more. Less than a minute to go. Red Alliance taking the lead for the first time at this match. In comes Techno Storm, continuing their high basket scoring. This strategy of teamwork between these 2 robots working well for the Red Alliance. 152 for the Red Alliance, 112 for Blue. Incredibots going for the last neutral sample in its pre-start position. They're bringing it up and easily place it up top. High basket's almost full for both alliances with 20 seconds remaining in the match. Looks like neither Blue Alliance or Red Alliance robot planning to take advantage of the ascent zone here in the endgame. More points potentially earned by scoring with samples and specimens. Techno Storm holding themselves up at the last moment.
All right, first off, let's go to the results for qualification match number 8. They're ready, and they will be shown on the screen. The winning alliance for qualification match number 8 will be the Red Alliance. with a score of 359. Now let's introduce the teams for qualification match number 10, and we start off with the Red Alliance, team 24, 475, Plumbum from Vilnius, Lithuania. With them on the Red Alliance, we have team 25, 498, Matt V Robotics from Beni Mellal, Morocco. And on the Blue Alliance, we have team 8393, the giant diencephilic brainstem robotics team from Baden, USA. And last but not least, we have team 27991, Imagenius from Fort Myers, USA. We got a thumbs up from the referee and from the scorekeeper. Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go. And here they go, team 8393 already coming up with a specimen. But on the Red Alliance, we also see immediate action with that specimen on that high chamber. So that is a pretty good score start for both alliances. Another specimen coming up. These autonomous periods keeping each other in check. A second specimen coming on for Red. Meanwhile, Blue already trying to get a fourth, barely missing that one out, but the basket is already filled for Red there as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
3 specimen on the Red Alliance, 4 specimen on the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance also has a sample in that low basket, so the scores are pretty equal. A difference of 1, that means this match is very tight over here. Let's see which alliance will go on with the lead here in the tele-operated period. More specimen coming up there for Blue. Meanwhile, Red already trying to score another specimen, going for their fourth. Blue getting a small lead here, 125 against 96, pulling away. However, here another specimen coming up on that high chamber for the Blue Alliance. Red keeping up with that pace with another specimen, but Blue already placed in their 6th, having 1 lead in the specimen, but that low basket for the Red Alliance getting filled up one by one. 153 for Blue, 110 for Red. This match could still go any way. However, we have a high sample here in the basket. Another one coming up right here. It seems that the Blue Alliance is trying to pull away with this lead. 181 against 124. Slightly more scoring here going on for Blue, but the Red Alliance trying to get more and more samples on that basket while they also fill out those specimen here on the high chamber. Already having 7, but the Blue tally is getting more and more. Their chamber already filled up almost with all those specimen. Trying to get that sample here in the corner to push that into the net zone, or even better in one of the baskets, but it seems like they're not yet able to pick that up. More specimen coming up, 223 against 169. They will be ascending. That is 1 robot on the high chamber and 1 robot on the low chamber. What will happen with Blue here in 3 seconds? Will they manage to climb? And they have 1 robot up on that low chamber. That was the game. Let's move it back to field number 1.
Are they early now, or? Qualification match number 9, results available here on our Escher division. Let's take a look at those results. It was 2 versus 1, and the Red Alliance was victorious in match number 9, 205 to 154. But back here on the field, another 4 bots, another 4 teams playing their first match of the European Premier Event qualification round. Let's meet our competitors, starting in red with a team from Louisville, Kentucky in the United States of America, Team 22778 Portland Christian Robotics. They're joined by a team from Almaty, Kazakhstan, Team 19163 MLP. Over on our Blue Alliance from Shanghai, China, it's 19660 Sigma. And last but certainly not least, from Stuttgart, Germany, it's Team 10-183, Frog Robots of Germany. We've got thumbs up all around. Match number 11 on Escher in 3, 2, 1, go! As the autonomous period gets underway, we've got motion on our red alliance. That's coming from MLP from Kazakhstan. And over on our blue alliance, we're seeing action from Sigma out of China. Different strategies by these two autonomous robots. Our Kazakh bot is working on specimens in the high chamber, while over on our blue alliance, Sigma working in the high baskets. Each of those samples scored in the basket were 8 points for blue.
Drivers.
Well, those 5 specimens for the red alliance were the combined 50 points.
1.
Red alliance with the early lead as drivers take control of our robots, but like we've seen so far, 2 minutes of driver controlled period can change a lot when it comes to Into the Deep. Action from all of our robots at this point. Portland Christian Robotics swerving their way around the field. They're lining themselves up in the ascent zone for the Blue Alliance. Looks like they may be trying to line up to grab from the submersible. Hopefully that strategy plays out relatively soon. Frog Robots of Germany out of Stuttgart trying to plow a Blue Alliance sample into the observation zone. Looks like their mechanism wheels may be fighting each other. They're able to drive in a straight line and pivots, but not able to strafe, which might make things a little easier for them. 1 minute to go. So far, basket scoring, what these both alliances are focusing on. The high basket just about full for the Blue Alliance, thanks to the work of Sigma. Over on our Red Alliance, MLP almost filling up that basket themselves. Blue Alliance deciding that that top basket can't handle anymore. They're shifting their scoring to the low basket. Frog Robots of Germany pushing samples over to their partners to speed up that scoring process. 30 seconds to go. Red Alliance still in the lead, but that lead less than 50 points as we enter our endgame period. It's getting precarious up in that Blue Alliance high basket. They're adding more. It's almost like a game of Jenga. Where can you fit it without it falling over? 10 seconds to go. Unfortunately, Portland Christian Robotics in the Blue Alliance ascent zone at the end of the match.
All right, let's get back here to field number 2. First off, we want to see the scores for qualification match number 10, and they are ready, so let's show them on the screen. The winner for that match will be the Blue Alliance with a score of 263. Now let's get to it for qualification match number 12. Let's start out with the Red Alliance with team 28831 Orbit from Al Karama, the United Arab Emirates. On the United Alliance, we also have team 18264, the Electronovas from Fairfax, USA. And on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19099, H-Tech from Bucharest, Romania. And we also have team 28349, the Revolutionaries from Abuja, Nigeria. Some last preparations being done over here on the field. Seems like the teams are almost ready to go. Ready. All right, I see thumbs up on all sides of the field, so let's count this one down in 3, 2, 1, go. The Blue Alliance starting off with a sample, barely knocking that out of the field, but they come up with a second one. Oh, that barely misses its mark as well, but the Blue Alliance coming here with samples and specimen. More samples coming up. That team already has some quite a scoring potential. Let's see, the fourth one goes in. Meanwhile, on the red, almost getting that second sample in that high basket. Seems like the balance with these two teams is pretty strong here. 19 points against 16 in autonomous.
3, 2, 1.
And there they go. The robots start moving here for teleoperated period. Orbit there, trying to get that sample in that high basket. Here, a blue sample barely missing, but the next one goes in, a yellow one. Already having 3 samples in the high basket, 4-1 going in. And they're having 2 on the Red Alliance. Still no specimen on the board, but team 19099 coming up with all those samples, showing that potential of that mechanism, scoring all those points in quick fashion. Meanwhile, team 28349 trying to get that specimen to put that on the high chamber there as well. Here comes another sample for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, over on red, Orbit placing those samples in that high basket as well. It turns out to be a basket game. There goes the first specimen on the low chamber for the Blue Alliance. Seems like the Blue Alliance has a lead right here, 130 points against 71, but the Red Alliance fighting back with more samples in that basket. Meanwhile here, Blue Team 19099 keeps scoring those samples, making sure that they will not lose that lead to the Red Alliance. Already have 152 points. Meanwhile over on red, another sample going into that basket, already up to 87 points right there with 35 seconds more on the clock. We're nearing the end game right here with a huge lead here for Blue. Red will have to catch up to make sure that they are able to win this match, but the Blue Alliance keeps going strong with that sample cycle robot here from team 19099. Team 18264 trying to get one sample going. Meanwhile here, Team Orbit coming up with a red sample in the basket, scoring more and more. 196 against 131, 5 more seconds, and one of the robots ascended there. That will be the game. Let's go back to field number 1.
Back on field number 1, qualification match number 11 results are ready to be shared. Let's take a look. Match number 11 goes to the Blue Alliance. The final score, 264 to 231. And as we move our attention back to field number 1, we are seeing 4 alliances for the second time. Here with match number 13, all of our teams playing their second match of the day. Let's meet our competitors starting in red, where we have 19141 Brave Bots. They're joined by 25053 Metal Gear Leon. Over on our Blue Alliance, it's 22092 Cyber Eagles Jade. And finally, it's 2681 Gigabytes. And we have got all clear to begin match number 13 in 3, 2, 1, go! And off those robots go. We've got action from both robots on the Red Alliance. Gigabyte sitting this autonomous period out. Starting things off for our Red Alliance Brave Bots. Able to get all of the neutral samples that began the match near the Red Alliance into the high basket. Now going into the submersible for more before our autonomous period comes to an end.
Drivers, pick up your controller.
Blue Alliance, no slouches
3,
themselves,
2,
able to score 3
1.
specimens in the high chamber for a combined 30 points. Drivers take control. We're seeing Gigabyte join the party for the Blue Alliance. They're working on neutral samples, trying to gobble those up before the Red Alliance gets them themselves to score. Gigabyte working on the high basket, but it looks like a little bit of a miscue between their drive teams in position to score, but ultimately dropping that sample onto the floor. On our Red Alliance, Metal Gear Lyon out of France, working to prepare specimens. They're delivering samples to their observation zone and then going back for more. So far, they have got 6 specimens prepped and ready to go on the field perimeter for later in the match. Cyber Eagles Jade of the Blue Alliance reaching into the submersible from the chambers. An interesting strategy that we typically don't see. Most teams electing to go for the submersible from the ascent zone to grab hold. With less than a minute to go, we're seeing the strategy change from Metal Gear Lyon. No longer do they bring samples back to the observation zone. They are here for specimens and working to score those in the high chamber before time expires. Red Alliance with a roughly 100-point lead as our endgame period gets started in match number 13. No immediate moves over to the ascent zone, still working with samples and specimens. BraveBots out of Romania very carefully loading a last sample into the high basket. One hard hit could cause several to tumble. BraveBots going for a level 3 ascent, and they get it right as time expires.
All right, back to field number 2 over here. First, let's see the results for qualification match number 12. They're ready and they'll be shown on the screen. The winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance. So right now we have 3 teams on the field. All right, we're awaiting the head referee for his readiness, and then we also await the scorekeeper. In the meantime, let's introduce these teams to you for qualification match number 14. In the Red Alliance, we have team 21409, MKS Tiger Robotics, and with them is team 24966, Portables. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 24878, Circuit Breakers, and with them is team 22787, Robo Gators. right, scorekeeping is ready. Referees are ready. Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go. And the autonomous period starts immediately. There it goes. The yellow sample in that high basket. The red line starts scoring immediately there. Team 24, 966 already has that sample up into that basket. A second one barely missing out, not coming in. Meanwhile, the other three teams are awaiting that tally-operated period. They focused on that biggest size of the match to make sure that they're efficient right there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And there they go, the team's already going up. There seems to be some slightly too early movement right there, but now all the teams are up and running, pushing those samples in that observation zone to make sure that they have a couple of specimens ready when the match really has to go with that scoring. Meanwhile here, another sample goes into that high basket for the Red Alliance. Blue coming up here as well, trying to get that first one, but it falls onto the robot. That is unfortunate, because now they have to get that off, but this robot seems very well suitable to be able to get that sample out of the robot. Meanwhile, there in the Blue Alliance, another specimen coming up here. They're trying to get that on the high chamber. For the Red Alliance, more samples go into that high basket while another specimen is being made. They have 5 ready on that field border in the observation zone. So we will see some scoring coming up on that side of the field very quickly. Meanwhile, here on Blue, we have another specimen, the first one, in fact, that is being placed on the high chamber. And they're trying to get more here, but they first have to get those samples into that observation zone, putting that one on the wall, making a second one. Will that robot be picking up that specimen? It seems like they will. Meanwhile here, the Red Alliance trying to get more specimen going here, already having 6 on the field border, so now they can start scoring all those specimen on that high chamber as the basket is getting filled up as well here. 24, 966, putting all those samples in that high basket as Team 21-409 comes up with another specimen for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, over here on Blue, Team 24-878 trying to get those samples going. As Team 22-787 already placed a couple of specimens. Seems like they will climb in the last 5 seconds here. Will they make it? Yes, they will. Let's give it back to field number 1.
All right, we're ready to start. Pretty close. Match number 15, but we do have scores for match 13. Let's see what they are. Looks like it's a red win. 301 to 177. 19141 25053. 4th and 5th place, respectively. Over here on match 15, let's introduce the teams. Team 23-417 on the red side, the Energizers. Their partner, 25-564, Mid-Chaotix. And look at that competent blue side, 19-082, Robo AS. 25-042, Dini Tech. Looks like teams are ready, refs are ready, scorekeepers ready. Let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Robo AS over in the observation zone, loading up on those specimens. Got 2 on the upper chamber already. The Energizers going up high. Might have an issue Mid-Chaotix. No.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
3 robots on the move. Up. Dini Tech is also moving. Energizers focusing on that upper basket. They're doing a good job quickly loading the submersible. Cycle time about 7 seconds on that round. Dini Tech up on the submersible. They get 5 up on the high chamber already. Energizers continue to fill that upper basket. Over on the blue side, Robo AS matching them sample for sample. One for red, one for blue. Blue Alliance has 6 in the upper chamber already. Red successfully gets 1 on. Having a little trouble going above it. They've dropped it onto their robot. Now they've got a possession of 1. Now they've got an extra one there. Referees have flagged that. And in game, 30 seconds. Mid-chaotic shot. Oh, another drop onto the robot. Fell off. Energizer picking up more for the upper chamber. 12 seconds left in the match. Got some ascents being prepared on the blue side and the red side. Got 2 blue robots. And that's Robo AS with a level 3. And that's the end of the match. Great team of both alliances.
We're moving back on over to field number 2. We'll have our scores momentarily, and here we go. We've got match results from qualification match number 14 to share with you all. Match 14 ultimately won by the Red Alliance. The final score 121-45. On the field now, we're getting set for match number 16. Let's meet our teams, starting in red with team 24-392-0. And their partners 23-252 FTC Neobots. On our blue alliance, we have team 24-474 Vilnius Lyceum Robotics. And finally, 19-280 Phoenix. We've got the all clear match number 16 in 3, 2, 1, go! Here in match 16, we have 4 teams all playing their second of 10 qualification matches. 10 opportunities to show their stuff and raise their space in the rankings. Vilnius Lyceum Robotics very quickly scoring their preloaded and 3 neutral samples in the high basket, while their partners Phoenix working on the high chamber with specimens. On our Red Alliance, we're seeing FTC Neobots working on high basket scoring. They get 1 sample in the high basket before time expires.
2, 1.
Drivers now in full control of their robots. During the autonomous period, Phoenix, their 5th specimen, didn't make it on to the high rung, but they are able to grab it later on and bring it back to their observation zone for scoring later. Well, these robots are able to stay out of their alliance partners' way. We're starting to see some tiny space between the red and blue alliances. We're seeing FTC Neobots and Phoenix fighting for a very small area in the ascent zone to grab hold of samples in the submersible. These two robots mostly staying out of each other's way, but when they both go for that submersible, things do get tricky. Just over 1 minute remaining, and so far it is all Blue Alliance, but the Red Alliance doing what they need to do to stay in it. FTC Neobots grabbing hold of samples that are being delivered to them by their partners, Zero. Zero grabs hold of samples from their observation zone and sets them up to help FTC Neobots score in the upper basket as quickly as they possibly can. 45 seconds to go. The Blue Alliance has broken 300 points. Vilnius Lyceum Robotics very carefully placing samples in a full upper basket, while their partners Phoenix are scoring specimens on the high rung. So far, 10 specimens scored by Phoenix on that high rung as we enter the endgame period. We saw in their previous match that Vilnius Lyceum Robotics can achieve a level 3 ascent. Will they attempt it again this match, or will they continue to focus on scoring in the low baskets? 5 seconds remaining. Let's see what they do. 3, 2, and 1. That is our match.
We're ready to move into match 17, qualification match 17, but might have some scores for 15. Let's check it out. Match 15 on the screen. Here's the drama. It's a blue win, 305 to 170. Great match. Let's meet the teams for qualification match 17. On the blue side, 12,560, the Soft Hoarders. Currently ranked number 10, 23,452, Tight Wraps. Over on the red side, we've got 24,345, Spark Tech. They're teamed up with 20,981, the Circuit Breakers Volume 4. Looks like our teams are ready. And our refs are ready. Scorekeeper always ready. Let's start match 17 in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like all 4 robots out and autonomous. UK team going up high, dropped one down. Spark Tech with 2 on the upper chamber already. Oh, they dropped their 3rd one. Going back for a refill. Human player has no more to give them.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we're off in teleop. Looks like we have a penalty assessed against the Red Alliance right there. Over on the blue side, Soft Hoarders into the observation zone. Looks like they're trying to pick up some specimens over there. Already assembled by the human player. Oh, a whole rack of specimens. But they need to pick one out of there. Knocked one off the field. They're kind of hooked onto the wall. Tight Wraps trying to pick up some from the sample field. Both Soft Hoarders and 25,345 into the middle area, pick up more samples. Spark Tech trying to get another specimen over there, assembled by the human player. Soft Hoarders has one in their chamber, trying to shake it loose, it looks like. Cannot pick up another one until they get rid of that sample. Spark Tech with a specimen flinging off the upper chamber. That's Circuit Breakers working on that upper chamber. Spark Tech over in the net zone. They look to be dead. FDA trying to help out. No, they're alive. Up high. Oh, they dropped their sample though. That's in game. 30 seconds left. Soft hoarders and tie wraps trying to go high in the upper basket. "12 seconds left in the match, 12 seconds. Soft hoarders with another, oh! They snapped that basket. Looks like it might be a crack there, and they lost 2 specimens. Partners tie wraps trying to maneuver over. And that's the end of the match.
With match 17 in the books, you know what that means. We've got match 16 scores to share with you all. Let's take a look. Qualification match number 16 won by the Blue Alliance, setting a new high score record here on our Escher division, 367-94. I don't know about you, but I think we're breaking that record once again at some point today. And maybe it'll be right here in match number 18. Let's meet our teams, starting in red, where we have team 18833 Megiddo Lions. They're joined by 24090 Trojan Robotics. Over on our Blue Alliance, give it up for team 23864 Casabots. And finally, you know what? I think this team might have some of the best outfits here. It's 24475 Plumbum. Set still. We've got all clears all around for qualification match number 18. We'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go! As our autonomous period gets started, a bit of a miscue on the Red Alliance. We saw Trojan Robotics with a preloaded specimen, but they're clipped the wrong direction. It does not grab hold of the high chamber, and their robot now parked near the Blue Alliance ascent zone. But that is not all doom and gloom for the Red Alliance. Their partners Megiddo Lions scoring their third sample into the high basket. That's combined 24 points thanks to Megiddo Lions.
3, 2, 1.
It is a tight match as drivers take control of their robots. A 4-point advantage for the Blue Alliance. That's thanks to Plumbum out of Lithuania. They are able to score 3 specimens on the high chamber for a combined 30 points during the autonomous period. With driver control of robots, we're seeing Megiddo Lions beginning to plow red samples into their observation zone. Human player putting clips on those samples. Trojan Robotics out of the Netherlands in the Red Alliance ascent zone. They've got a vision-manipulated claw with a light that allows them to determine the color of samples as they grab them in the submersible. However, it looks like they may be having some trouble. They're pushing their robot up against the side of the field. Their extendable arm may be stuck in its extended position, and they may be trying to push it back into its not extended position up against the wall. They're able to bring that extension back in, but lose possession of the sample in the process. The team actively troubleshooting to figure out how to best get back into the match. On our Blue Alliance, Casabots lining up. They have got a specimen, trying to score it in the high chamber. This is Casabots' first match of the day. They didn't make it to that first match scheduled for them, but the bot is here and the team doing their best to contribute to the Blue Alliance. Endgame period underway. Blue Alliance in the lead, score 124-74. Plumbum in blue in the ascent zone for the Blue Alliance. Looks like they want to try to score one last sample in the high basket before time expires. Achieving a level 1 ascent is Casabots from Morocco. Going for a level 2 ascent is Plumbum. They pull themselves up at the last possible moments.
Great match. Match 19 is imminent, but we have scores for match 17. Let's check it out on the big screen. Match 17. There it is. It's not red, but it's red. 95-71. Great match. But let's move on to match number 19. We have a team ranked currently number 2, 16-0-55, Starbots FTC. Their teammates on blue, 24-135, Cybertronic Penguin Z. On the other side of the field, red is 19-660, Sigma. Along with 25-475, Techno Storm.
We had a yellow card. Just so you know.
Okay. Head ref Ricardo was informing me in match 17 there was a yellow card on the Blue Alliance. That isn't in this match. All right, looks like FTA Josh has everybody ready. Refs are ready, scorekeepers ready. Let us start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Three robots out on autonomous. 24-135 with 3 samples up in the upper basket. 19-660 looks like they've got maybe 5 up. They didn't have a possession there. Four on the submersible.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And our driver control period starts. 19-660 Sigma. That's a 2/3 full upper basket already. They're quickly picking out of the submersible. Their teammates Techno Storm over in the sample field. Picking one up on the blue side. That's Cybertronic Penguin Z up high for a 8-pointer. Starbots FTC, oh, they fumbled their sample, but they're still pushing it over to the observation zone so the human player can assemble it into a specimen. She's making sure her hands are clean. The refs are watching for that robot-human contact. Meanwhile, Sigma, almost with a full upper basket. It's like they got 16 by referee count. Can't hold much more than 20. Now they're going into the lower basket to prevent any samples from falling out. We've got a foul assessed against the Red Alliance. Techno Storm in the observation zone. Techno Storm awaiting their turn. They get it up there in the top. Got 50 seconds left. 18 samples in the upper basket for Red. Blue side, a Penguin Z. They're also loading up the upper basket. Meanwhile, Starbots working on that upper chamber. They've got a 5th one snapped on. Great job. In game, 30 seconds. Red Alliance has 20 in the upper basket and at least 7 in the lower basket, 8. They're looking to fill that lower basket too. Got to be careful. Oh, we have a collision on the Red Alliance. They fumbled. 2 drop into the net zone. They still count for 2. 3, 2, 1. All right. That's the end of the match.
Match number 18 results are ready to be shared with your Escher Division fans. Let's take a look at those results. Match 18, our previous match on Field 2, is a Blue Alliance victory, 154-120. Casabots notching their first win of the European Premier event. Now getting ready on the field is qualification match number 20. Let's go ahead and meet our teams starting on our Red Alliance, where we have team 18-264, the Electronovas. They're joined by team 17-742, it's BatTech. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have 22-173, Red Monkeys. And their partners, 19-163, MLP. All clears all around. Qualification match number 20 in 3, 2, 1, go! Autonomous period gets underway, and on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing MLP out of Kazakhstan, making very quick work of grabbing hold of the Blue Alliance samples on the playing field. They use their extendable arm to bring them over to the observation zone and drop them off for their human player. MLP scores 2 specimens in the high chamber for a combined 20 points. And that is going to be it for the autonomous period in match number 20.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And driver-controlled period underway in match number 20 on Escher. We've got action from all of our robots, but it looks like MLP may be having a little bit of trouble. Some brief communication issues, but they're able to solve them and now are in action with their op mode. BatTech out of Brazil grabbing hold of a neutral sample from the submersible, but unfortunately that gets stuck in their robot. Some quick thinking, they move their robot back and forth, able to slide that sample out. Robots in Into the Deep only allowed to possess 1 sample or specimen at a time. MLP from the Blue Alliance focusing on basket scoring, while their partners Red Monkeys from the Netherlands focus on specimens. They place their second specimen of the teleoperated period, scoring another 10 points for Blue. So far, this match is all the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, robots grabbing hold of samples, but no longer able to score them just yet. They've got just under a minute to begin racking up the points. The Electronovas trying to grab a neutral sample off the playing field. BatTech working on placing samples into the net zone. Each of those samples in the net zone worth 2 points for Red. Endgame period underway. We will need to see if our strategies change in the final 30 seconds of the match. Red Monkeys on our Blue Alliance so far have scoring 3 specimens on the high chamber. Looks like they're going to try to get 1 more before time expires. They've got 10 seconds to make that happen. Tech racing back to the observation zone. They've got 4 seconds and can earn points if they end the match in that observation zone.
Ready to start match 21. Let's get the scores from 19 if they're available. Stefan says yes. He's putting them on the top screen right now. Here's the drama. That's a red win, 266-209. Let's focus our attention now to qualification match 21. We've got on the blue side 19-341, the Crowbotics ranked #1. Their partner is 22-389, AE86. On the red side, currently ranked #5, 23-147, RBL Techmakers. And #7, 27-991, I'm a Genius. Yes, I am. All right, I believe all the teams are ready. Referees are ready. Scorekeepers ready. Let us start the match. 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots moving in autonomous. RBL Techmakers parked in the observation zone, but they haven't got any on the submersible. I'm a Genius up high, but they dropped the sample outside the field. No score there. Crowbotics with the 1-2, looks like they've got 2 samples on the robot there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
AE86 with 5 on the upper chamber. Crowbotics does have a problem there, though. They've got 2 samples on. They're accumulating penalties for possession right now, but they've got to get those out of there. Maybe their partners can help pick it out. Oh, no! I'm a Genius with another one tossed out inside the field. They're having a little trouble with that upper basket. They scoped it out of the sample field, trying again. Crowbotics down to 1. They're back in the game. AE86, very efficient on the submersible, feeding that human player in the observation zone. Plenty of specimens ready to load into end game. Crowbotics up high again. They're having a little bit of difficulty. They're picking one out of the net zone now, going up high with it, advancing from 2 points, hopefully to an 8-pointer. RBL Techmakers with 3 specimens on the upper chamber. There's another one gripped from the human player. I'm a Genius. Looks like they have that target down now. They're up high with another high basket. Meanwhile, AE86 looks like they have 8 on the upper chamber. Now it's time to deliver all those specimens the human players created for them. 38 seconds left in the match. 38 seconds. Looks like about 10 right there. That's 11 by AE86. In game. I'm a Genius still needs to calibrate that drop on the upper basket. AE86 with 14 on the upper chamber. They are scoring that. They've got them all on the upper chamber, 16. 10 seconds left in the match. Like some positioning for some ascents going on. Crowbotics. Looks like they've got a level 1 and possibly level 2. Great match, both alliances.
Our scores from qualification match number 20 are ready to be shared. Let's take a look. Match 20 goes to the Blue Alliance, 118-11. Final preparations now underway for match number 22 here on Field 2. Let's meet our competitors on our Red Alliance this match. It's team 25-590 Robo Rangers. They're joined by team 83-93, the Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have got team 28-349, the Revolutionaries. and Team 14438's No Sphere Robotics. We've got the thumbs up match 22 in 3, 2, 1, go! As the autonomous period gets underway, we have got very quick movement on our Red Alliance. Coordination must have taken place before the match. Robo Rangers working exclusively on the basket, while the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team working on specimens. No Sphere Robotics out of Ukraine on the Blue Alliance, able to score a preloaded specimen onto the high chamber.
Pick up your controller.
That's going to score them 10 points.
3, 2, 1.
Drivers now in control of their robots for the rest of the match. The Revolutionaries joining the party. That Nigerian robot grabbing hold of a neutral sample off the playing field. They have an articulated arm that they're going to use to attempt to score in the low basket. Their first attempt doesn't make it into the low basket, but they're going to try again, and their persistence pays off with a low basket score. Back for the specimens, we've got the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team. They're grabbing those specimens off of the perimeter. Initially, it looked like they needed a couple tries, but once they get it, it takes less than 3 seconds to cycle in between the observation zone and the submersible. 1 minute to go in our match. Red Alliance in the lead with a score of 154 to 68. Robo Rangers out of Moldova bringing their way over to the submersible, but getting in the way, potentially making a strategic move. That is No Sphere Robotics. They're able to grab hold of a neutral sample and place it in the low basket for the Blue Alliance. 37 seconds to go. Red Alliance still in the lead by roughly 100 points. Robo Rangers in a bit of trouble. Their robot has not moved for the last 20 seconds in the match. However, their partners, the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team, holding the charge for the Red Alliance. Oh, a hard tumble for the Revolutionaries. They pull themselves up on the low rung, but then fall down. No Sphere Robotics, though, hoping to get an ascent of their own before time expires. They are up. That's going to be 15 points for the Blue Alliance. And as time expires, the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team achieving an ascent.
Well, Ryan, we're getting ready for match number 23. But we have some scores for match 21. We don't have match scores from 21 yet. We're trying to pick up the pace here. You notice things are going quite a bit faster. A lot of matches to get through today and tomorrow, and we are going to get through them. We are not going to be late. There they are, 268-107 from match number 21. Now let's move on to match number 23. On the red side, 22-778, Portland Christian Robotics. They're teamed up with 19-099, H-Tech. There's those fans. On the blue side, 23-270, Sounderbots. And last, definitely not least, currently ranked number 1, 19-234, Bite Force. Looks like teams are ready. Our referees. New head ref on the field, she's ready. Scorekeeper's ready. Let's start match 23 in 3, 2, 1, go. Two teams out on autonomous. H-Tech dominating that upper basket, very accurately picking things out of the submersible. On the blue side, Bite Force with 3 on the upper chamber, now a 4th one. 2 seconds left. They've dropped that 5th one.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All 4 teams moving in. Telly up. Got Blue Alliance contending for that upper basket. Got 2 up there so far. Sounder bots feeding the human player in the observation zone. Quickly creating specimens over there. 234 bite force really loading up that upper basket. A little interruption in their cycle time there. Otherwise, about 6 or 7 seconds. Pretty good. Over on the red side, Portland Christian Robotics into the observation zone, trying to get one of those samples over there to their human player. Their partners H-Tech also loading up that upper basket for red. Got 6 up there, but Bite Force has 8 in the upper basket so far, about half full. Sounder bots in the upper chamber port of the game, 7 up. They've got about 4 more to load. 44 seconds left in the match. Blues extending their lead with those upper chamber scores for 10 points each. Meanwhile, Bite Force, like they've got 9 up there in the basket. In game. H-Tech also loading up the upper basket. Pretty even, 10 blue, 9 red, but Blues dominating on the upper chamber. That's a 11th one. Scored. Okay, 10 seconds left in the match. Couple of cents being readied. Got 270 up. And that's the end of the match. Great job, both alliances.
We're going to keep things moving here in Escher with your match 22 results up on our video display. Match 22 was victorious for the Red Alliance with a final score of 249 to 103. On the field now, we're almost set for match number 24. Let's meet our teams. Starting in red with 26-3-36, the Incredibots. They're joined by team 28-8-31, Orbit. On our blue alliance, we have team 25-498, MedV Robotics. And finally, it's team 10-183, Frog Robots of Germany. Thumbs up all around. Match number 24 in.
Are you guys ready? Thumbs up.
In 3, 2, 1, go! And off those robots do go in the autonomous period. The Incredibots out of Sammamish, Washington, easily scoring at their pre-loaded sample, and they're going for more. They've got 3 and almost 4 samples in the high basket for the Red Alliance. That's going to be 32 points for Red. On our blue alliance, MedV Robotics trying to score in the basket, but it looks like some alignment issues preventing their robot from grabbing those samples.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
To begin the teleoperated period, MedV Robotics going in for those neutral samples they had tried to score earlier in autonomous. They have a claw that picks them up off of the playing field and then hands it to a second claw, which actually completes the scoring task. They're able to get one and now going for two in the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Our first specimen play of the match, hoping to be done by Frog in blue. They had hold of a Blue Alliance specimen, but dropped it on the playing field ground. They switch op modes on their driver hub. Gonna try a different strategy to score points for the Blue Alliance. Orbit out of the United Arab Emirates getting some specimens scored for the Red Alliance in the high chamber. 20 points so far thanks to Orbit. Their human player coordinating with their drive team so that those drivers know exactly when those specimens are grabbed and clear for their robot to drive away with. Less than a minute to go, and so far our Red Alliance in the lead. The Incredibots making quick work of filling up the high basket for the Red Alliance, earning 8 points for each individual sample they're able to get up in that basket. MedV Robotics earlier was focusing on the high basket, but now placing samples in the net zone on the floor. That net zone, 2 points can be earned for each sample placed within. 20 seconds remaining in our match and game underway. None of these teams interested in Ascent, still scoring samples. A calculated move, these teams thinking they can score more points by focusing on those samples rather than Ascents before time expires.
We're prepared for qualification match 25. But we do have scores for 23. Let's look at those scores. And it's a blue win, 345 to 112. Over here on the match 25, on the red side, 24-345, Spark-Tac. Their partners from Canada, 22-092, Cyber Eagles, Jade. On the blue side, 24-878, Circuit Breakers. They're teamed up with 24-474, Linneus Lyceum Robotics. Looks like teams are ready. Refs are ready. Scorekeepers ready. Let's start. Match 25 in 3, 2, 1, go. 3 teams out on autonomous. Got 3 in the upper basket for the Blue Alliance already.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And the beginning of the teleop period. Cyber Eagles into the submersible. Looks like they're looking for a red sample. Oh no, they got the yellow sample. Linneus Lyceum in the upper basket with another one high. Linneus with 9 in the upper basket. Spark-Tac with their 4th. Meanwhile, Circuit Breakers trying to get their first one on the upper chamber. A little wobbly at that height, but well, it's on precariously, but it is on. Going over to get another sample from the sample field to deliver to their human player. Spark-Tac loading up that upper basket now. They've got a rhythm. Got 5 up there. But over on the blue side, Circuit Breakers, Valenius Lyceum with 15. Practical capacity is near 20, so they're going to have to place these very carefully as it fills up. They are doing so. That's number 17 now. That's in game, 30 seconds left. Spark Tech, we have 8 in the upper basket. Now Jade has 5 on the upper chamber. 15 seconds left in the match. Red is trying to make up a bit of a deficit. Circuit Breakers, they're in the observation zone. 3, 2, 1.
Back over here on field number 2, our next set of scores are ready for you. Match number 24 up on our display goes to the Red Alliance. Their final score 187-43. On the field, just about ready to play. Our next 4 teams now all playing their 3rd match here at the European Premier events. Starting in red, let's hear it for team 19-141, BraveBots. And their partners, 23-252, FTC Neobots. On our blue alliance, give it up for 23-417, the Energizers. 18-833, Megiddo Lions. And with all clears all around, match number 26 in 3, 2, 1, go! As our match gets underway, we are seeing a quick scoring by FTC Neobots. They're able to use their interesting Lego manipulator to score a preloaded sample into the high basket. The Energizers on the Blue Alliance, one of the highest performing specimen bots in the early matches of our Escher division. We've seen them do 5 specimens in an autonomous period. They're going for 4 here, but only able to score 3 before time expires.
3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance has built themselves quite a lead as drivers take control of their robots, but Red Alliance racing in to score points of their own. BraveBots, an impressive robot out of Romania, hoping to do their part for Red Alliance success. Red Alliance grabbing hold of a lot of neutral samples from the submersible. BraveBots placing those neutral samples into the net zone. Looks like they're setting up those samples for their partners FTC Neobots to place into the basket. On our Blue Alliance, Megiddo Lions grabbing hold of specimens out of the submersible. But it looks like a slight miscue led to one getting stuck in their robot. Thankfully, they were easily able to clear it from the frame to prevent themselves from not being able to grab additional samples throughout the match. 1 minute to go. Slight edge for our Blue Alliance, but Red is racking up the points. We're seeing BraveBots focus exclusively on scoring in the net zone. Earlier in different matches, we've seen them go for specimens. An interesting strategy from BraveBots. Over on our Blue Alliance, the Energizers, we've seen their strategy play out in past matches, and they're continuing with that plan here. They've got plenty of specimens ready to be collected by their robot and cycled onto the high chamber for 10 points apiece. Just 20 seconds to go in our match. Blue Alliance has broken 200 with one last sample in the high basket thanks to Megiddo Lions. Going for an ascent is Megiddo Lions. They're able to make a level 2 ascent happen for 15 points. The Energizers attempting to join them.
Well, before we get started, qualification match 27, let's check out the scores for match 25. Coming up on the big screen, is it red or is it blue? It's blue. 224, 184, close match. Blue ends up on the high side. Now let's meet the teams for match number 27. Over on the blue side, 25, 564, Mid Chaotix. They're teaming up with 24, 090, Trojan Robotics. Over on the red side, 12, 560, the Soft Hoarders. And guess what? 2681 gigabytes. FTA Josh working with the team to make sure we're ready to go. Good sign. FTA's cleared the field. Refs are ready. Scorekeeper is ready. Let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Got one team out on autonomous Trojan Robotics, picking up samples out of the sample zone, loading them up. They've got the preload plus 2 more, and it's a third one. 4 in the upper basket, and they're in the ascent zone for a park. And 5 seconds left in autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue out to a 64-0 lead after autonomous. Red's going to make that up. Gigabyte loading the observation zone. Human player assembling specimens. Soft Hoarders picking up samples out of the sample zone. Meanwhile, Trojan Robotics into the submersible. Looks like their mission is the upper basket. 8 points apiece up there. And that's another one in the upper basket. Mid Chaotix trying to fish some out of the submersible so they can get them over to their human player. They do have 3 in the observation zone, but so far, looks like we had a multiple possession penalty against Mid Chaotix. Gigabyte focusing on that upper chamber. They have 2 up there so far, and here's their third. Nope, dropped into the submersible. A little too aggressive on the downward hook. Soft Hoarders, do they have one loaded? Can't see if it's in their scoring hopper. No, they do not. They're getting one out. Nope, they're trying to get one out of the sample zone. Not successful. Mid Chaotix fishing into the submersible. They fumble their sample. They're going to get another one. Looks like they might want a blue one instead. Trojan Robotics fishes that up. They're in the upper basket. Got 10 up there. That upper basket's half full. In game, in game. Gigabyte trying to get a third on the upper chamber, third specimen. Trojan Robotics, I think they're picking one out of the submersible. Gigabyte trying to position it for the upward hook. They fumble that, but they're going to the observation zone for another one quickly. Soft Hoarders in the parking for 2, 1, into the match.
final scores for match number 26 available for you now. Let's take a peek. Match 26 on field 2 goes to the Blue Alliance. The final score 235 to 101. And now we have match 28 ready for your viewing entertainment. Let's meet our teams starting on our Red Alliance with 17742 BatTech. They're joined by team 23452 Tyraps. On our Blue Alliance, we have team 25042 DD-Tech and 24966 Portables. Thumbs up all around. Let's get our match started in 3, 2, 1, go! As the autonomous period gets underway at DD-Tech, using a strategy of plowing. They plow 1, 2, make that 3 Blue Alliance samples into the observation zone, getting those ready for scoring down the road. Their partners Portables out of Greece grabbing hold of neutral samples off the playing field. They're able to score 2 in the high basket for a combined 16 points. However, dangerous moves from Portables. They pull themselves up onto the high basket at the end of the match.
2, 1.
Drivers in control of their robots, Portables will have to begin by freeing themselves from the high basket, which thankfully they are able to do. Their robot and the high basket both look fine, and now have 2 minutes to score points and play. BatTech of the Red Alliance working on plowing samples over to their partners Tyraps. Tyraps using those samples to place them in the high basket. So far, Tyraps just working on neutral samples, but they have got samples ready to go and score with, thanks to their partners, BatTech. DD-Tech of the Blue Alliance grabbing hold of samples from the submersible. Their human player has 6 specimens ready to go on the perimeter for when DD-Tech wants to place those in the chambers. 1 minute to go and just 12 points separating our 2 alliances. Blue Alliance with 51 points, Red Alliance with 37. Portables and BatTech both in a similar area of the submersible trying to grab hold of samples. This strategy of BatTech providing samples for their partners Tyraps working very well for the Red Alliance as they rack up the points. Speaking of strategy, over on our Blue Alliance, DD-Tech no longer bringing samples to their human player. They are grabbing hold of specimens and placing them on the high chamber for 10 points apiece. Portables out of Greece getting ready for their ascent. Their robot arm is on the 3rd rung. Hoping to do a similar task is BatTech. 3 seconds to go, and both BatTech in red and DD-Tech in blue achieving level 2 ascents.
All right, let's throw it back over here to field number 1, where we first want to see the scores for qualification match number 26 on the screen right now, and the winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance. Now, let's get over to qualification match number 29. And first, let's introduce our Red Alliance, Team 19341 Robotics. With them is Team 19082 Robo AS. Now, on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 2981. We have St. George Fisher Circuit Breakers. And with them is Team 18264, the Electronovas. All right, see the thumbs up. Let's go, let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, there it goes. The first specimen already on the high chamber for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, over on blue, there is a specimen coming up as well. But the Red Alliance is also rapidly scoring samples in that high basket. A second specimen coming up. That autonomous is very well equipped up onto one another. These two teams collaborating very well. On the blue alliance, we have one robot already in the elevation zone. Meanwhile, team 18-2-6-4.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Was focusing on the teleoperated period, and there they go as well. We have 4 moving robots. Team 19-3-41 coming up with more samples. Meanwhile here, team 18-2-6-4 going all around the field to get those samples and be able to score them. Meanwhile, team 19-082 now has to drive around that robot to get more samples to be able to score those points. But they have to maneuver very efficiently to get around that defense here by team 18-2-6-4. Meanwhile here, team 29-8-1 already coming up with more specimen there on that chamber. It's 4-2 right now, but it can go either way. In fact, we actually already have 5 specimen on that high chamber for the Red Alliance. More being made right here, already having a couple on the floor, waiting to be scored. Meanwhile, that basket is quickly filling up as well. They're already more than halfway full there for the Red Alliance. More coming over now as well. On the other side, with the Blue Alliance, we have more specimen coming up, a 4th one on that high chamber. That is definitely some scoring potential right there. We have 40 points against 241. That is already quite a big margin for the Red Alliance. So what will happen right now? There they go. Another specimen coming up here for blue, trying to catch up with red. But if you look at the specimen they have and at the basket level, then we can already see that that scoring potential is just extremely high. That was the buzzer for the end game. So 30 more seconds to go for these teams to see how they will score. More specimen coming up, barely missing that one out. But with this lead, that might not bring them into trouble. With already 300 points on the board, will they ascend high? That's one ascension going on right there. Where will they go? More coming up, 6 more seconds. That is 2 robots on the high rung, and that will be game, set, and match. Back to field 2.
Thanks, guys. Great match over there. Over here, we're starting a match, qualification number 30. But we have scores for another match 28. (113-70). Head ref Ben did tell me we have a yellow card. That yellow card was due to hanging on the upper basket, almost breaking it, lifting a robot. So that's a no-no, and was yellow carded. Let's meet the teams of match 30. On the Blue Alliance, 2 teams in the top 10. 25-475, Techno Storm, currently ranked number 9. And number 7, 22-389, AE86. Over on the red side, team 14-438, Nosphere Robotics. They're teamed up with 24-392, Zero. All right, teams look to be ready. Ref is ready. Our scorekeeper is ready. We are ready for qualification match number 30 in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance robots out onto the field. Nosphere Robotics with a preload specimen on the upper chamber. AE86 with their specialty. They're going over, they've got their 3rd specimen on the upper chamber, going for a 4th. 6 seconds left in auto. They got a 5th one, and 5 on the upper chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
135-23 coming out of auto. Red is going to make up a lot of points here. Nosphere very rapidly shipping those samples over to the observation zone for the human player. Like Zero is trying to get up to the upper basket, having a little maneuverability issues on the right side. Motor might be dead over there. Technostorm loading the upper basket, 8 points each. Like they have 4 up there, missed on that one. Sample goes flying. AE 86, they've got 5 specimens ready to go, 5 already on the upper chamber. Human player creates a 6th one. They're picking those out of the submersible. We have 1:10 left in the match. Human player has 7 left. 8 on the wall, specimens ready to go, AE 86. 0 over there moving into the net zone. They've got 2 in the net zone already. Like they're trying to clamp one to get up into the upper zone. They have the capability, they can lift. No Sphere Robotics with 5 on the upper chamber. They're going to pick out a sample out of the observation zone. That's Technostorm loading the upper basket. In-game, AE86 with 12 specimens. Like they're going to try to get 15 total. That's 15 specimens. There's their 16th. It's up and in. 15 seconds left in the match. Preparing for some ascents. AE86 going for a level 3. They're up. Looks like they're good. No Sphere on the level 2. Looks like we might get another one. Technostorm. Ref, look at that one.
All right, let's get back here to field number 1, where we want to see the results from match number 29, and they'll be shown on screen right now. Remember that Red Alliance had quite a high score. The Red Alliance wins that match with 360 points. Now let's go to qualification match number 31, and let's introduce the Red Alliance right here, starting off with team 23-864 Casablots. With them is team 21-409 Tiger Robotics. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19099 H-Tech. And with them, we have team 16055 Starbots. All right, all these teams are set up on the field.
They don't have one set of numbers.
We have some quick check going on over here that we have to make sure that is being done. The referees are taking care of that. All right, we see thumbs up on the field and with the scorekeeping. So let's count this match down in 3, 2, 1, go. And the Blue Alliance, we already have a specimen on that high chamber. The same there for red, a specimen on the board as well. It seems like these alliances right now balance each other out, but the Blue Alliance is creating quite a couple more specimen there on the observation zone, with the human player already having a couple created. A third specimen on the board for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, here on red, a second one is up and running. As for the Blue Alliance,
drivers,
we have a couple more.
3, 2, 1.
All right, there, the teleoperated period starts with all the excitement in the crowd. We hear the music going, but right now we have a score coming up here for red. More samples in that observation zone, and already 3 specimen on the field border. Meanwhile, there's 2 in the net zone for red, and team 23-06-864 will try everything to get those in the basket. Meanwhile, for blue, team 19-099 coming up with more samples in that basket, while team 16-055 is already creating multiple specimens that are ready to be scored, and more are coming their way as well, already having 4 done. So a scoring wave is coming right there. Meanwhile, here over on red, we have more samples there. They try to score. They already have 1 in the net zone and a couple in that low basket. So now it's a case of just scoring more and more of those samples over there. As we see here for the Red Alliance, they try to score those specimens. They already have 3, so let's see how many of those will end up on that high chamber. Over on blue, team 16-055 is starting to score those specimens, and they had a couple on that field border, so more and more are incoming, as team 19-099 is already filling up that basket to quite a high level, already surpassing the borders of those baskets. Let's go, even more specimen coming up here for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, blue, another sample in that basket, another specimen, 248 to 94 points. Quite a high scoring match going on right here. More specimen coming over there on the blue rung. Team 19-099 trying to get that robot elevated as they are in the elevation zone. And here comes another sample for that Blue Alliance, and that will be game, set, and match. Back to field number 2.
Thanks, Mike. Qualification match number 32 coming up. But I think we have some scores maybe from match 30. Let's see it on a big screen. Quite a few points scored there. Let's see what happened. Blue wins 377 to 88. That's an event high score. That's a high score for either division today. That's the bar. The Blue Alliance has now set the bar for all the other teams the rest of the day. So let's move over to match number 32. On the blue side, 24-135, Cybertronic Penguin Z. And they're teamed up with 28-831, Orbit. On the red side, 19-163, MLP. And look at the color here. That's 24-475, Plum Bum. All right, looks like teams are ready. Refs are ready, scorekeeper is ready. Let us start match 32 in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 robots out on the autonomous mission. MLP loading up that upper basket, going to the submersible for even more. Orbit cleaning the sample field. Oh, they didn't quite grab that one.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A very close match. Red with a slight edge. 104.92 coming out of autonomous. Blue is trying to make that up, though. Cybertronic Penguin Z with 3 on the upper chamber already. Orbit loading up the upper basket, and that's the same mission at MLP. MLP slightly ahead, about 2/3 full of the upper basket right now. MLP with their 8th one up top. Orbit with their 5th. Little contention over on the red ascent zone side of the submersible. A little bit of defense being played. Penguin Z escapes, gets that sample over to the observation zone for the human player. Human player very efficient in assembling those specimens. That's a 4th one. Oh no, fell off for blue. Plum Bum with their 6th on the upper chamber. Got another one ready. Human player looking for the robot to come back with a sample. Their partners, MLP, filling up that upper basket. It's like they're getting close to capacity. Orbit trying to keep up. Penguin Z got a couple more samples ready to go. They've only got 3 on the upper submersible though. In game. So far, Plum Bum winning the battle of the upper chamber. Penguin Z coming over with an underhand clip. It's on. Plum Bum with her 8th on the upper chamber. MLP filling up that upper basket. Got 17. Getting close to the practical capacity. 6 seconds left. 6, 2, 1.
All right, some epic gameplay going on there on field number 2. Now we're back on field number 1, and we can see the scores for qualification match number 31. And the winner is the Blue Alliance with 312 points. Now we move on to qualification match number 33, and we start introducing the Red Alliance. And we start off with team 22, 173, the Red Monkeys. With them will be team 22, 778, Portland Christian Robotics. Now over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 8393, the Giant Diencellific Brainstem Robotics team. And last but not least, over on Blue, we have team 26336, Incredibots. All right, everyone's ready to start this match, so count it down in 3, 2, 1, go! And they're on the Blue Alliance team 8393 already coming up with all those samples, putting those in that observation zone and already creating that second specimen to be able to score that during autonomous. Meanwhile, we also see some samples in that high basket already here. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, both teams have decided to focus on the tele-operated period because that is the longest part of the game where the most points can be scored in the end.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And there the teams go. The Red Alliance starts moving as well, immediately going with those samples, trying to put those in that observation zone for those specimens to be scored later on in the game. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance keeps scoring those samples in that high basket while also going for those samples in that observation zone. Team 8393 already creating multiple specimens right there as well. Here in the basket, we already have team 26336 coming up with multiple samples, already filling up that basket about halfway through. Now they focus even more on that basket as well. Meanwhile, here on the Red Alliance, the Red Monkeys keep scoring here, trying to get those specimens to be able to put that on that high chamber as team 27 right there in the corner, team 22, 78 is trying to get those samples in that net zone because that also gives you a couple of points for a match, so that will count up to their tally as well. Meanwhile, here team 8393, more specimen coming up, already having that chamber quite full with specimen, so that score is shooting up quite fast to 235 points, while the Red Alliance is now at 11 points. So the Blue Alliance with a pretty comfortable lead right here. Meanwhile, here over on the Red Alliance, trying to get those specimens going. Want to make sure that they score that specimen right here, but it's hard to grab when it's standing upside. Now the Blue Alliance, more specimen coming their way, and that basket is already almost filled up completely, as well as the chamber actually. There's not that much room left, but these teams will keep scoring anyway with 294, 304 points right now with 10 seconds left on the clock. Another 300-point match coming up, and one of the robots ascended to level 4. 3 more seconds, one, that will be game, set, and match. Let's go back to field number 2.
Thanks, Ice. We're getting ready for match 34. But let's check those scores for match 32. Up on the big board, it's a red win. 317 to 189. Great scores. Let's move on to match number 34 and meet the teams. On the blue side, 28-349, the Revolutionaries. And 22-787, Robo Gators. On the red side, 10-183, Frog Robotics of Germany. And they're teamed up with 21-47, RBL Techmakers. Good match coming up. Teams are ready, ref is ready, scorekeeper is ready. Let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go! RBL Techmakers with a first specimen onto the upper chamber. Oh, just missed out of the sample field. We had a little bit of a touch there. Looks like a penalty on the human player. And there was a fumble on the upper chamber. Robot doesn't have anything to play. Revolutionary safely parked, as is Techmakers.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
23-8 advantage for blue coming out of autonomous. Revolutionaries have a specimen over there ready to play. Techmakers trying to get a sample over to the human player. Successful. She's got a specimen loaded on the wall. So we have some issues. Frog team trying to restart. Successful. Frog beginning to run again. Revolutionaries with a specimen hammered down onto the upper chamber. Techmakers with their second on the upper chamber. They have the lead in the upper chamber game. Robo Gators 4 in the net zone. Frog with 2 in the net zone. They're pushing over. Techmakers trying to get that specimen carefully. They don't want to lose it. This is their 4th one. They can get it on the clip. It's on. Very secure. Robo Gators in the submersible with their noodle intake, trying to scoop one up onto the inclined plane. Revolutionaries with a hammer, just missed. Move it forward a little bit, bam! It's on. Second one on the upper chamber. Human player has a third one ready. Revolutionaries, in game, 30 seconds. Techmakers, oh, that's on with a 5th one. Techmakers trying to get another one out of the submersible. Looks like Revolutionaries wants to score another one. Only 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're back here on field number 1. And before we go on to match 35, we want to see the results for qualification match number 33. And they'll be shown on the screen. The winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance with a score of 331 points. Now let's move on to qualification match number 35, and we'll introduce these teams one by one, starting off with the Red Alliance, team 19-34, Bite Force. With them on the Red Alliance, we have team 25-498, Met V Robotics. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 25-590, the Robo Rangers. And last but not least, we have team 25-053, Metal Gear Leon. All right, let's see if we can get the thumbs up. Yeah, we have all the thumbs up, so let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go! And there they go, immediate action in that autonomous period. We already have a sample in that high basket. That second one barely missing its mark. Meanwhile, here on the Red Alliance, we already have 4 in that upper basket. So those are quite the points that team 19-34 is scoring over here for the Red Alliance. Already moving up to 48 points against 38 for Blue. So this match is still quite close.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now these teams move into tele-operated period. As we saw with Autonomous, both alliances scoring quite the amount of points. That basket for Blue already filling up there. We have team 25-590 already putting all those samples in the basket. Meanwhile here, team 19-234 trying to create multiple specimens for that Red Alliance. There goes the first one that they will be able to create. The second one is in that observation zone. That's the third one, and they already have one on the field border and a couple on the side as well. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, multiple samples already in that basket. We already see here that the referees are waving their flag, so we have one penalty for one of our alliances. We have team 25-498 already coming up with multiple samples to be scored here in that basket. Meanwhile, team 25-053 coming up with multiple specimens that they want to score in that high chamber over here. There goes number 4. But the Red Alliance has multiple ones at the ready, so they'll be able to catch up in no time. Meanwhile, here the basket for the Blue Alliance getting fuller and fuller as the red basket already has a lot in that basket over there. There comes another specimen for the Red Alliance, and they will score more and more. So what will they do? Will they be able to score all those specimens in the remainder of that match? 30 more seconds up into endgame. Let's see how many will be going to be scored. 5 on Blue, 4 on Red. And the basket for the Red Alliance is quite a bit fuller. So the Blue Alliance, what will they do to keep that lead? Red against Blue, 170 against 139. And now they go for the ascent, but we have a Red robot here that is already on the first level. Will they get to that second level? That will be it. Game, set, and match. Back to field number 2.
Very exciting match there. We're about to start qualification match 36, but just want to mention that we are going to go through match 40 before lunch. You notice the Lovelace division has already departed for lunch, but they had a half-hour head start. Let's look at the scores of match 34, if they are available. They are not. 778? Okay. Oh, 787. So now we have the scores. Head ref Ben clarifying an issue there. 129.53. We have a yellow card issue to 22.787 Robo-Gators for a second movement. All right, let's introduce the teams from match number 38. On the blue side, currently ranked number 9, 19660 Sigma. Teaming with 23.270, the Sounder Bots. On the red side, 27.991, I'm a genius. Yes, I am. And 19.280, Phoenix. Teams are ready, refs are ready, scorekeepers ready. We can start match 36 in 3, 2, 1, go! Phoenix showing off their speed. It just didn't quite get that specimen. They moved 2 specimens into the observation zone. Not good. Minor penalty. I'm a genius with the upper basket score. Sigma, looks like they've got 4 up there, 3 in the sample and 1 preload. Sounderbots conserving their energy over there in autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Tally up, all 4 robots moving. Got some clarification on human behavior over here on the red observation zone. I'm a genius loading up high, collecting samples out of the sample zone. Meanwhile, Sigma has gobbled up all the samples out of this sample zone on this side. Got another one up, a little collision there. Looks like Sigma got in there though and got it. Both Phoenix and Sigma good at getting in the submersible. Sigma trying to sneak in. They did. They're up top with another 8-pointer. Sounderbots feeding their human player. They've got 1 specimen ready to go, another one being assembled. So far, Sigma with 12 in the upper basket. Gonna need to consolidate them a little bit, sticking up quite a ways. Phoenix fishing for a red. They've got 8 specimens, 9 specimens in the observation zone. They're ready to start scoring on the high chamber. They've got 3 already. Sounderbots have matched that with 3, but Phoenix with plenty in the inventory, ready to score. That's a 4th one. Grabbing the 5th one. Human players having to hold the wall. In game, 30 seconds left. I'm a genius over there, either stalled or getting prepared for a level 1 ascent. Phoenix with 7 up. They have another, the 8th. We've got 5 more to go. Five seconds left.
Very steep roll.
3, 2, 1, go. Go.
All right, some great gameplay going on over on field number 2, but we're back here at field number 1, and let's see if we can get the results for qualification match number 35. Shown on the screen, the winner of that match will be the Red Alliance. That was quite the close match indeed, but now let's move on to qualification match number 37. Now, first in the Red Alliance, we have team 23-452, Tyreps. With them on the Red Alliance is team 19-341, Robotics. Now over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 24-474, Vilnius Lyceum Robotics. And last but not least, we have team 18-833, Megado Lions. All right, let's see if we can start moving those robots. We have thumbs up on the field, and with the scorekeeping, let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go. That first specimen coming up for the Red Alliance, but it's also coming up for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, we also see multiple samples going on to those baskets. Mostly on Blue, though. They already have a couple going in, as Red also got that scoring going. What a start of the match. We already have 33 against 42. So the Blue Alliance with a slight advantage, coming up with the second specimen. But on the Red Alliance, they already have a third one coming in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now that we move into the tele-operated period, all teams start moving. We start off here with team 24, 474, trying to get a sample to move on to that basket, and they got it. Now they place it in that basket. Meanwhile, team 18, 833, creating multiple specimens. They already have one on the field border, but there is plenty more to go for them as well. Meanwhile, here we have team 23, 452, coming up with multiple samples in that high basket, as team 19, 341 is focusing on their specimen, and they also have 4 already on the field border. So there will be scores coming in very soon for both of these alliances when it comes to those specimens that can be scored on the high chambers. But for now, they are still waiting to get that one rolling, as the other alliance partners are focusing on scoring full that basket. And there we have team 24, 474 coming up with one more sample in that blue basket. Meanwhile, here team 23, 452 coming up with a sample that can go in that high basket as well. That efficient mechanism that they have going on with that socket, that they can put that sample in, and now they want to score. Barely missing that high basket, but still getting it into the low one, so that will count to quite a couple of points. One more going in for blue as well. Team 24, 474, quite efficient with that sample scoring in that high basket. Meanwhile, we see quite the amount of specimen on both alliances, and they heard the buzzer, so now they want to make sure to score as many of those as possible. And both alliances have quite the amount of specimen on the high chamber. One more for blue coming on, and the red is following suit here with another one, barely missing that one, and that lands on the field. But they want to go for that high ascension. Will they get it? Yeah, they will. That robot goes up into the air with 2 more seconds. That's 2 robots on the highest chamber. Let's pass it on back to field number 2 here for the next match.
And that next match is qualification match 38. But we have scores from match 36. Let's see what happened. It's a blue win, 321-162 blue, almost doubling the score of red. Looks like Sigma has moved into the number 7 position. Let's introduce the teams for match number 38. On the blue side, 24090, Trojan Robotics. They're teamed up with 23252 FTC Neobots. On the red side, we've got 24878, the Circuit Breakers. And currently ranked number 2, 19082, Robo Andre Zaguna. Some last minute alignment and we'll be ready to go. A last minute sub by the Neobots as a human player. That's a good thing to have with these matches. No stress. Just do your job. This Escher field squad on both fields doing excellent work. We're back on schedule. Holy cow. After starting behind from the opening ceremony. Teams are ready, refs are ready, scorekeepers ready. Let's start the match then. 3, 2, 1, go! Robo-AS with some quick speed there. Human player assembling specimens. Over on the other side, Trojan Robotics with a score in the upper basket. Looks like we had a possession foul possibly. Robo-AS with 4 on the upper chamber. Got a 5th in hand, going for the 5. It's 5, and they're parked in the observation zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, 4 robots moving, yay. Circuit breakers heading out to the submersible, fishing for a sample. Meanwhile, Robo-AS whipping those samples into the upper basket, 8 points each. Not to be outdone, Trojan Robotics doing the same on the Blue Alliance. Neobots trying to get in there, get their own load in the upper basket. Neobots yielding because Trojan a little bit quicker on their cycle. But now Trojan having a little bit of problem trying to get out of the sample field. A little collision on the Blue Alliance. Pardon me, Robo-AS. It's like about 6 in the upper basket right now. They're efficiently getting out of the submersible, back into the upper basket, maybe 7 or 8 second cycle time. That's 7 up high. Trojan Robotics has 8, but they slowed down definitely. They fumbled that sample out of the submersible. Oh, they're trying to precisionally pick it up. Having problems, got it. Meantime, Robo-AS gets 3 in that same amount of time. Trojan picking some up, delivered by their teammate, Neobots. Neobots picking out of submersible. In-game, in-game. Neobots delivering for Trojan to score. Meanwhile, circuit breakers with 5 on the upper chamber. So they're trying to get another one out, having a little bit of difficulty getting the precise one they want. 7 seconds left in the match. Looks like they're going to come over and park in the observation zone. Robo-AS at the buzzer with a level 3. Great job.
All right, let's get back here to field number 1. First off, we want to see the results for qualification match number 37. They will be shown on the screen by Mr. Scorekeeper himself. The Blue Alliance takes the victory with 293 points. Now, let's get on to qualification match number 39. Within the Red Alliance, we have team 16055, Starbots. And with Starbots, we have team 25042, which is Denny's Hack. Now, on the Blue Alliance, we have team 22389, AE86. And last but not least, we have 19141, BraveBots. The excitement is there, so if everyone's ready, we are good to go. Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go. There goes the autonomous for both alliances. Already a sample on the board for red, 2 for blue, and that basket is filling up quite quickly there. Team 19141 putting multiple samples in that high basket there, which is impressive to say the least. Here, team 22389 already coming up with multiple specimen, and so is team 16055. More specimen coming up, a 4th one ready to go. Team 25042 focusing on tally up.
3, 2, 1.
We just saw 100 points in the autonomous period already. This score sure is going to be quite impressive indeed. Meanwhile here, team 25042 trying to put that next sample in the high basket, and there it goes. More points to that tally. Here they come, team 16055, coming up with more samples. They want to create a specimen, but team 19141, more samples in that high basket. That score is filling up quite quickly, but let's not forget that they also have multiple samples waiting there on the field border to be scored in a minute here by that Blue Alliance. Alliance, as the Red Alliance is coming up with more samples to create a specimen. They already have 2 here on the border, but also look at Team 25-042. More samples coming up. That one barely misses its mark. Another sample here coming up for a specimen. They want to create as many as possible, but on that Blue Alliance, there are so many specimens on that field border already. They'll be scoring a lot here in a minute. There they go, specimen after specimen, while that basket is getting filled up as well. 19-141 coming up with more samples in that high basket. And here, Team 22-389, all those specimens hitting it one after another. No hesitation, there goes another one. That score is indeed going to be impressive. 352 against 143. Another specimen for that Blue Alliance. More to go. They score as if it's nothing. Even more coming on. There's almost no space left on that chamber. Meanwhile, here that basket is almost full as well. Now they go for an ascension. 11 seconds left. Will they reach the high one? One of the robots does. One more to go. That will be 2 high ascensions. 4, 3, 2, 1. What a match. What a match. Well, we pass it back on to field number 2 for the next one.
Well, that was exciting. Match 39. Unofficially an event high score already. Let's see what happens. Let's check out match 38. We got some scores from match 38 though. That's a red win. 247-118. And that keeps Robo AS in first ranking. Let's meet the teams for match number 40. Qualification match 40. We've got 2 teams in the top 10. We've got all 4 teams wanting to be in the top 10. On the blue side, 24-966, ranked number 7, Portables Ubatec. They're teamed up with 19-163, MLP. On the red side, 23-417, the Energizers. And their teammate, currently ranked number 5, 25-475, Techno Storm. Teams are ready, refs are ready, and the scorekeeper's ready. So let's start the last match before lunch in 3, 2, 1, go. 3 teams out in autonomous. Equal up, high chamber, 1-1, red-blue. Technostorm loading up the upper basket. Energizers with a second one on the upper submersible. MLP tried to get one up. They're having a little bit of difficulty executing. They're picking up the specimen, but not being able to clip.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Red with edge coming out of autonomous, 96-20. Got an excess possession, penalty being counted off. Portables picking it, trying to pick up another sample to go high. MLP picking out a submersible, throwing it out of the field. Human player has 3 specimens ready. A 4th one. 417 being a very efficient. Energizers getting those specimens out of the submersible, giving them to the human player. She has 8 ready to go. Another sample, that's the 9th one. They've already got 4 on the upper chamber. Here we go, looks like it's time to score. Energizers being very efficient on the scoring. Technostorm about half full on the upper basket. Portable's trying to match that, having a little trouble getting the samples out. Looks like we've got some trouble. MLP trying to run. They are stagnant right now. Portables with another high score. In game. Energizers with their 10th, looks like the 11th one on there, and that's the last one they have assembled. 16 seconds left in the match. Got another one. Okay, Energizers coming over in the ascent zone, preparing for the ascent. Portables. 2, 1, 2, 1. Possible level 3 ascent. And that's the last match before lunch.
Well, if I am correct, we still have 2 scores to go for match 39 and match number 40. So let's first on the screen show the results for qualification match number 39. And that will go to the Blue Alliance with a score of 476 to 204. And that is a tournament high score right there, if I've ever seen one. Now, let's immediately also show the results for qualification match number 40, which was played on field number 2 just now.
That was an awesome
Not ready
score,
yet.
guys.
We'll have to wait a little longer.
They have definitely set the bar for the rest of the day. I also think that means we're going to see some 500s in the playoffs. All right, so qualification match 41. Let's get queued up shortly after 1 o'clock, looking at a 1:15 match time. No Sphere Robotics, H-Tech, Gigabyte, and Red Monkeys. Please be on the field no later than 10 minutes after 1.
Now it seems that the results are ready for match number 40 as well, so let's show those on the screen too. And the winner of qualification match number 40 will be the Red Alliance. All right, so lunchtime is going on right now at 1:15 The matches on Escher here will continue, so we'll see you then. Ryan.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2024 to 2025 season game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Two alliances of two teams each compete to retrieve and score samples into net zones, low baskets, and high baskets. Human players assemble clips onto samples to create specimens, which can be scored on the low chambers or high chambers. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. The last 30 seconds of teleop is the end game. Robots may continue scoring samples and specimens, but can earn additional points by contacting the low rung, achieving a low-level ascent or high-level ascent, or parking in the observation zone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
Let's have fun today and let the matches begin. Best of fun.
It is time to start with the playoffs.
Welcome First Tech Challenge teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Into the Deep season. Through our collaboration with First, we hope our work motivates you to see what's possible in the depths of our oceans and understand we all play an important role in protecting those waters. Let's look at some of those technologies with my colleague, Julie.
Thanks, Dantea. From 500 miles up in space, the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite, or VIIRS, which is what I work on, rides aboard a satellite gathering information about our environment, like ocean chlorophyll levels or algae blooms along the coast. VIIRS is basically just a really fancy camera that's changing the way we see our planet. It has a rotating telescope to gather particles of light called photons that travel through various lenses, mirrors, and detectors to generate data that's used to identify things, like emerging storm patterns. VIIRS' tracking capabilities can increase warning times on approaching hurricanes and forest fires, and this ultimately saves lives. On board a different satellite, RTX's new Glimmer instrument will collect and process information from across the electromagnetic spectrum to get a detailed view of coastal water conditions. Glimmer will provide precise measurements of ocean ecosystems in the Gulf of Mexico, parts of the U.S. coastline, and the Amazon River. These markers can be used to detect coral bleaching and red tide, and will help decision makers rapidly respond to coastal disasters, like an oil spill. Back here on the ground, RTX is optimizing technologies that predict stream flow and flooding to better understand drought and other water quality challenges. Our goal is to help communities become a more climate-ready nation.
These are just a few innovations we're working on to help protect our oceans and our planet. We've already seen a tremendous level of teamwork, ingenuity, and enthusiasm from this season's First Tech Challenge teams. It's truly inspiring, and we look forward to seeing more of your STEM skills in action. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, no matter the result of today's event. I know we truly are. Best of luck, teams.
Gracious professionalism is the positive, kind, and respectful way in which we treat each other. It's the reason that the FIRST community is so special.
It's about balancing competition and cooperation, and it's all about cooperating in a time, a manner. Well, even though there's stress, even though there's conflicts, we should always be in a respectful and kind manner to no matter who we are talking to.
In a FIRST setting, it's being nice to your teammates and being willing to lend a helping hand, even if you know next match you may be competing against them.
Our team tries to use gracious professionalism at an event by always supporting other teams, be willing to lend parts to others, and showing kindness to others no matter the outcome of a match.
I was competing against another team and they had forgot to charge their battery, so I had one that was fully charged, and I handed it to them because I wanted it to be a fair match and to make sure that everyone was having fun.
Helping a kid who rarely smiled because he had a rough time light up with joy when he had his first robot move, and that gave me so much joy because I know that made his day, maybe his week, maybe even his year.
I want to be a leader and like a person people can look to for support and help.
You can be a gracious professional both in your everyday life and in your future just by being kind and respectful to everyone and helping everyone out.
I work hard to learn technical skills so that I can help run local events in the community, and I actively mentor others to do the same.
When I go to school, sometimes we have group projects and they're a little bit tough, and gracious professionalism can really help me through that with the collaboration and feedback sessions.
We can, build sort of this ecosystem where everyone is happy and everyone's respecting each other and flourishing together as a family.
Vandaag zijn we hier op Avans Hogeschool in Breda voor het Benelux Championship van de First Tech Challenge. Waarbij 25 teams uit de Benelux zich gekwalificeerd hebben van de 85 om te strijden voor een plek op het World Kampioenschap in Houston, Texas. Of het Premier Event in Europa wat in Eindhoven plaats gaat vinden.
Die robots, ja, is eigenlijk dezelfde techniek die we ook gewoon bij ASML toepassen. Hè. Je hebt het over mechanica, elektronica, software, optische sensoren, van alles.
Compared with when I was in the school, we had no computers back in that days, and I know that all. And now you see what they are doing with the computer is impressive.
1 tot en met 5 juli 2025 gaan we het Europese First Tech Challenge Premier Event organiseren. Wat gelijkwaardig wordt aan het WK in Amerika. Alleen dan voor 96 First Tech Challenge teams uit heel de wereld. We verwachten zo'n 40 verschillende nationaliteiten in Eindhoven. En zorg dat je er in ieder geval bij bent, want het wordt echt mega vet. En we hebben naast dat er robotwedstrijden plaatsvinden ook een gaaf side event. En een van onze partners is Haas. En we hebben dus ook een hele vette Formule 1 auto op het evenement staan. Dus zorg dat je erbij bent.
Participants
and alumni of FIRST programs.
FIRST programs
gain access to education,
amazing career discovery opportunities,
exclusive connections to scholarships,
really cool employers,
and ultimately a place in the FIRST community.
and a place in the FIRST community.
and a place in the FIRST community
For life.
This is a network of people that you get to grow with for your entire career.
I'm Mark Rober, and my passion is making builds on my YouTube channel, like a glitter bomb to get back at porch pirates, an obstacle course for squirrels in my backyard, or even a robot to set up a room full of dominoes to save me a bunch of time. Now, something that exists now that didn't exist when I was a kid that I wish it did is FIRST Robotics. And I can say this because I've seen my nephews go through the program and watch them grow in skills and confidence over the years, and just grow their brain with regards to STEM while learning a bunch without it feel like learning, which is my favorite way to learn. And FIRST offers programs from kids to 4 all the way up to 18. And it's more than just robotics. You know, I played soccer as a kid. A very, very small portion of those soccer players end up going pro. But with FIRST, pretty much everyone can go pro because the skills you learn through the program will help you in your professional career. Whether you're putting something on Mars or you're building and designing something that fits in your pocket. But I think my favorite thing is just the community that surrounds these teams, because it's not just building the robot. There's opportunities for being a team leader, for philanthropy, for marketing and communications, public speaking. It just creates a great opportunity to make some really good friends and to learn some really cool stuff. So if you're new to FIRST, and whether you're a kid or an adult, you can find some way to get involved. Just visit firstinspires.org to search for local programs. You can start a team, you can become a mentor or a coach, which, by the way, doesn't require any previous experience, even in engineering. You could be a volunteer at an event, or you could become a sponsor or a donor. And by the way, like, this isn't sponsored. They're not telling me or paying me to say this. I've just seen firsthand the difference it could make in a small group or school or community, and then of course in the lives of my own nephews. And it's just the type of good thing that we need more of in the world. So just any way that you could become involved, I guarantee will be a great use of your time.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2024 to 2025 season game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Two alliances of two teams each compete to retrieve and score samples into net zones, low baskets, and high baskets. Human players assemble clips onto samples to create specimens, which can be scored on the low chambers or high chambers. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. The last 30 seconds of teleop is the end game. Robots may continue scoring samples and specimens, but can earn additional points by contacting the low rung, achieving a low-level ascent or high-level ascent, or parking in the observation zone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
Let's have fun today and let the matches begin. Best of fun.
It is time to start with the playoffs.
Welcome, First Tech Challenge teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Into the Deep season. Through our collaboration with First, we hope our work motivates you to see what's possible in the depths of our oceans and understand we all play an important role in protecting those waters. Let's look at some of those technologies with my colleague, Julie.
Thanks, Dantea. From 500 miles up in space, the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite, or VIIRS, which is what I work on, rides aboard a satellite gathering information about our environment, like ocean chlorophyll levels or algae blooms along the coast. VIIRS is basically just a really fancy camera that's changing the way we see our planet. It has a rotating telescope to gather particles of light called photons that travel through various lenses, mirrors, and detectors to generate data that's used to identify things like emerging storm patterns. VIIRS' tracking capabilities can increase warning times on approaching hurricanes and forest fires, and this ultimately saves lives. On board a different satellite, RTX's new Glimmer instrument will collect and process information from across the electromagnetic spectrum to get a detailed view of coastal water conditions. Glimmer will provide precise measurements of ocean ecosystems in the Gulf of Mexico, parts of the U.S. coastline, and the Amazon River. These markers can be used to detect coral bleaching and red tide, and will help decision makers rapidly respond to coastal disasters, like an oil spill. Back here on the ground, RTX is optimizing technologies that predict stream flow and flooding to better understand drought and other water quality challenges. Our goal is to help communities become a more climate-ready nation.
These are just a few innovations we're working on to help protect our oceans and our planet. We've already seen a tremendous level of teamwork, ingenuity, and enthusiasm from this season's First Tech Challenge teams. It's truly inspiring, and we look forward to seeing more of your STEM skills in action. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, no matter the result of today's event. I know we truly are. Best of luck, teams.
Gracious professionalism is the positive, kind, and respectful way in which we treat each other. It's the reason that the FIRST community is so special.
It's about balancing competition and cooperation, and it's all about cooperating in a time, a manner. Well, even though there's stress, even though there's conflicts, we should always be in a respectful and kind manner to no matter who we are talking to.
In a first setting, it's being nice to your teammates and being willing to lend a helping hand, even if you know next match you may be competing against them.
Our team tries to use gracious professionalism at an event by always supporting other teams, be willing to lend parts to others, and showing kindness to others no matter the outcome of a match.
I was competing against another team and they had forgot to charge their battery. So I had one that was fully charged and I instantly handed it to them because I wanted it to be a fair match and to make sure that everyone was having fun.
Helping a kid who rarely smiled because he had a rough time light up with joy when he had his first robot move, and that gave me so much joy because I know that made his day, maybe his week, maybe even his year.
I want to be a leader and like a person people can look to for support and help.
You can be a gracious professional both in your everyday life and in your future just by being kind and respectful to everyone and helping everyone out.
I work hard to learn technical skills so that I can help run local events in the community, and I actively mentor others to do the same.
When I go to school, sometimes we have group projects and they're a little bit tough, and gracious professionalism can really help me through that with the collaboration and feedback sessions.
We can, build sort of this ecosystem where everyone is happy and everyone's respecting each other and flourishing together as a family.
Vandaag zijn we hier op Avans Hogeschool in Breda voor het Benelux Championship van de First Tech Challenge. Waarbij 25 teams uit de Benelux zich gekwalificeerd hebben van de 85 om te strijden voor een plek op het Wereldkampioenschap in Houston, Texas. Of het Premier Event in Europa wat in Eindhoven plaats gaat vinden.
Die robots, ja, is eigenlijk dezelfde techniek die we ook gewoon bij ASML toepassen. Hè. Je hebt het over mechanica, elektronica, software, optische sensoren, van alles.
Compared with when I was in the school, we had no computers back in that days, and I know that all. And now you see what they are doing with the computer is impressive.
1 tot en met 5 juli 2025 gaan we het Europese First Tech Challenge Premier Event organiseren, wat gelijkwaardig wordt aan het WK in Amerika. Alleen dan voor 96 First Tech Challenge teams uit heel de wereld. We verwachten zo'n 40 verschillende nationaliteiten in Eindhoven. En zorg dat je er in ieder geval bij bent, want het wordt echt mega vet. En we hebben naast dat er robotwedstrijden plaatsvinden ook een gaaf side-event. En een van onze partners is Haas. En we hebben dus ook een hele vette Formule 1 auto op het evenement staan. Dus zorg dat je erbij bent.
Participants
and alumni of FIRST programs.
FIRST programs
Gain access to education.
Amazing career discovery opportunities.
Exclusive connections to scholarships.
Really cool employers.
And ultimately, a place in the FIRST community.
And a place in the FIRST community.
And a place in the FIRST community
for life.
This is a network of people that you get to grow with for your entire career.
I'm Mark Rober, and my passion is making builds on my YouTube channel, like a glitter bomb to get back at porch pirates, an obstacle course for squirrels in my backyard, or even a robot to set up a room full of dominoes to save me a bunch of time. Now, something that exists now that didn't exist when I was a kid that I wish it did is FIRST Robotics. And I can say this because I've seen my nephews go through the program and watch them grow in skills and confidence over the years, and just grow their brain with regards to STEM while learning a bunch without it feel like learning, which is my favorite way to learn. And FIRST offers programs from kids to 4 all the way up to 18. And it's more than just robotics. You know, I played soccer as a kid. A very, very small portion of those soccer players end up going pro. But with FIRST, pretty much everyone can go pro because the skills you learn through the program will help you in your professional career. Whether you're putting something on Mars or you're building and designing something that fits in your pocket. But I think my favorite thing is just the community that surrounds these teams, because it's not just building the robot. There's opportunities for being a team leader, for philanthropy, for marketing and communications, public speaking. It just creates a great opportunity to make some really good friends and to learn some really cool stuff. So if you're new to FIRST, and whether you're a kid or an adult, you can find some way to get involved. Just visit firstinspires.org to search for local programs. You can start a team, you can become a mentor or a coach, which, by the way, doesn't require any previous experience, even in engineering. You could be a volunteer at an event, or you could become a sponsor or a donor. And by the way, like, this isn't sponsored. They're not telling me or paying me to say this. I've just seen firsthand the difference it could make in a small group or school or community, and then of course in the lives of my own nephews. And it's just the type of good thing that we need more of in the world. So just any way that you could become involved, I guarantee will be a great use of your time.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2024 to 2025 season game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Two alliances of two teams each compete to retrieve and score samples into net zones, low baskets, and high baskets. Human players assemble clips onto samples to create specimens, which can be scored on the low chambers or high chambers. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. The last 30 seconds of teleop is the end game. Robots may continue scoring samples and specimens, but can earn additional points by contacting the low rung, achieving a low-level ascent or high-level ascent, or parking in the observation zone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
Let's have fun today and let the matches begin. Best of fun! It is time to start with the playoffs.
Welcome, First Tech Challenge teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Into the Deep season. Through our collaboration with First, we hope our work motivates you to see what's possible in the depths of our oceans and understand we all play an important role in protecting those waters. Let's look at some of those technologies with my colleague, Julie.
Thanks, Dantea. From 500 miles up in space, the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite, or VIIRS, which is what I work on, rides aboard a satellite gathering information about our environment, like ocean chlorophyll levels or algae blooms along the coast. VIIRS is basically just a really fancy camera that's changing the way we see our planet. It has a rotating telescope to gather particles of light called photons that travel through various lenses, mirrors, and detectors to generate data that's used to identify things like emerging storm patterns. VIIRS' tracking capabilities can increase warning times on approaching hurricanes and forest fires, and this ultimately saves lives. On board a different satellite, RTX's new Glimmer instrument will collect and process information from across the electromagnetic spectrum to get a detailed view of coastal water conditions. Glimmer will provide precise measurements of ocean ecosystems in the Gulf of Mexico, parts of the U.S. coastline, and the Amazon River. These markers can be used to detect coral bleaching and red tide, and will help decision makers rapidly respond to coastal disasters, like an oil spill. Back here on the ground, RTX is optimizing technologies that predict stream flow and flooding to better understand drought and other water quality challenges. Our goal is to help communities become a more climate-ready nation.
These are just a few innovations we're working on to help protect our oceans and our planet. We've already seen a tremendous level of teamwork, ingenuity, and enthusiasm from this season's First Tech Challenge teams. It's truly inspiring, and we look forward to seeing more of your STEM skills in action. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, no matter the result of today's event. I know we truly are. Best of luck, teams.
and kind manner to no matter who we are talking to.
In a first setting, it's being nice to your teammates and being willing to lend a helping hand, even if you know, next match you may be competing against them.
Our team tries to use gracious professionalism at an event by always supporting other teams, be willing to lend parts to others, and showing kindness to others no matter the outcome of a match.
I was competing against another team and they had forgot to charge their battery. So I had one that was fully charged and I handed it to them because I wanted it to be a fair match and to make sure that everyone was having fun.
Helping a kid who rarely smiled because he had a rough time light up with joy when he had his first robot move, and that gave me so much joy because I know that made his day, maybe his week, maybe even his year.
I want to be a leader and like a person people can look to for support and help.
You can be a gracious professional both in your everyday life and in your future just by being kind and respectful to everyone and helping everyone out.
I work hard to learn technical skills so that I can help run local events in the community, and I actively mentor others to do the same.
When I go to school, sometimes we have group projects and they're a little bit tough, and gracious professionalism can really help me through that with the collaboration and feedback sessions.
We can, build sort of this ecosystem where everyone is happy and everyone's respecting each other and flourishing together as a family.
Vandaag zijn we hier op Avans Hogeschool in Breda voor het Benelux Championship van de First Tech Challenge. Waarbij 25 teams uit de Benelux zich gekwalificeerd hebben van de 85 om te strijden voor een plek op het World Kampioenschap in Houston, Texas. Of het Premier Event in Europa wat in Eindhoven plaats gaat vinden.
Die robots, ja, dat is eigenlijk dezelfde techniek die we ook gewoon bij ASML toepassen. Hè. Je hebt het over mechanica, elektronica, software, optische sensoren, van alles.
Compared with when I was in the school, we had no computers back in that days, and I know that old. And now you see what they are doing with the computer is impressive.
1 tot en met 5 juli 2025 gaan we het Europese First Tech Challenge Premier Event organiseren. Wat gelijkwaardig wordt aan het WK in Amerika. Alleen dan voor 96 First Tech Challenge teams uit heel de wereld. We verwachten zo'n 40 verschillende nationaliteiten in Eindhoven. En zorg dat je er in ieder geval bij bent, want het wordt echt mega vet. En we hebben naast dat er robotwedstrijden plaatsvinden ook een gaaf side event. En een van onze partners is Haas. En we hebben dus ook een hele vette Formule 1 auto op het evenement staan. Dus zorg dat je erbij bent.
Participants
and alumni of FIRST programs.
First programs
Gain access to education.
Amazing career discovery opportunities.
Exclusive connections to scholarships.
Really cool employers.
And ultimately, a place in the FIRST community.
and a place in the first community.
And a place in the FIRST community
For life.
This is a network of people that you get to grow with for your entire career.
I'm Mark Rober, and my passion is making builds on my YouTube channel, like a glitter bomb to get back at porch pirates, an obstacle course for squirrels in my backyard, or even a robot to set up a room full of dominoes to save me a bunch of time. Now, something that exists now that didn't exist when I was a kid that I wish it did is FIRST Robotics. And I can say this because I've seen my nephews go through the program and watch them grow in skills and confidence over the years, and just grow their brain with regards to STEM while learning a bunch without it feel like learning, which is my favorite way to learn. And FIRST offers programs from kids to 4 all the way up to 18. And it's more than just robotics. You know, I played soccer as a kid. A very, very small portion of those soccer players end up going pro. But with FIRST, pretty much everyone can go pro because the skills you learn through the program will help you in your professional career. Whether you're putting something on Mars or you're building and designing something that fits in your pocket. But I think my favorite thing is just the community that surrounds these teams, because it's not just building the robot. There's opportunities for being a team leader, for philanthropy, for marketing and communications, public speaking. It just creates a great opportunity to make some really good friends and to learn some really cool stuff. So if you're new to FIRST, and whether you're a kid or an adult, you can find some way to get involved. Just visit firstinspires.org to search for local programs. You can start a team, you can become a mentor or a coach, which, by the way, doesn't require any previous experience, even in engineering. You could be a volunteer at an event, or you could become a sponsor or a donor. And by the way, like, this isn't sponsored. They're not telling me or paying me to say this. I've just seen firsthand the difference it could make in a small group or school or community, and then, of course, in the lives of my own nephews. And it's just the type of good thing that we need more of in the world. So just any way that you could become involved, I guarantee will be a great use of your time.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2024 to 2025 season game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Two alliances of two teams each compete to retrieve and score samples into net zones, low baskets, and high baskets. Human players assemble clips onto samples to create specimens, which can be scored on the low chambers or high chambers. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. The last 30 seconds of teleop is the end game. Robots may continue scoring samples and specimens, but can earn additional points by contacting the low rung, achieving a low-level ascent or high-level ascent, or parking in the observation zone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
Let's have fun today and let the matches begin. Best of fun! It is time to start with the playoffs.
Welcome, First Tech Challenge teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Into the Deep season. Through our collaboration with First, we hope our work motivates you to see what's possible in the depths of our oceans and understand we all play an important role in protecting those waters. Let's look at some of those technologies with my colleague, Julie.
Thanks, Dantea. From 500 miles up in space, the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite, or VIIRS, which is what I work on, rides aboard a satellite gathering information about our environment, like ocean chlorophyll levels or algae blooms along the coast. VIIRS is basically just a really fancy camera that's changing the way we see our planet. It has a rotating telescope to gather particles of light called photons that travel through various lenses, mirrors, and detectors to generate data that's used to identify things, like emerging storm patterns. VIIRS' tracking capabilities can increase warning times on approaching hurricanes and forest fires, and this ultimately saves lives. On board a different satellite, RTX's new Glimmer instrument will collect and process information from across the electromagnetic spectrum to get a detailed view of coastal water conditions. Glimmer will provide precise measurements of ocean ecosystems in the Gulf of Mexico, parts of the U.S. coastline, and the Amazon River. These markers can be used to detect coral bleaching and red tide, and will help decision makers rapidly respond to coastal disasters, like an oil spill. Back here on the ground, RTX is optimizing technologies that predict stream flow and flooding to better understand drought and other water quality challenges. Our goal is to help communities become a more climate-ready nation.
These are just a few innovations we're working on to help protect our oceans and our planet. We've already seen a tremendous level of teamwork, ingenuity, and enthusiasm from this season's First Tech Challenge teams. It's truly inspiring, and we look forward to seeing more of your STEM skills in action. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, no matter the result of today's event. I know we truly are. Best of luck, teams.
Gracious professionalism is the positive, kind, and respectful way in which we treat each other. It's the reason that the first community is so special.
It's about balancing competition and cooperation, and it's all about cooperating in a time and manner. Well, even though there's stress, even though there's conflicts, we should always be in a respectful and kind manner to no matter who we are talking to.
In a first setting, it's being nice to your teammates and being willing to lend a helping hand, even if you know next match you may be competing against them.
Our team tries to use gracious professionalism at an event by always supporting other teams, be willing to lend parts to others, and showing kindness to others no matter the outcome of a match.
I was competing against another team and they had forgot to charge their battery. So I had one that was fully charged and I handed it to them because I wanted it to be a fair match and to make sure that everyone was having fun.
Helping a kid who rarely smiled because he had a rough time light up with joy when he had his first robot move, and that gave me so much joy because I know that made his day, maybe his week, maybe even his year.
I want to be a leader and like a person people can look to for support and help.
You can be a gracious professional both in your everyday life and in your future just by being kind and respectful to everyone and helping everyone out.
I work hard to learn technical skills so that I can help run local events in the community, and I actively mentor others to do the same.
When I go to school, sometimes we have group projects and they're a little bit tough, and gracious professionalism can really help me through that with the collaboration and feedback sessions.
We can, build sort of this ecosystem where everyone is happy and everyone's respecting each other and flourishing together as a family.
Vandaag zijn we hier op Avans Hogeschool in Breda voor het Benelux Championship van de First Tech Challenge. Waarbij 25 teams uit de Benelux zich gekwalificeerd hebben van de 85 om te strijden voor een plek op het World Kampioenschap in Houston, Texas. Of het Premier Event in Europa wat in Eindhoven plaats gaat vinden.
Die robots, ja, is eigenlijk dezelfde techniek die we ook gewoon bij ASML toepassen. Hè. Je hebt het over mechanica, elektronica, software, optische sensoren, van alles.
Compared with when I was in the school, we had no computers back in that days, and I know that old. And now you see what they are doing with the computer is impressive.
1 tot en met 5 juli 2025 gaan we het Europese First Tech Challenge Premier Event organiseren. Wat gelijkwaardig wordt aan het WK in Amerika. Alleen dan voor 96 First Tech Challenge teams uit heel de wereld. We verwachten zo'n 40 verschillende nationaliteiten in Eindhoven. En zorg dat je er in ieder geval bij bent, want het wordt echt mega vet. En we hebben naast dat er robotwedstrijden plaatsvinden ook een gaaf site-event. En een van onze partners is Haas. En we hebben dus ook een hele vette Formule 1 auto op het evenement staan. Dus zorg dat je erbij bent.
Participants
and alumni of FIRST programs.
First programs
Gain access to education.
Amazing career discovery opportunities.
Exclusive connections to scholarships.
Really cool employers.
And ultimately, a place in the FIRST community.
and a place in the first community.
And a place in the FIRST community
for life.
This is a network of people that you get to grow with for your entire career.
I'm Mark Rober, and my passion is making builds on my YouTube channel, like a glitter bomb to get back at porch pirates, an obstacle course for squirrels in my backyard, or even a robot to set up a room full of dominoes to save me a bunch of time. Now, something that exists now that didn't exist when I was a kid that I wish it did is FIRST Robotics. And I can say this because I've seen my nephews go through the program and watch them grow in skills and confidence over the years, and just grow their brain with regards to STEM while learning a bunch without it feel like learning, which is my favorite way to learn. And FIRST offers programs from kids to 4 all the way up to 18. And it's more than just robotics. You know, I played soccer as a kid. A very, very small portion of those soccer players end up going pro. But with FIRST, pretty much everyone can go pro because the skills you learn through the program will help you in your professional career. Whether you're putting something on Mars or you're building and designing something that fits in your pocket. But I think my favorite thing is just the community that surrounds these teams, because it's not just building the robot. There's opportunities for being a team leader, for philanthropy, for marketing and communications, public speaking. It just creates a great opportunity to make some really good friends and to learn some really cool stuff. So if you're new to FIRST, and whether you're a kid or an adult, you can find some way to get involved. Just visit firstinspires.org to search for local programs. You can start a team, you can become a mentor or a coach, which, by the way, doesn't require any previous experience, even in engineering. You could be a volunteer at an event, or you could become a sponsor or a donor. And by the way, like, this isn't sponsored. They're not telling me or paying me to say this. I've just seen firsthand the difference it could make in a small group or school or community, and then of course in the lives of my own nephews. And it's just the type of good thing that we need more of in the world. So just any way that you could become involved, I guarantee will be a great use of your time.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2024 to 2025 season game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Two alliances of two teams each compete to retrieve and score samples into net zones, low baskets, and high baskets. Human players assemble clips onto samples to create specimens, which can be scored on the low chambers or high chambers. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. The last 30 seconds of teleop is the end game. Robots may continue scoring samples and specimens, but can earn additional points by contacting the low rung, achieving a low-level ascent or high-level ascent, or parking in the observation zone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
Let's have fun today and let the matches begin. Best of fun! It is time to start with the playoffs.
Welcome First Tech Challenge teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Into the Deep season. Through our collaboration with First, we hope our work motivates you to see what's possible in the depths of our oceans and understand we all play an important role in protecting those waters. Let's look at some of those technologies with my colleague, Julie.
Thanks, Dantea. From 500 miles up in space, the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite, or VIIRS, which is what I work on, rides aboard a satellite gathering information about our environment, like ocean chlorophyll levels or algae blooms along the coast. VIIRS is basically just a really fancy camera that's changing the way we see our planet. It has a rotating telescope to gather particles of light called photons that travel through various lenses, mirrors, and detectors to generate data that's used to identify things, like emerging storm patterns. VIIRS' tracking capabilities can increase warning times on approaching hurricanes and forest fires, and this ultimately saves lives. On board a different satellite, RTX's new Glimmer instrument will collect and process information from across the electromagnetic spectrum to get a detailed view of coastal water conditions. Glimmer will provide precise measurements of ocean ecosystems in the Gulf of Mexico, parts of the U.S. coastline, and the Amazon River. These markers can be used to detect coral bleaching and red tide, and will help decision makers rapidly respond to coastal disasters, like an oil spill. Back here on the ground, RTX is optimizing technologies that predict stream flow and flooding to better understand drought and other water quality challenges. Our goal is to help communities become a more climate-ready nation.
These are just a few innovations we're working on to help protect our oceans and our planet. We've already seen a tremendous level of teamwork, ingenuity, and enthusiasm from this season's First Tech Challenge teams. It's truly inspiring, and we look forward to seeing more of your STEM skills in action. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, no matter the result of today's event. I know we truly are. Best of luck, teams.
Gracious professionalism is the positive, kind, and respectful way in which we treat each other. It's the reason that the FIRST community is so special.
It's about balancing competition and cooperation. And it's all about cooperating in a time of manner. Well, even though there's stress, even though there's conflicts, we should always be in a respectful and kind manner to no matter who we are talking to.
In a first setting, it's being nice to your teammates and being willing to lend a helping hand, even if you know, next match you may be competing against them.
Our team tries to use gracious professionalism at an event by always supporting other teams, be willing to lend parts to others, and showing kindness to others no matter the outcome of a match.
I was competing against another team and they had forgot to charge their battery. So I had one that was fully charged and I handed it to them because I wanted it to be a fair match and to make sure that everyone was having fun.
Helping a kid who rarely smiled because he had a rough time light up with joy when he had his first robot move, and that gave me so much joy because I know that made his day, maybe his week, maybe even his year.
I want to be a leader and like a person people can look to for support and help.
You can be a gracious professional both in your everyday life and in your future just by being kind and respectful to everyone and helping everyone out.
I work hard to learn technical skills so that I can help run local events in the community, and I actively mentor others to do the same.
When I go to school, sometimes we have group projects and they're a little bit tough, and gracious professionalism can really help me through that with the collaboration and feedback sessions.
We can, build sort of this ecosystem where everyone is happy and everyone's respecting each other and flourishing together as a family.
Well, Escher, welcome back from our lunch break. Who had a chance to eat some food? Oh, who got to touch some grass? Oh, get out there if you have a chance. It is a beautiful day, but it is even more exciting in here because we are back with 4 incredible teams getting ready for qualification match number 41 of 120 here on our Escher division. Let's go ahead and meet our competitors in this first match of the afternoon. Starting on our Red Alliance, we're all the way from Ukraine. It's team 14438, Nosphere Robotics. They're joined this match by team 19099, H-Tech. On our Blue Alliance, we have team 2681, Gigabyte. And rounding out our match, it's team 22173, Red Monkeys. And all clears all around. We are cleared for an on-time departure in 3, 2, 1, go! Our autonomous period is underway, and Red Alliance getting off to a big start in auto. H-Tech out of Romania, scoring 4 samples into a high basket. Nosphere hoped to get a specimen in a high chamber, but just a little too far forward, it fell into the submersible. H-Tech going back for more, unfortunately not able to grab a sample before time expires.
3, 2, 1.
And our teleoperated period is underway. H-Tech continuing progress with grabbing samples from the submersible. We're only 10 seconds in, and already they've cycled twice in between the submersible and the high basket for the Red Alliance. Their partners Nosphere out of Ukraine with their first specimen of teleop in their clutches. They line up and make easy work of the high chamber for 10 points. On our Blue Alliance, we've got Gigabyte out of South Lake Tahoe, California, going for the high basket. They try to get a neutral sample in there, but it falls to the ground, still earning points in the net zone, but not the full 8 points that they were hoping for in that high basket. Their partners, they may be Red Monkeys, but they're on the Blue Alliance, places their first specimen on the high chamber. Now, the clip is not fully engaged, so while they do earn points there, that specimen is in a precarious position. A hard bump of the submersible could cause it to tumble and no longer earn points for the Blue Alliance. 50 seconds remaining. H-Tech almost has filled up the high basket for the Red Alliance. Almost all of the samples in there are neutral samples. Smart strategic move, not only earning points, but limiting the scoring possibilities of the Blue Alliance. Red Monkeys out of the Netherlands going for their third specimen from the observation zone. They've got 24 seconds to place it on the high chamber. It's in position, and as they back away, they are successful. An additional 10 points for the Blue Alliance. Both Red Alliance robots in the ascent zone with 10 seconds to go. We've got a level 2 ascent for Nosphere. Looks like it's just gonna be level 1 for their partners, H-Tech. That is it for match 41. We're gonna throw it on over to ice to get us started with match 42.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Let's start off immediately introducing these teams. With the Red Alliance, we have Team 24, 392, Team 0. We also have Team 24, 135, and that will be Team Cybertronic, Penguin Z. All right, now over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 22, 778, and with them is Team 23, 147. We're awaiting until everyone's ready to get this match going. Right now, the FTA is still on the field. All right, and while we are waiting, let's all get a little more excited for the next qualification match of the Escher division over here on field number 2. All right, so still some last-minute fixes going on here on field 2. The FTA is making sure that all the teams are able to participate in our match right here. So we have to wait just a little longer until we continue with the Escher division.
Hem nou hoor je nou niet, maar zij zat op deze speakers.
Ja.
En volgens mij zit het fixen.
Dank u. Awesome, everyone's ready to go. Let's count this one down together in 3, 2, 1, go! And there the alliances go. The Red Alliance immediately coming up with a specimen on the board. Team 24-135 already placing that and allowing them to have a slight lead here in the opening. The Blue Alliance, Team 23-147, barely missing that specimen out, but they come over with a second and barely got that one miss as well. Meanwhile here, Team 24-135 does get their second specimen on the board.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now we get into the teleoperated period. We see all 4 robots on the field moving as Team 24-392 immediately comes up with a sample to place into that high basket over there. And they hit it as well, so that will allow them to gain a couple of points over there. Meanwhile, here on this side of the field, Team 22-778 coming up with samples here to be able to score as well. Team 24-135 creating those specimens, putting all those samples in that observation zone for that Red Alliance. So now they will be able to score more points as they already have 2 specimens ready on the field border. Meanwhile, their alliance partner quickly filling up that basket. Team 24-392 already has 3 samples in that high basket. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance already has 4 specimens at the ready, and they want to definitely score those to keep up with that Red Alliance. Here they go, Team 23-147, and they place that specimen brilliantly on that high chamber. Now comes up the next specimen for that Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Team 22-778, more samples into that net zone. That also nets you a couple of points too. So never forget, you can get them on the ground as well. Here comes the 3rd specimen for that Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, number 5 comes in for Red. They have an advantage here in both the basket and the chamber with more specimen and more samples. And with 20 more seconds to go on the clock, we have a score of 34 against 95. That's definitely a lead there for the Red Alliance as one more specimen comes up for them. Team 24-135 with yet another specimen with 6 seconds more to go. And how will this game end? 2-1. That will be game, set, and match. Let's get back to the first field.
All right, Escher, you know the procedure by this point. That was just match number 42, so we have got results from match number 41 to share with you all. Let's see them up on the board. Match 41, our first after lunch, goes to the Red Alliance. Their score 234-79. But now here on field number 1, we have got match 43 ready to be played. Let's meet our teams, starting in red with 25-564 Mid-Chaotix. And their partners, 2981 Circuit Breakers Volume 4. Over on our blue alliance, we have 8393, the Giant Diencephalonic Brainstem Robotics team. And finally, we've got 19234, that is Bite Force. We have got all clears all around. Let's get our match started in 3, 2, 1, go! We have got a stacked Blue Alliance this match. Blue Alliance containing our number 3 and 4 ranked teams on our Escher division. And they're getting started by showing how they got there. We're seeing the Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team easily scoring 3, now going for 4 specimens on the high chamber. Their partners, Bite Force, going for high basket scoring.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance knows they have to play hard, and they did get off to a good start in Autonomous. Circuit Breakers Volume 4 able to score pre-loaded specimen in the high basket. Mid-Chaotix signaling to their partners they need a little help. Their wheels not in contact with the ground. A slight bump from an Alliance partner could save the day and allow them to join in the action. Blue Alliance continuing their scoring onslaught. We've got Bite Force quickly moving in between the submersible and the high basket. On our Red Alliance, here comes Circuit Breakers Volume 4 to save the day. They give a bump to their Alliance partners, but unfortunately that bump does not free up their robot. They still are in just the right position so that propped up against the submersible, none of their wheels are in contact with the ground. Circuit Breakers Volume 4 pausing to drop off in the high basket. Another attempt might help free their Alliance partner, but with less than a minute to go, the Blue Alliance already crossing 300 points, plenty of time remaining. Circuit Breakers Volume 4 in to help their partners, trying their best. Endgame whistle goes off on our Blue Alliance, the Giant Diencephalonic Brainstem Robotics team, putting specimen after specimen on the high rung. Over 10 has been scored. With 10 seconds to go, we see both those Blue Alliance bots begin to ascend. And they have done it. Bite Force with a level 2 ascension, and their partners, the Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team, on level 3.
All right, let's get back here to field number 2 for the next qualification match. But before we go into that, let's first look at the scores for match number 42. And the winner of qualification match number 42 will be the Red Alliance. Yeah, that's what we want to hear. Now for match number 44, we have the Red Alliance, which starts off with Team 28-349, the Revolutionaries. And with them on the Red Alliance is Team 24-345, Spartec. Now over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 25-498 to get V Robotics together with Team 21-409, MKS Tiger Robotics. So everyone is initialized. I see a lot of thumbs going up. All right. Ready? Everyone's ready. Let's count it down together in 3, 2, 1, go! Immediate action on the Red Alliance with a specimen going onto that high chamber, but the same can be said about Blue, and they also have a sample over here in that low basket. So right now, Blue seems to have a slight lead going into this autonomous period, and another specimen comes up here, trying to get that score. Going on for the third, trying to get that, they grab it, and now they want to place that on that high chamber, but it barely misses its mark. Meanwhile on Red, they have 3.
Controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, now the teams can start moving. That Blue robot 21-409 still had that specimen in his gripper, so they can place that right away. But the Red Alliance has 3 specimens already, and they also have a sample in that high basket. But the same here is true for the Blue Alliance as they place their second sample in that high basket. The Red Alliance, meanwhile, goes for the third one. Team 24-345 scoring slightly faster here than the Blue Alliance robot, and they got 1 sample stuck in their robot, which is a problem here because they have to get that out, otherwise they will be controlling 2 samples, which is not allowed. Now the Red Alliance has Team 28-349 going for more specimen, and they try to score as many as possible. Already 5 against 2 here. The Blue Alliance, Team 21-409, going for a specimen. Unfortunately, Team 25-498 is no longer able to score samples because they have 1 in their robot, and now they try to score 1 here in that high basket. But the Red Alliance robot, Team 24-345, is there trying to fill up that basket, and it's getting full quite quickly over there. Here on the Blue Alliance, Team 21-409, trying to score as many specimens as possible to counteract that red score. Here they go. The Red Alliance, Team 28-749, trying to get more specimen going to even up the score of 89 against 192. Red in a pretty big advantage here, but the Blue Alliance 21-409 coming up with an ascent to that highest zone. Have to be quick though, 5 more seconds, as the Red Alliance has 1 robot on the lower level and now 1 on the high level too, and that will be game, set, and match. Ryan, back to you.
In our last match on field number 1, we saw an incredible performance by our Blue Alliance. Let's see if they're able to set a new division high score. Match number 43 won by the Blue Alliance with an incredible 423 points. That is going to catapult Bite Force and the Giants Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics teams into 1st and 2nd place. But here now, we are ready for match 45. Let's meet our teams. In red, we've got 25-590 Robo Rangers and 19-280 Phoenix. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have 22-787 Robo Gators and 28-831 Orbits. And with all clears all around, match 45 in 3, 2, 1, go! Autonomous period underway. Both Red Alliance robots in action. We're seeing Phoenix on the basket, their partners Robo Rangers working specimens. On our Blue Alliance, Team Orbit focusing on the basket themselves. They've been able to score 2 samples in the high basket. They went for 3, but it fell outside of the playing field and will not earn points. But 2 were successful, 16 points earned by doing so.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance with a 44-point advantage as drivers take control of the robots. Blue Alliance, though, knows they have their work cut out for them, and they are getting to work. We've got a slight tussle midfield between Orbit on the Blue Alliance and Robo Rangers in red. Not much space in that ascent zone to reach into the submersible, and both those robots with a pretty wide wheelbase, making it difficult for both to grab at the same time. We're seeing that Robo Rangers, in response, trying to focus back on specimens and avoid orbit so they can optimize their time on the field. They're now trying to grab samples from the chambers rather than the ascent zone. Robo Gators out of Paraguay trying to hang the first specimen for the Blue Alliance. They're lined up, they drive forward, they are almost there, but not quite. Unfortunately, they lose grip of that specimen. They'll need to give it another shot. Less than 1 minute to go. Red Alliance just about to pass 200 points on the board. An impressive 10 specimens on the high chamber, a combined 100 points, and they are going back for more. Orbit still working on the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Our submersible quickly emptying out as we enter our end game period. Robo Gators from Paraguay, another specimen in their clutches, and there they've got it. That's 10 points for the Blue Alliance, thanks to Robo Gators. 15 seconds remaining. Robo Gators in the ascension zone for the Blue Alliance. They are joined by Orbit. They've got 7 seconds left to pull themselves up. Robo Gators up for 15 points. Can Orbit join them? It is going to be a very close look for Orbit. Take it away, Ice.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Let's get back here to field number 2. And before we get into the next qualification match, let's first see the results for qualification match number 44 on the screen. The winner of that match will be the Red Alliance with a score of 276 points. Now let's introduce the teams for match number 46, starting off with the Red Alliance over here, starting off with team 12-560. With them on the Red Alliance, we have team 19-660 as well. Next up over on blue, we have team 22-092, the Cyber Eagles. And last but not least, we have team 18-264, the Electronovas. Ready? Scorekeeping is ready. Are we ready to count it down? Let's go in 3, 2, 1, go! And the teams start moving immediately. Right there we have the red specimen already on the high chamber. Also coming up with more clips on that robot as the other robot on the Red Alliance, team 19660, immediately moves up to that sample that they want to place in that high basket. They already have 2. More specimen coming up with 22-092 here. They want to get more of those specimen on that high chamber, but there is no specimen yet on that robot.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Here comes the next part of the teleoperated period here. Team 18-264 trying to get into those samples over here on this side of the field to place them in the basket. Meanwhile here, team 22-092 comes up with a specimen that they place on the field border, and they have one ready as well. Over on the red alliance, we have team 12560 with the clips that are on the field. They want to get that back, but instead they also have a couple of specimens right here on the robot. They have multiple clips going on right here. Meanwhile, here on the red alliance, we also have team 19660 that is placing more samples in that high basket. Seems like the red alliance is trying a new strategy with multiple clips right here, putting those on that high chamber. Definitely some interesting things going on here and intuitive mechanisms at play. Meanwhile, here we also have the blue alliance, team 18264, trying to get more of those samples here on that basket. Maybe they will go for the net zone instead, as team 22092 comes up with more specimen on that high chamber, while the red alliance already filled up their high basket and now moves into the low basket. With 40 more seconds, they place quite the amount of samples on that basket. They already filled up the upper one, and the lower one is halfway full already, so there is not much space left for them. Meanwhile, here that robot is able to create specimen on its own and wants to place that on its system here. More specimen coming up here, while team 19660 is coming up with more samples in that high basket. 10 more seconds, and the red alliance seems to have a pretty big lead right here. Another specimen barely missing its mark. That robot is elevated, and that will be game, set, and match. Let's move it back to Ryan on field number 1. All right, robot fans, match 45 results are in. The Red Alliance is victorious that match. A final score of 325 to 150. Now, one important note, a yellow card was assessed against team 19280 Phoenix during that match for repeated violation of G410, possessing more than a single game element at any time. So make sure you're only holding on to one sample or specimen, and let's go ahead and meet our teams in match number 47. Starting out in red, we've got team 24475 Plumbum. They are joined by 23270 Sounderbots. Over in blue, it's 17742 Bat-Tech. And finally, 26336 Incredibots. We've got the all clears match 47 in 3, 2, 1, go! We've got an interesting storyline here in match number 27. We've got teams and countries represented from all over the world. But here on both our red and blue alliances, we've got teams from Sammamish, Washington in the United States. A house divided
This one is for honor and glory. Here in our autonomous period, Plumbum getting to quick work with specimens. Just as the autonomous period expires, they get a 4th specimen placed on the high chamber, earning 40 points combined by doing so. Blue Alliance coming out of the autonomous period with a 4-point edge, but already we're seeing Sounder bots starting to work in the high basket for the Red Alliance, and this is going to be a very close match. We've seen Incredibots before, able to perform lightning-fast cycles in between the submersible and the high basket, and we are seeing no changes here for the Blue Alliance. The Incredibots doing what they do best. Bat Tech has been steadily improving throughout the event, and we're still seeing that steady improvement here. They are going for a 4th scored specimen on the high chamber. They line up, getting ready to deploy, but not quite close enough for points. And there that is for Bat Tech, 4th scored specimen. Plumbum, a slight miscue, tries to get their next specimen, but it falls out of their clutches, but they try again, and it pays off. Red Alliance still in the lead, but it is a very close one, 182 to 148, with less than a minute remaining in our match. Sounder bots quietly plugging away as they cycle between the submersible and the high basket of their own. Funny enough, both the bots from Washington State in the United States playing the submersible high basket strategy. As we enter our endgame period, Red Alliance starting to pull ahead by a considerable margin for the first time this match. That high basket, high chamber scoring paying off for Red. 15 seconds to go. Bat Tech wants to get into the Ascension Zone, but there's not much space for them to do so, with Incredibots trying to grab one more sample. On the Red Alliance, we have 2 level 2 ascents. Bat Tech slides over. It'll be a close look to see if that counts as a level 2.
Thank you. Let's get back here on field number 2. And before we introduce the teams to you, let's first get the results of qualification match number 46 on the screen. And they're ready to go. The winner of match number 46 will be the Red Alliance. Now, over to this match, number 48. And we start off with the Red Alliance with Team 25-053, Metal Gear Lion. With them is Team 10-183, Frog Robotics of Germany. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 27-991, I'm a Genius. And with them is Team 23-864, Castlebots. We like to hear that music and that noise. Now let's await the referee. I've already looked at the scorekeeper and he seems to be ready. So if you have a thumbs up here on the field, we're good to go. Yeah, let's count it down together in 3, 2, 1, go! And the Red Alliance already has a specimen on that high chamber. Meanwhile, over here on Blue, they also score one, and they're coming up with a sample here for that high basket as well. Can they pull it out? And they will. That's quite a good scoring here for Blue, but the Red Alliance comes up with their 3rd specimen already here during autonomous with 5 more seconds on the clock. It's a tight race here for the lead.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And there they go. Immediate action here in the teleoperated period. Team 10-183 coming up here for the samples. in the elevation zone. They definitely want to get as many of them as possible in that high basket. Meanwhile, Team 25-053 comes up here to create more specimen for those chambers, as Team 23-864 already has another specimen up here in that low basket. So they're moving quickly as well. As for Team 27-991, coming up with yet another specimen here, as they've created multiple ones. The third one is on the board for the Blue Alliance, and the fourth one is ready to be picked up as that team is pushing another sample in that observation zone. On the Red Alliance, Team 25-053 tries to get as many of those samples out as possible, and they have to be the red ones because those are the only ones they can create specimen out of. But it seems like they already have 5 on the field border as well, so they have many at the ready, as Team 10-183 is also putting quite the amount of samples there. They already have 1 in that net zone, and the next one is coming up as well with 40 more seconds to go and a score of 74-72. We have an extremely tight match, and we just saw a flag wave, so it can be possible that penalties might change the score here for one of these alliances. 84-84, this score is extremely tight with 20 more seconds, and endgame will determine the winner over here. Another specimen coming up for blue, but the Red Alliance is coming up as well. 98-104, this is extremely close. 10 more seconds to go, and this match is about even as well. Here they go. Another climb here for the Blue Alliance. That will be game, set, and match. Back to you, Ryan, on field 1.
Thank you very much, Ice. We have results from qualification match number 47 to share with you all up on the big board now. Match 47 on field 1 of Escher going to the Red Alliance. The final score 295-213. Turning our attention back to field number 1, we are just about ready for qualification match number 49. Let's meet our teams starting in red. Let's make some noise for 14-438 Nosphere Robotics. They are joined by the number 4 ranked 19-082 RoboOS. On our Blue Alliance, it's 16-055 Starbots FTC. And 18-833 Megiddo Lions. We've got the all clear, all around match 49 in 3, 2, 1, go! Right off the bat, first to strike that match is RoboOS. They get up on the high chamber with their pre-loaded specimen, and we are seeing some beautiful synchronization between human player and robot as they quickly push samples into the observation zone and exchange them for specimens. Their robot with some smart design, it wasn't quite able to grab its 4th specimen, but knew that that was the case and was able to autonomously give it another try, successfully getting all 5 specimens up. Blue Alliance, however, no slouch. They get 4 specimens of their own on the high chamber. We are coming out with a 21-point lead for the Blue Alliance as drivers take control of their robots. RoboOS on the Red Alliance would love a win here to move themselves back into the top 2. They're going to need help from Nosphere Robotics, their alliance partners from Ukraine. Nosphere bringing samples into the observation, going to go for specimens of their own. They grab possession of that specimen lineup for the high chamber, and that is an easy 10 points, thanks to Nosphere. We are neck and neck, our Blue Alliance, with just a 2-point lead. And as these robots score, the pace is about the same for both red and blue. And we still are seeing just a 2-point gap between both alliances. Megiddo Lions from Israel scoring in the high basket for their Blue Alliance. They've got their partners Starbots from Brazil focusing on grabbing in the submersible. Starbots FTC, a unique shaped robot, a very small footprint compared to many of the robots we've been seeing here at our European premiere event, making it easy for them to maneuver around the field and maneuver around other robots. Just a 4-point advantage for the Red Alliance as we enter the match. Noosphere Robotics in a dangerous position for the endgame. The Blue Alliance Ascent Zone is a protected area during the endgame. 14 seconds to go. We're seeing our Red Alliance robots lining up in the Ascent Zone. Noosphere Robotics achieves the level 2 ascent. We see their partners Roboas trying to go for level 3. Can they do it in time? Not quite. That'll be a level 2 ascent for Roboas.
Thank you, Ryan. Let's go back to field number 2 over here. And before we introduce the teams, let's look at the results for qualification match number 48 it is. Yeah, 48. Let's show it on the screen now. And the winner will be the Blue Alliance. They had issued a yellow card due to the fact that the robots were moving within the period between autonomous and teleoperated, which is not allowed. But the Blue Alliance was still able to take that match home. Now, we are introducing the teams for match number 50. And we start off with the Red Alliance, where we have team 23-417, the Energizers. Now, I also want to hear it for the next robot in red, which is team 24-090, Trojan Robotics. Over on the Blue Alliance, I have team 23-147, RBL Tech Makers. And on the Blue Alliance, we also have team 19099, H-Tech. It seems that the crowd is looking forward to this one, so we can count it down in 3, 2, 1, go! And we have immediate action right here. A sample barely missing that basket here. Team 19099, extremely quick with those samples, but they got one into that basket as the Red Alliance team 24090 got 2 in the basket already. So does Blue as we are moving on to the end of the autonomous period. Another one comes up here. 3 samples on Blue, 2 on red.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with a score of 35 against 52, we're moving into the teleoperated period. Red has a slight lead, but the Blue Alliance is sampling very, very quickly over here as team 19099 is moving back and forth with those samples, filling up that basket. But team 23417 getting their own shot at creating those specimens. That was a rough play there. Team 19099 said, out of my way, I want to get those samples here, and I'm going to score those in our basket. Meanwhile here, team 23147 comes up for their first specimen, and they want to score that because that allows a lot of points for that Blue Alliance as the red robot there, team 24090, is coming up with a red sample. Barely missing that one, trying to get that into the basket. And there they go. It scored as well. We have a score of 123 against 89. So with 1 minute to go, this match could still go either way. There it goes, another specimen for that Red Alliance, taking the lead away slightly for Blue. One more specimen incoming. They want to close that gap to that Blue Alliance with 40 more seconds, but that quick scoring in the upper basket here for Blue allows them to remain in the lead with 180 against 137. Red is coming back slightly with more specimen, but that Blue scoring is just way too fast. Meanwhile, we have more samples in the red basket as well. 14 more seconds. Red wants to score more, but they go for the ascent. They know we have to get the ascent in order to get back. 220 against 195, an extremely close match, and it will be finished. Let's give it back to field number 1.
Our match 49 results are available. Let's take a look. This was our previous match on field number 1, and our winners are going to be the Blue Alliance. An upset victory for the Blue Alliance. They get a score of 319 to 265. Back here on field number 1, match number 51, just about ready to begin. And have we got a fun one for you. Our number 1 and 3 ranked teams, both here in this match. Let's begin by meeting our Red Alliance, where we have got the number 1 ranked 19-234 Bite Force. They are joined by 22-173 Red Monkeys. Wearing blue, it's our number 3 ranked 22-389 AE86. And finally, we've got team 24-878 Circuit Breakers. And we've got the all clear match 51 in 3, 2, 1, go! Number 1 in red, number 3 in blue. We are expecting a massive match here. And already those expectations being met as Bite Force in red and AE86 in blue have high-speed autonomous periods. They're employing different strategies, however. AE86 focusing on specimens, while Bite Force working on basket scoring. AE86 uses every single possible second to score 5 specimens during autonomous. Drivers now in full control of their robots. On our Red Alliance, we've got Romania and the Netherlands represented, Cyprus and China on the Blue Alliance. Circuit Breakers out of Cyprus scoring a sample in the low basket for 4 points. They are in position, but it looks like something isn't going quite right. Their claw not opening. They go back and forth trying to figure out what may be going on. Coach leaning in to try to help out. We are tied 103 points apiece between these two alliances. Circuit Breaker's gonna swerve over to the side and give it another go for their basket scoring. We have a tussle in the Red Alliance ascent zone. Both AE86 and Bite Force want to be in the same place at the same time and trying to push each other out of the way. It's pretty quiet though near the Red Alliance chambers. Red Monkeys having no trouble or opposition as they place their first specimen on the high chamber for 10 points. Less than a minute to go, 12-point advantage to the Red Alliance. But AE86 trying to close the gap. They've got plenty of specimens ready and are cycling them in to the high chamber one after another. 20-point advantage to blue. Bite Force and Red Monkeys trying to keep up using their own scoring. Endgame period underway. Several different ways these bots could end their match. Bad luck for the Red Alliance though. One of their specimens falls off the high chamber. We see Bite Force pulling themselves up for the level 2 ascent. They're going for level 3. They've got it. Bite Force up for 30 points.
All right, we're back on field number 2. What an exciting match we've just seen. But before that match, we also had a very close one, and we're really want to see those results on the screen. So let's see which alliance took that game home. The winner is the Blue Alliance for qualification match number 50 with a score of 241 to 210. Now we get ready for qualification match number 52, and we start off with the Red Alliance with Team 24, 135, Cybertronic Penguins. Yeah, we can hear more noise for these teams. Let's go for the second robot on red, which is Team 19, 141, Bravebots. Now I want to hear it for the Blue Alliance as well. We have Team 2981, St. John Fisher Circuit Breakers, Volume 4. And with them is Team 28349, the Revolutionaries. I see a thumbs up here. Does that mean we can go? The scorekeeper is ready. Yeah, ready? All right, let's count this match down in 3, 2, 1, go! And here comes the Blue Alliance with a sample on that high basket, but the Red Alliance wants to follow suit. They already have one in that basket, and the next one is coming up, but they also have two specimens thanks to Team 19-141, a fourth one coming up. Wow, that robot's driving quite fast. Another specimen coming up here, 6 in a row. Wow, would you look at that?
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And here they go, 16 points for blue and 139 for red. They've definitely pulled away in that autonomous period, but the Blue Alliance might be able to make up some ground here as they are starting to move here on this side of the field, as they want to get that sample into that net zone, or even better, into a basket. But Team 24-135 is coming up with more red samples to create those precious specimens, as the other side of the field, Team 19-141, is coming up with more samples in that high basket. The red team seems to run away with this game here with 195 against 24 in a pretty significant, comfortable lead right here. Team 28-349, meanwhile, on the blue side, comes up with a specimen, and they want to put that on the high chamber to get the score going. Meanwhile, another sample here in that basket for the Blue Alliance. Team 2981 comes up with that sample over here. They already have 3 in the basket, but as we can see on the red basket, it's almost completely filled up with 45 more seconds to go. 37 against 245. Here comes another blue sample, barely knocking it out of the field, but they will definitely have time for another cycle to put yet another one in that basket. Here comes the Blue Alliance, Team 28-349, another sample, putting it on the low chamber as the Red Alliance comes up with yet another sample in that basket, and the amount of specimen on that chamber is quite impressive as well. 10 more seconds on the clock, and we have 307 to 53. 5 more seconds, 2 robots elevated. That will be the final of this game. Let's move back to field number 1.
We have some match 51 results to share with you all. We know this is going to be interesting. Let's see what happens. In the end, match 51 goes to the Blue Alliance, 241 to 210. That's great news for AE86. They're going to move up to our second-ranked position here on our Escher division. Let's now meet our teams getting ready for qualification match at number 53. Starting in red, it's 19-163 MLP. They're joined by 83-93, the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team. Over on our Blue Alliance, make some noise for 23-452 Tyraps. And finally, all the way from South America, it's 22-787 Robo Gators. We have got thumbs up all around match number 53 in 3, 2, 1, go! With our autonomous period underway, Tie Wraps easily able to score their preloaded sample in the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Speaking of high basket, over on red, MLP going for their 4th sample. They score their preload as well as the 3 that started the match taped out on the field. They're able to grab a 5th from the submersible. They grab a 6th, but can't make it back to the high basket before time expires in the autonomous round.
2, 1.
As we enter our teleoperated period, Robo Gators joining the fun as they drive their robot away from its starting position and begin to plow samples into the Blue Alliance. Alliance can use them themselves. Red Alliance with a commanding lead, 193 to 40 points, but the Blue Alliance is not going to take that lying down. Robo Gators comes in and scores a specimen in the high chamber for their Alliance, and they're going back for more in the observation zone. For our Red Alliance, the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team working on cycling samples and specimens. They've got an interesting mechanism where they drive back to the observation zone with a sample, they drop it off, and then not even a second later grab hold of a specimen from their human player. It's an efficient handoff that is paying off well for the Red Alliance. Speaking of paying off well for the Red Alliance, MLP almost has filled up the upper basket for the Red Alliance. And with our endgame period underway, let's see if any robot strategies shift here in the final 20 seconds of the match. Tie Wraps going into the ascent zone for the Blue Alliance. Currently, the only robot working on Ascension is the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team. They make it up to the top rung, but they visit directly, so that would be an ascent.
All right, we're back here on field number 2. And before we go on to qualification match number 54, we first want to see the score for match number 52. And it's shown on the screen right now. The winner of that match is the Red Alliance with a score of 321. That's quite impressive. And now let's move on to qualification match number 54 and introduce to you the teams on the field. In the Red Alliance, we have team 24, 966, Portables, Ubitech. And with them is team 25, 498, Matt V Robotics. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, let's hear some noise for team 19, 280, Phoenix. And with them is team 12, 560, Soft Hoarders. All right, everybody seems to be ready. Let's count it down together in 3, 2, 1, go! There goes the first specimen of the match on the blue side of the field. That's already quite a lot of points, but on red, they counteract with a sample on that high basket. Meanwhile here, we also have a focus here for team 12, 560 on the autonomous period. They want to make sure they get everything out of that teleoperated period, so no autonomous, but their alliance partner, team 19280, comes up with quite the amount of specimen on the board.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, the teleoperated period has begun, and we see that team 12, 560 is now also joining the fray, coming up with quite the amount of samples here, putting on the clips. They want to get those clips in that robot, because you can control as many as you want. Here comes team 19280 coming up, trying to get those samples in that high basket, but there was no sample yet in that gripper. Meanwhile, Team 25, 940 over there on the other side of the field, 498. They try to get as many of those samples in the high basket. Coming up here with a red one. That seems to be for that high basket. Comes up another one. Team 24, 966. Also trying to get the yellow samples in that high basket. Seems like they just want to score as many samples as possible in that high basket with the full alliance. No splitting the tasks here, just focusing together on the same task, getting that basket filled up. Meanwhile, here on blue, 19-80. More samples coming up here, trying to grab the right ones, because the red one is not useful to them. They want to create more specimen, and they are focusing on the blue one, quite efficiently picking up those samples, making sure that they get the specimen going, as their alliance partner here is moving around, trying to get their game plan going. They have a sample stuck in their robot, which means they can no longer do anything with any of the samples or the specimen, because you're not allowed to control two game pieces at the same time, but they might get it out of that robot. They are trying to get it out. Meanwhile, here Team 19-80 coming up to that high chamber, barely missing out that specimen right there, as on the red alliance we already see one of the robots ascending, and with 4 seconds left on the clock, this is a very close one indeed. Let's get back to field number one.
Our results from qualification match number 53 are ready to be shared. Let's take a look. That was our previous match on field one. And it's victorious for the Red Alliance. 412 points that match. That means that the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team gonna remain in our #1 ranked position. Let's now meet our next set of teams preparing to play their 5th qualification match here at the European Premier events. Getting it started on our Red Alliance, it's FTC Neobots. They are joined by 25-475 Techno Storm. On our Blue Alliance, it's 2681 Gigabytes. And last but certainly not least, it's 21409 MKS Tiger Robotics Team. We have got all clears, so match number 55 in 3, 2, 1, go! With our autonomous period underway, MKS Tiger Robotics team is first to strike for the Blue Alliance, placing their pre-loaded specimen onto the high chamber. Their autonomous program brings a new sample to the observation zone, but unfortunately loses possession of a new specimen as they drive away. On our Red Alliance, Technostorm from Moldova able to get 4 samples into the high basket, while their partners FTC Neobots ends the autonomous period in the observation zone for 3 points. 2 minutes to go in our match, advantage to the Red Alliance. FTC Neobots driving over to the high basket, trying to score their preload, and there it goes. They've got a clever Lego manipulator that when it taps the high basket, it pushes their sample into the scoring area. Red Alliance trading places back and forth for that high basket. Technostorm communicating with FTC Neobots to make sure they stay out of each other's way and can keep their scoring pace as quick as possible. Gigabyte of the Blue Alliance trying to grab a neutral sample off the playing field. It takes a couple tries, but they are able to make it happen and easily deploy it into the high baskets. MKS Tiger Robotics team pushed to the side by Technostorm, allowing Technostorm to get into the submersible to grab a sample of their own. We've got less than a minute to go, and the Red Alliance is building a commanding lead. The Blue Alliance, however, starting to close that gap as MKS Tiger Robotics teams begins to score with specimens on the high chamber. They've got 3 already and make quick work of a 4th. Each of those individual specimens on the high chamber adding 10 points to the Blue Alliance's score. Endgame period is underway. Scoring gap between blue and red continues to get slimmer and slimmer. Gigabyte trying to grab one last sample before time expires. They have that blue sample rushing over to the baskets. 3 seconds remaining in our match. And as time expires, we've got level 2 ascents for both red and blue. We're gonna head back over to field number 2 with Heist for our next match.
Awesome, thank you, Ryan. Here back on field number 2. Before we start with match number 56, we first want to see the results for match number 54, and they will be shown on screen right now. The winner of that match will be the Red Alliance. Now I want to make very sure that we let it hear for the teams as we announce them. So can I hear some noise from the crowd as we name the teams right now? First we have team 24-474, Vilnius Lyceum Robotics. And with them is team 23-864, Castleblotz. Meanwhile, over on blue, we have team 17-742, Sashi Bat Tech. And with them is team 22-778, Portland Christian Robotics. All right. The teams are setting up, doing the last preparations possible to get as great a game as possible. Exactly on time. That's what I like to hear. So we're moving according to schedule. That's great news.
Let's see. No.
All right.
I can't hear. Yeah, I will grab it.
All right. Some last preparations being done for this match over here, and then we can get right into it. everybody seems to be ready for match number 56. So let's count it down together in 3, 2, 1, let's go! And here they go, Team 23, 864 comes up with the first specimen for the Red Alliance. But look at that basket. How many samples already are placed within that basket? Meanwhile, over here on blue, Team 17-742 coming up with the specimen. They want to keep up with that Red Alliance, but as it looks right now, that Red Alliance has quite a comfortable lead going into tally-up.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
84 to 23 points over here, a lead for the Red Alliance, but nothing that the Blue Alliance cannot close. So Team 22-78 is already coming up with that first sample, and they want to get more because they want to make sure that their alliance comes closer to that Red Alliance over here as well. 31 to 84, another specimen going on to that high chamber for the Red Alliance, as the Blue Alliance already got their second specimen, so the Red Alliance here has to keep up, otherwise that Blue Alliance will close the gap here. A third specimen on the board for Blue. Blue is slowly but steadily closing that disadvantage they had with the Autonomous. 51 to 84, which is now 90, so 39 points behind for the Blue Alliance. That is all to make up for right here, as they want to go for more of those specimens that are already on that field, as the Red Alliance has one as well. But it seems like there's not any movement on blue, but they start moving once again. There they go, Team 22-778 trying to get their footing, trying to get going once more, and Team 17-742 already has a specimen on that robot. They just have to get it in position to be able to score those points. Meanwhile here, Team 23-864 is coming up with another specimen. 30 more seconds, 100 points to 51. Red extended the lead again, so they might have enough advantage in that end game period, as on the Blue Alliance, we have a high ascending robot. Are they able to get one level higher over here? 9 more seconds, 2 robots up into the air. Will there be a third? 4 more seconds, 3, 2, 1, game, set, and match. Let's go back to field number 1.
Hey, thanks. Well, we're looking at starting a match 57, but we got some scores left over from 55. Scorekeeper Thomas says, we've got them, here they come. It's a red win, 205-162, pretty close. It's like Techno Storm remains a third rank. All right, let's introduce the teams for match number 57. On the Red Alliance, 25053 Metal Gear Leon. There with 24-475 Plum Bum. On the blue side, we have 25-042 Genie Tech. And their teammates currently ranked number 10, 19-341 Chrobotics. Appears all the teams are ready, and the refs are ready, as scorekeeper always ready. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 teams out and autonomous. Metal Gear Leon has one specimen up on the upper chamber. Did get a penalty for human-player interaction. Team Plum Bum has 5 in the upper basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A very close match, 90-69 coming out of autonomous. Any team can take control here in the tally-up period. Genie Tech feeding their human player in the observation zone. like they've got 2 specimens ready to go already. Quite a battle in the submersible to pick up samples. Acrobatics going up high with a sample up top, 8-pointer. Picking another one out of the submersible. Plum Bum very quick back to the upper basket, and they score up high. Plum Bum with 7 up top. Acrobatics just gets their 6th. They're picking one up out of the net zone. 2-pointer down there, have a little bit of difficulty. Oh, they've got it aligned, it's up. They're going up high. In the meantime, Plum Bum about 3/4 full in the upper basket. They've got 9 on their side. Dini Tech looks like they're having a little bit of an issue. Acrobatics up with a blue sample in the upper basket. Plum Bums look like they're going for their 11th one. It's good. In game, 30 seconds. Metal Gear Leon with their 5th one. The 5th one is a little bit precarious, but it's on the upper chamber. Now they knocked that off, but they got another one on. So 5 in the upper chamber. 10 seconds left in the match. 10. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of the match. Back to you, Ryan.
As we move back to field number 2, we have got the results of qualification match number 56 coming on up. Match number 56 ultimately victorious for the Red Alliance with a score of 105-66. That's great news for Vilnius Lyceum Robotics, moving up to 7th place. Now on the field, we are getting set for match 58. Let's meet our teams. Starting in red, where we have team 24-392-0. They're joined by 28-831 Orbit. On our blue alliance, it's 22-092 Cyber Eagles Jade. And 27-991 I'm a Genius. And we've got the all clear match 58 in 3, 2, 1, go! Autonomous period underway. Orbit, a very careful look in the autonomous period. They accidentally pull on the high basket. They do score, but get a warning from the referee. Those baskets need to be very carefully interacted with by robots. Just too much of a tug can result in a penalty.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance with the advantage coming out of the autonomous period. That is thanks to the hard work of Cyber Eagles Jade. They're able to score 3 specimens in the high chamber. Now that drivers have control of their robots, though, Cyber Eagles Jade changing their strategy. They may have done specimens in auto, but now they are working on samples in the high basket as a way to score points for the Blue Alliance. We're seeing good teamwork on the Red Alliance. The drive coach for Zero making sure to communicate well with their alliance partners so that these 2 robots can work in synchronicity the best they possibly can. Orbit out of the United Arab Emirates scoring their 3rd sample up in the high basket. We're seeing Zero bring samples over to Orbit so that Orbit can score them as quickly as possible in that high basket. 8 points achieved each time they make that happen. 1 minute to go, Blue Alliance in the lead, trying to build that lead as best they can. We're continuing to see Cyber Eagles Jade scoring in the high basket, but now I'm a Genius placing specimens on the high chamber. 40 seconds to go. Zero out of Malaysia, now grabbing samples out of the submersible and placing them so Orbit can grab them. Just 30 seconds remaining in our match. Endgame period now underway. So far, sample scoring continuing for both alliances. Cyber Eagles Jade back in the submersible for one last sample. Just 10 seconds remaining in the match. Orbit on the Red Alliance going for Ascension. They begin to pull themselves up on the lower rung. They are up, but it is a very tight view. It looks like, yes, they achieve level 2. We're gonna toss it back over to field number 1 and Jim.
Thanks, Ryan. We're about ready to start qualification match 59. But what happened in 57? Let's look at the big screen for the scores from Q57. It's a red win, 222 to 119. Coming over here to match number 59. On our Red Alliance, we have a 10183, the Frog Robots of Germany. They're teaming up with 25564, Mid Chaotix. Over on the blue side, 23270, Sounderbots. And their teammates, 18264, the Electro Novas. FTA Josh says that we're ready. Ricardo, head ref is ready. And our scorekeeper is ready. We can start. We cannot start. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slight adjustment, but now we are ready. All right, let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Sounderbots, active and autonomous, with a fake sample in the high basket. They did get their preload in there. Looks like that's about all the activity in autonomous. Another 8 seconds left.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All 4 robots out in driver controlled. Mid Chaotix sweeping that sample field into the observation zone so a human player can work on the specimens. On the blue side, Sounderbots also picking up the sample field. They're going to the high basket with them though. Frog might have a little issue on control. They do have a sample ready to go up high. They're getting over there to the zone. They enter the net zone. Like the Electro Nova's moving relatively slow over there. They're dropping a sample for the Sounderbots, loading them up. But now they're dragging it back. What's going on? Quite a battle here in the blue ascent zone for the submersible. Sounderbots emerge unscathed, but they're going to get a sample out of the sample field. Mid Chaotix into the submersible with a red sample, delivering to the human player. Had a little issue here on the human player. Got some robot-human interaction. Well, we're flagging that by the referees. Mid Chaotix has it. They're going with the underhand hook. They're on the high chamber. In game, 30 seconds. Frogbots has 3 in the net zone. Sounderbots looking to get into the high bucket. Electronova's trying to get in. There's 12 seconds left in the match. Thunderbot said they're going to go in there for the ascent. They're lifting up on the lower rung. Looks like they're clear. And it's a fumble. And that's the end of the match. On to match.
Our results from match number 58 are available from our referees. Let's take a look at the results. Match 58 ultimately won by the Blue Alliance. The final score 197 to 131. Now on the field, we're getting set for match number 60 on our Escher division. This match means we are halfway through our European Premier Event qualification round. Let's meet our competitors, starting in red with 25,590 Robo Rangers. They're joined by team 19,660 Sigma. On our Blue Alliance, we have team 26,336 Incredibots and 24,345 Spark Tech. We're being given the all clear by our field referees. Let's start our match in 3, 2, 1, go! Our red and blue alliances quick to strike in the autonomous period. Both alliances easily able to score their preloaded samples and specimens. Both alliances putting one specimen on the high chamber and their preloaded sample in the high basket. Those four robots now racing to grab samples off of the playing field and the submersible. We've seen this not very often today, but all of these samples that start the match on the playing field have been taken and accounted for in the autonomous period. Now that drivers have control of their robots, it's all going to be about the submersible and grabbing samples from within. Both red and blue alliances do have a single specimen on the playing field that fell over during autonomous, but since robots likely will not be able to get those perfectly aligned, they aren't going to grab them. In fact, to start off the match, we're seeing Robo Rangers push that specimen back to the observation zone. That way their human player can line it up just right for their robot later in the match. Over a minute remaining in our match. Red Alliance with 209 points, Blue Alliance with 184. These two high-powered alliances racking up the points with little defense seen by these robots. Sigma has the Red Alliance high basket nearly filled up and overflowing. They're going to shift to the lower basket so they don't risk toppling any out as they place more. We have Robo Rangers in red and across the field Spark Tech in blue, both placing specimens on the high chamber. We know each of those specimens worth 10 points. And with so many pre-prepared, the act of scoring those specimens happening very quickly for both alliances. The Red Alliance has broken 300 points with 20 seconds remaining. Incredibots accidentally knocking a sample out of the high basket as they go to place another. Robo Rangers achieve a level 2 ascent, going for level 3. They've got 5 seconds to do so, but a panel on their robot almost preventing them from making it up before time expires.
Pretty exciting match over there. Match 60. Not many samples left in the submersible. We're getting ready for qualification match number 61 over here on field 1. But we do have scores for match 59. Let's see what happened. It's a blue win, 49-26. And with that win, Thunderbots moving up into 11th place. Now let's get into match number 61. On the blue side, we have 23-452 Tyraps. Their teammates are 23-417, the Energizers. Over on the blue side, 28-349, the Revolutionaries. This team has made some great improvements since the China Championships. Team 22-389, currently ranked number 2, one of 4 undefeated teams, AE86. Looks like teams are ready to go. Refs are ready to go. Scorekeeper's always ready. So let's start match 61. Why don't we? 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots out and autonomous. AE86 with their specialty, the upper chamber. They have 2 already. Going over into the sample field to sweep more to the human player in the observation zone. The Revolutionaries over there, looks like they're going to try for the level 1 ascent, the parking. Energizers with 4 in the upper chamber. AE86 with 4.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Energizers feeding their human player. They're looking to keep up with AE86 on the upper chamber. Looks like it's pretty even so far. Energizers have a little bit better inventory right now. AE86 quickly catching up. Revolutionaries over into the lower basket with a 3rd one. That's a score. Little collision there, Revolutionaries and Energizers. AE86 tossing it into the observation zone. They've got 7 in inventory. Energizers also with 7. Can't wait till the scoring starts. Tie wraps up high with a 5th sample in the upper basket. Okay, looks like Energizers are starting to score on the upper chamber. 5 right now, AE86. They've got their 5th. Energizers goes for their 6th. Oh, it falls off. AE86 now is caught up, 5 and 5. Revolutionaries into the submersible to pick them. AE86 slightly ahead with 8. Energizers coming back with 8. Yeah, it's nip and tuck here, folks. Very close match. In game. AE86 has taken lead on the upper chamber, 14-10. That's 15. We tossed one over at Revolutionaries. Ten seconds left in the match. It's like AE86 up. Revolutionaries also climbing. 2 teams on the Red Alliance with ascent, and that's the end of the match. Great job. Very close, very, very close. We'll see the results after the official scores are released. Back to you, Ryan.
Back on field number 2, match number 60 results. Let's take a look. Match number 60, neck and neck throughout, but Red Alliance ultimately pulling ahead for the win, 419 to 308, keeping Sigma out of Shanghai, China in our number 4 ranked position. On the field now for qualification match number 62, we begin with team 22-787 Robo Gators. They're joined by team 19-234 Bite Force. On our blue alliance, let's make some noise for 24-135 Cybertronic Penguins. And finally, it's team 12-560 Soft Orders. And we have the all-clear match number 62 underway in 3, 2, 1, go! With our autonomous period underway, we see Romanian robots on both the red and blue alliances working quick in their autonomous period. On our red alliance, Bite Force from Galace working on grabbing samples and placing them in the high basket. They're able to get 4 up top and 1 down in the net zone. On our blue alliance, we saw Soft Hoarders place a specimen, while their alliance partners, Cybertronic Penguins, able to place their preloaded sample into the high basket.
1.
As our teleoperated period gets underway, we're seeing Bite Force racing still for the high basket, while their Red Alliance partners Robo Gators begins to work on specimens. Robo Gators plowing some of those starting samples from their red starting points over to the observation zone. The Blue Alliance's Cybertronic Penguins trying to score in the high basket, but struggling to keep a firm grip on their yellow samples. They have a manipulator that picks up samples on the ground and feeds it to a second manipulator to lift it up. But it looks like the claw in that second manipulator not opening up to allow that transfer of samples. They are adapting, instead choosing to move forward by putting samples into the net zone to still score some points for their alliance. 1 minute remaining in our match. We have a 100 points advantage for the Red Alliance, and looking to expand that lead, we've got Robo Gators beginning to place specimens on the high chamber for the Red Alliance. They've got 3 so far, getting ready to go for 4, while Bite Force continues to score in the high basket for Red. Soft Hoarders of the Blue Alliance, looks like they're trying to plow samples and pick them up from the submersible. They're able to grab hold of samples and place them into their robot's second manipulator. They're trying to drop those off in the observation zone, but for some reason, those samples are not getting out of their robot. Blue Alliance robots dangerously close to the ascent zone for the Red Alliance. That is a protected area during the end game. Contact within that ascent zone will give an automatic level 3 ascent to those Red Alliance robots. That is it for match number 62. We're going to throw things back over to Jim and field number 1.
Thanks, Ryan. We're getting ready for match 63, but we have some scores from match 61. Check out the big screen. Red with a win, 262-17. AE 86 maintains their second ranking. Now match 63. On the red side, it's 19163 MLP. And they're teaming up with 2681 Gigabyte. Over on the blue side, 25498 Medvi Robotics from Morocco. And currently seated number 8 with a record of 4-1, team 19082, Robo AS. Looks like we're clear. Teams ready, refs ready, scorekeeper ready. Let's start match 63 in 3, 2, 1, go. 3 teams out on autonomous. Robo AS delivering samples to the human player. MLP's human player also delivering samples. MLP fails on the second specimen. They've got the second one on now. Robo AS with 5, like that's their average.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All 4 robots out and autonomous. MLP picking up a sample from the sample field, going up high in the upper basket. Gigabyte quickly over here to get the samples. They've got a specimen in the field. Looks like they're going for a red sample, delivering it to the human player. Human player getting the clip on. Robo AS really delivering those samples to the upper basket quickly. Their cycle time is about 5 or 6 seconds. Oh, a little slower on that one. Still incredibly effective. MedV trying to get one out of the submersible. They have 5 on the high chamber. Gigabyte with their 4th one on the high chamber. MLP really loading up that upper basket. They've got 8 up there now, but so does Robo AS. A pretty tight match. Blue with a slight edge. Red is coming back. Gigabyte with upside down hook does not make it on the upper chamber. They've got 5 up there. Same with Robo AS. Robo AS gets their 6th one. MedV going up top. Both upper baskets are pretty loaded. MLP with a quick cycle time. Oh, off the top and out of bounds. In game, 30 seconds. Gigabyte trying to get their 6th one on with the underhand hook. They're placed, ready to go. 15 seconds left. They got their 6th one on. Robo AS, they're finished. They've got the 9. They're going to go for their ascent. The accordion go-go gadget arms gets them up to a level 3. Gigabyte parked. MLP up top. And that's the end of the match. Great job, both alliances. Back to Ryan, match 64.
Back over here, field number 2. You know the drill, another set of scores for you. Match number 62 coming up on our display. Taking home the win in match 62 is the Red Alliance. A final score of 326 to 56. On the field now, getting ready for match number 64. Another set of teams getting ready to play their 6th qualification match of our premier events. Let's meet our competitors starting in red, where we have team 22-173, Red Monkeys. They're joined by team 19-280, Phoenix. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have team 25-475, Techno Storm. And finally, it's 19-141, Brave Bots. And with the all clear qualification match number 64 in 3, 2, 1, go! And flying out of their starting position is Phoenix from the United Kingdom, slamming their preloaded specimen onto the high chamber in less than 2 seconds. That is some impressive moves by Phoenix. They try to go for a 2nd specimen, but their robot does not grab hold. They try again though, and their persistence pays off. A 2nd specimen scored, followed by a 3rd for Phoenix. The Blue Alliance doing some specimen scoring of their own. Brave Bots able to score 4 specimens before time in auto expires.
1.
We've got everyone joining the party here in qualification match number 64. Red Monkeys out of the Netherlands, traditionally going for specimens, shifting their strategy this match to play to the strengths of their alliance partner. Red Monkeys is going to be scoring in the low basket, grabbing hold of those neutral samples on the playing field to do so. It is busy near that Blue Alliance ascent zone. Both Techno Storm in blue and Phoenix in red vying to grab hold of samples from a very small area. Phoenix deciding it's no longer worth fighting for a space from Technostorm. They grab their next sample from the chambers, where they have no other robots getting in the way of their positioning. Technostorm for the Blue Alliance, grabbing samples from near their chambers and bringing them over to the high basket, scoring 8 points apiece. We've got less than 1 minute remaining in qualification match number 64. Blue Alliance with 133 points, the Red Alliance's 67, but the Red Alliance is setting the stage to get some massive points. They have got 8 specimens ready to go on the field perimeter, and Phoenix is ready to come in to score those specimens. They're hoping to close the gap very quickly between these two alliances, and they are starting to do so with just 23 seconds remaining. Phoenix coming in with one specimen after another, but BraveBots on the Blue Alliance doing the same, keeping the gap between both alliances roughly equal as we enter the final 10 seconds of the match. Technostorm out of Moldova in the ascent zone for the Blue Alliance. Only robot able to ascend up to level 2 is BraveBots.
Qualification match 65 about ready to begin, but let's see what the scores are for match 63 up on the big screen. Here they come. Come they are. There they are. A little dramatic delay. Blue with the win. 290, 228. Robo AS moves up into the 6th position. Well, let's turn our attention to qualification match 65. Over on the red side, we have 23, 147, the RBL Tech Makers. 25053, Metal Gear Leon. Look at that Blue Alliance over there. 21409, the MKS Tiger Robotics team. And it's 20981, Circuit Breakers, Volume 4. FTA Franck has the teams all ready to go. We've got a thumbs up from our referees. Scorekeepers ready. Let's start match 65. 3, 2, 1, go! 3 robots out on autonomous. Metal Gear Leon has one up on the upper submersible, as well as Tiger Robotics. They're coming for their second, but they don't have one loaded. Like action has dwindled. Tiger Robotics going through the motions, and they do have another one on the upper chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
56-25 for Blue coming out of autonomous. Not a huge lead. Looks like Tiger Robotics having some issues in the observation zone. They're stuck over there. Metal Gear Leon, oh, just missed the upper basket with their scoring tray. RBL Tech Makers in the submersible, picking out a red element, trying to get out now. Trying to deliver it to the human player in the observation zone. They do. They've got 2 specimens in inventory and now 3. Tiger Robotics moving again, a little bit erratically, but they're very quick. Circuit Breakers clearing that sample field. Looks like they're trying to go upper basket. Metal Gear Leon, oh, they hit the lower beam and drop that sample. Looks like Tech Makers have transitioned to the specimen scoring. They've got 3 up there right now. Tiger Robotics only 2. But far they're winning that aspect of the game. Metal Gear Leon carefully selecting specimens. That's the end game. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Tech makers with 5 on the upper chamber. Here goes their 6th one. They've got it. They're going for the clamp. They've got it. Just need to get that clipped on in the next 10 seconds. Easily done. That's 6 for them on the upper chamber. Here comes circuit breakers. They're in. And there's a hang by Tiger Robotics. And that's the end of the match of 65. 66 coming up with Ryan.
Our results from match number 64 are finalized from our referees. Those will be coming up on our display. Match 64 goes to the Blue Alliance. Their final score, 272 to 158. Great news for Technostorm and BraveBots. Match number 66 on field number 2, just about ready to get started. Let's say hello to our competitors, beginning as always in red, where we have team 28831 Orbit. They're joined by our currently #1 ranked team. It's team 8393, the Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team. Over on our Blue Alliance, we're getting it started with team 19341 Crowbotics. And their partners, team 24878 Circuit Breakers. Final checks being made by our drive teams. And we've got the all clear match number 66 in 3, 2, 1, go! As our autonomous period gets underway, the Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team showing why they are our #1 ranked team, making very quick work of pushing samples off of the playing field and into the observation zone, turning them into specimens and making their way over to the high chamber. They've got 4 specimens already, 5 seconds remaining. Can they go for 5? Yes, they can. That 5th specimen placed at the absolute last moment, capping off an impressive autonomous performance. Drivers now in control of their robots. Crowbotics from Sydney, Australia, reaching their arms into the submersible to grab hold of a Blue Alliance sample and place it in the high baskets. They go back for more near the chambers for the Blue Alliance. Their partners from Cyprus pushing specimens into the observation zone. We've got 3 robots fighting for position around the submersible to grab hold of samples, mostly trying to stay out of each other's way. The Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team on the Red Alliance already placing specimens on the high chamber during teleop. Some teams will try to make a stash of 10 specimens or more on the perimeter before moving those specimens over. Not the case for this team. They're getting specimens ready and deploying them as soon as they are ready, not building up that stash early in the match. Less than a minute to go. Circuit breakers out of Cyprus, arm in the submersible, trying to grab hold of a Blue Alliance sample. They're lined up just right. They just need to get those claws right where they want them. They had that sample, but unfortunately it falls out of their clutches. They'll need to try again before time expires. 30 seconds remaining in our match. Red Alliance with roughly a 130-point lead. Space is filling up on the high chamber for the Red Alliance, just as space is filling up in the high basket that Orbit is working on filling up. Orbit and the Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team both in the Ascension zone. 8393 pulls themselves up directly to the high rung. And as time expires, we see 3 robots up on the submersible.
Getting ready for match 67. We have some scores for match 65, though, do we not? Yes, we do. Let's see what that match entailed. It's a red win, 127-105. We did have a yellow card issued to 21-409 for movement between Autonomous and Teleop. Let's move on to match 67. For some introductions on the blue side, 14-438 Nosphere Robotics. And their teammates 22-092 Cyber Eagles Jade. Look over here on the red side, 23-864 the Casabots. And team 23-270 currently tied in 5th. They're ranked number 12, the Sounderbots. Teams look ready. Refs look pretty ready. Ricardo says we're ready. Scorekeeper's ready. Let us start match 67. 3, 2, 1, go. 2 robots out on Autonomous. We got 3. Like a late start on the Red Alliance. Cyber Eagles Jade got their, like they're getting their second one. No, it falls off. Tried for the second one on Submersible. Sounderbots in the net zone. They're pretty much idle now. 5 seconds left. Jade with a third on the upper chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All 4 robots moving in, driver controlled. Cyber Eagles feeding that human player, stocking up an inventory of specimens. They're keeping up on the rail. Nosphere Robotics going for the lower basket. They're successful with the second one. Casabots delivering a specimen to the human player, while their teammates, Sounderbots, going for the higher basket. 8 points each up there. Cyber Eagles flying the Canadian flag. They've got 3 in the upper chamber into the submersible for more samples. Give to the human player. Nosphere Robotics pretty much owning that lower basket. Sounderbots up high. And the Cyber Eagles with the McDonald's arches on it, I just noticed. Sounderbots, another score, 8-pointer, the upper basket. Meanwhile, right in front of me, Sounderbots with the high chamber. Casabots switching over to the basket scoring. Third high chamber by Sounderbots, but Cyber Eagles have their 6th high chamber. In game, 30 seconds. That's a 7th one by Cyber Eagles. They're going for their 8th. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance has 5. Nosphere Robotics going for their ascent. Looks like they're clean on the level 2. Sounderbots, 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of match number 67 or 68. It's Ryan again.
We've got quite the match in store for number 68, but before we can learn about 68, we need to get the results from 66. Up on our display, match number 66 is going to the Red Alliance, 352 to 169. That means the team 8393, the Giants Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team, remains in our number 1 ranked position halfway through our qualification round. Let's meet our competitors here in match number 68 on our Escher division. Beginning in red, let's hear it for team 18264, the Electronovas. They're joined by team 26336, Incredibots. Over Over on our Blue Alliance, we've got Team 24-392-0. And finally, it's Team 25-042, Tech.
Thumbs up if you're ready.
And we've got the all clear, match number 68 in 3, 2, 1, go! As our match gets underway, we have autonomous motion from the Incredibots in red and Tech in blue. The Incredibots scoring in the high basket, grabbing hold of neutral samples to do so. They've been successful with all 3 of their attempts and make number 4 as well. They then end the match in the ascent zone and grab hold of a 5th sample, a very effective autonomous period for the Incredibots.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now in control of their robots. Our Red Alliance, 2 teams from the United States. Our Blue Alliance, a French and Malaysian team. That Malaysian team 0 working on scoring in the high basket. They use the beginning of the teleoperated period to score their preloaded sample, now grabbing them off the playing field to score additional points. The Electronovas out of Virginia, trying to make use of the samples that begin the field on the field in the beginning of the match. They grab hold of one and begin to turn themselves around. Looks like they are going to be trying to score in the upper basket. Actually, scratch that. They are working to support their partners, the Incredibots. By grabbing those and placing them near the Incredibots, that saves that team just a little bit of time, helping the Red Alliance score more efficiently in the early moments of our match. 1 minute to go, Red Alliance with 125 points, Blue with 65. 0 for the Blue Alliance, closing the gap with 8 points in the upper basket. Tech also working to close the gap for the Blue Alliance. They've got 4 specimens ready to go on the field perimeter and are working to grab and cycle those onto the high chamber. 10 points earned for each of those specimens. The gap now is at just 40 points between our 2 alliances as we enter our endgame period. Tech coming in with another specimen for the Blue Alliance. They're playing very careful near that Red Alliance ascent zone. The Incredibots making a slight mistake. So many samples in that high basket that they accidentally bump into one, causing it to fall out.
Flags are waving on that match 68. Going to match 69, but let's get some scores from that 67. For match 67, it's a Blue win, 180 to 134. Over on qualification match number 69, on the Blue side, we've got 17-742, Tech. their teammates, 25-5-64, the Mid-Chaotix. Over on the red side, 18-8-3-3, the Megiddo Lions. And team 19-660, one of 4 undefeated teams, currently ranked number 3, Sigma. Looks like teams are ready. Refs are ready. Scorekeeper's ready. Audience is not ready. Okay, let's wait. Okay, audience is ready now. Let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Both Red Alliance robots active and autonomous. Megiddo with a little extra control. Sigma with up 6.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Mid-Chaotix. Oh, they're up. Not moving yet, but their arm is going up and down. FTA Franck on the job. Sigma loading up that upper basket. Looks like they're about 85% full. Got an issue here with Megiddo Lions, also in the ascent zone on blue side. They are, looks like they are not moving also. Bat Tech trying to get in on the submersible, but they're going to go onto the chamber side to get their samples. Meantime, Sigma loading up that upper basket. Sigma with 15 up high. 1 minute, 6 seconds left. Sigma gonna load that basket up. They might have to go to that the lower basket. Good news, Mid-Chaotix moving. Bat Tech very quick to get around the submersible to the other side. Still Megiddo Lions trying desperately to get moving again. Sigma has resorted to loading the lower basket. They've got that top one so full, they're in danger of dropping them. 17 up high. In game, 30 seconds. Megiddo running again. They have 2 on the upper chamber. Going with the underhand hook. And it's a third one. On the blue side, Mid-Chaotix also 3 with the upper chamber. The edge definitely is Sigma with their basket loading machine. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. All right, refs are going to sort that out. Many robots in the air. Ryan?
Our results from qualification match number 68 are now available. Let's take a look up on the screen. Match 68 goes to the Blue Alliance. It was a close one, but in the end, Blue Alliance is victorious, 176 to 161. Taking the field now for match number 70 for new incredible teams. Let's meet them starting on our Red Alliance, where we have team 24-966 Portables. They're joined by team 25-590 Robo Rangers. Over on our Blue Alliance, it's team 27-991 I'm a Genius. And finally, we have team 22-778 Portland Christian Robotics. are cleared for takeoff when it comes to match number 70. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go! And flying out of the gate is Robo Rangers out of Moldova, scoring their pre-loaded specimen in the high chamber. They go back for a second before plowing some of those starter samples on the playing field into their observation zone. Working on baskets for the Blue Alliance, we have I'm a Genius. They're able to get their pre-loaded sample into the low basket for the Blue Alliance. Finally, Portables out of Greece scoring in the high basket twice for their Red Alliance.
3, 2, 1.
And with driver control now in place, we're going to see a lot of scoring in a little bit of time by both the Red and Blue Alliances. Now to start off the match, we did see that Robo Rangers applied a zip tie onto their extendable manipulator. We're gonna have to see if that means Robo Rangers will be playing a different style of game this match than we've seen in prior matches. So far, that zip tie not causing any differences. They're able to grab red samples and bring them over to the observation zone with little delay. On our Blue Alliance, Portland Christian Robotics lining up to score for the first time. They go over to the high basket and an alley-oop later. They've got those 8 points with that neutral sample. They're back for more with just over a minute remaining in our match. Robo Rangers now no longer just bringing samples over to the observation zone. They're going to score specimens on the high chamber. Their first attempt falls to the ground, but they are persistent. They bring it on back and grab a new one. Portables from Greece accidentally bumping into their alliance partners. That does mean, though, that there is now a second sample in the robots. Robo Rangers does elect to pick that up out of their robot. That is against the rules, however. Less than 30 seconds to go. Red Alliance in the lead, 167-65. We're seeing I'm a Genius trying to start adding specimens to the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. They just added the 4th for Blue, going back for 5, with the remaining 8 seconds that our alliances have. Attempting ascension for the Red Alliance, both robots able to make it up to level 2 for a combined 30 points. That is it for match number 70. We're back to field number 1 for match 71.
Let's go back in time to match number 69. We have scores on the big screen. It's a red win, 295-71. Sigma remains undefeated, ranked number 3. But look at match 71. On the blue side, we've got 2 teams here trying to get into the top 8 for Alliance captains. One of them is number 10 ranked, 24-475 Plum Bomb. Their partner on blue, 24-345 Spark Tack. Over on the red side, 23-252 FTC Neobots. And another team ranked number 11, 19-099 H-Tech. We have robots ready, refs ready, scorekeeper is ready. Match number 71 commencing in 3, 2, 1, go. Neobots with a successful park. H-Tech, 4 in the upper basket. Looks like the 5th one or 4th one. Spark Tech, looks like they got 1 on the upper chamber. Plum Bomb, they've got 4 in the upper basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue with a slight edge coming out of auto, 107-80. H-Tech trying to maintain a very quick cycle time. That's Spark Tech with 5 on the upper chamber already. Looks like they have inventory over there too. They can keep scoring. H-Tech trying to keep up on the upper basket. High chamber 10 points, upper basket 8 points. Plum Bomb half full on the upper basket. H-Tech looks like they're about 85-90% full. Oh, caught on the upper rung. H-Tech with another one up top. Spark Tech with their 8th in the upper chamber. 45 seconds left, 45. H-Tech filling up that upper basket. Getting to the point where they're gonna have to be a little careful placing them. Yep, one fell out. That is not in the scoring position. In game. Neobots delivering samples to H-Tech. Spark Tech really loading up that upper chamber. They've got 8 on there so far. They have 9. Looks like they might get another one in. H-Tech with 7 seconds left, going for an ascent. Plum Bomb Spark Tech up, and that's the end of the match. Last second park by Neobots. End of match number 71.
Our results are in from qualification match number 70. Those are coming up on our display now for your viewing pleasure. Match number 70 won by the Red Alliance. Their final score 263 to 75. On the field now, we are preparing for match number 72. We'll meet our competitors starting in red, where we have team 24090. It's Trojan Robotics. Their partners this match, give it up for 24474, Vilnius Lyceum Robotics. Over on our Blue Alliance, wearing green, however, it's 10183. They are the Frog Robots of Germany. And rounding it out from Brazil, it's 16055 Starbots FTC. And with the all clear, match number 72 in 3, 2, 1, go! And with match number 72 underway, these 4 teams, the last ones to play their 6th qualification match of our qualification round. With our autonomous period getting underway, Vilnius Lyceum Robotics making very quick work of cycling between the submersible and the high basket. So far, they have been able to get 4 samples in that high basket. An impressive performance from our Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, however, working on
drivers. Pick up your
specimens instead.
3, 2, 1.
And with drivers in control of their robots, we have got some interesting motion and a fight between our Blue and Red Alliances in the ascent zone. Starbots FTC parking themselves in the middle of the ascent zone to grab hold of samples, making it difficult for Vilnius Lyceum Robotics to get in there to grab samples of their own. As soon as Starbots backs off, though, Vilnius goes in, does the same thing. Those 2 robots trying to do what they can to both score points while slowing down their opposing alliance. On our Red Alliance, Trojan Robotics out of the Netherlands, plowing samples into the observation zone so that the human player for Red can turn them into specimens. On our Blue Alliance, Frog Robots of Germany having trouble with the handoff of samples between their intake and their scoring mechanism. Their patience pays off. However, they are in position to grab, hold, and score in the upper basket. They are able to do so. 8 points for Blue. Our Blue Alliance has already been scoring specimens, but now the Red Alliance wants to try their hand in the high chamber. Their first attempt is unsuccessful, but Vilnius Lyceum Robotics tries for 2. That is 2 in a row, however, where that clip is not quite lined up correctly to score on the high chamber. Their third time is the charm, however, scoring 10 points for Red. 20 seconds remaining in our match, 9-point advantage for the Red Alliance. Starbots FTC from Brazil trying hard, though, to take the lead for the first time this match. Only 10 seconds remain, and just 1 point separate our two alliances. It is coming down to the wire for Red and Blue, and we have got 2 level 2 ascents as time expires.
All right, that was an epic match over on field number 2, and now we're back on field number 1. And we can get the results for qualification match number 71, so let's show that on the screen to see which alliance will take that match home. It's the Blue Alliance with a score of 271. Now, qualification match number 73 here on field 1 is about to begin, but let's introduce the teams, starting off with the Red Alliance, team 12-5-60. Soft Hoarders. Together with them, we have team 28-3-49, the Revolutionaries. Now over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19082, Robo AS. And with them is team 25-475, Techno Storm. All right, I see thumbs ups everywhere, so that means we can count it down. Let's do that together in 3, 2, 1, go! An epic start here for the Blue Alliance with already a specimen on that high chamber, but the Red Alliance is definitely keeping up on that front. Here on Blue, team 25-475, also coming up with 1 sample in that high basket, and the Autonomous has potential for more. But unfortunately, that 1 sample barely missed his mark. But there are 5 specimens on that high chamber already in that Autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Which means that the Blue Alliance is going on with a lead right here of 190-23, so almost 100 points ahead. But in tele-operated period, a lot can change. And the Red Alliance is definitely about to show us that they can definitely make this match change. However, that sample went into the Robot Alliance partner, and now they are trying to create as many specimens as possible to make sure that they can get those points. Meanwhile, over here on the Blue Alliance, team 25-475 coming up with more samples that they want to create into specimen, but it seems that 1 sample got stuck in their robot, and the same happens a bit to 19082. So both robots trying everything to get it out of their robot. However, their lead is comfortable, so that might still be enough. Over on the Red Alliance, there goes 1 for the Blue Alliance, a sample in the high basket, but the Red Alliance is getting close to a scoring as well, and they have it on board. So both alliances coming up with quite a strong presence here when it comes to scoring those samples in the basket. First off, 19082 coming up with another one. Meanwhile here, 28349 trying to get that specimen prepared by the human player so that they can put that on the high chamber, though another sample coming in for Blue. So that basket scoring here for the Blue Alliance definitely making a difference right now, but the end game still a lot can happen with 22 seconds on the clock. I see a waving flag for the Blue Alliance, so there is a penalty issued. Team 25-475 coming up here. Everybody goes for that ascension in the ascension zone. Goes to the second ring, and now two robots climbed up high, and that's the end of this match. Jim, back to field number 2.
All right, we're headed to match 74. I know Ryan wanted to see those scores, Ryan. How about match number 72? Sorry, I was premature. I looked over, I saw the scorekeeper, he's still there, but his thumb was down, indicating no score yet. All right, let's see. Qualification match number 72. It's a red win. 176-159. Very, very close match. It's like Vilnius Lyceum in 8th place. Let's go on to match number 74. On the blue side, 25053 Metal Gear Leon. Their teammates on blue, 24135 Cybertronic Penguin Z. Over here on the red side, 23452 Tyraps. And 22173 the Red Monkeys. All right, we're ready to start match 74. I believe teams are ready. Refs getting in position. Head ref saying, no go, no go. Okay, full complement of referees. All right, and the scorekeeper's ready. Let's start match 74 in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots out in autonomous. Red Monkey slides over to the observation zone for a successful park. Their partners, their partners, Tyraps, score in the high basket. Metal Gear Leon going for their 3rd in the high submersible. They knock one off, still with a net of 2. Gonna try one more.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue with an edge, 59-19 out of autonomous. Anybody's game so far. Red Monkeys clearing that sample field for the human player to assemble into specimens. Tyraps going to the high basket. But on the blue side, Penguin Z matching them sample for sample. Very close match so far. Red Monkeys with a specimen going into the upper chamber. Trying to get that clip on. It's precariously on, but it is on. They'll have to be careful when they go for their next one. Tyraps, another one in the high basket. Metal Gear Leon adding to their inventory of specimens in the observation zone. I think they've got 6 now, ready to place. Penguin Z about half full in the upper basket. Metal Gear Leon, 4 on the upper chamber. Penguin Z continues on their mission to fill that upper basket. In game, 30 seconds left. Red with a slight lead in the upper basket, 6-5, but blue has the upper chamber, 7-1, now 8-1. That looks like 6 or 5-1. Penguin Z up high, 8-pointer up high. Metal Gear Leon, 10-pointer, into the match. End of match 74. Case 75 is up to you.
All right, back here over on field number 1 where the teams are preparing themselves. That gives us the opportunity to look back at the scores for match number 73, which will be shown on screen right now. The winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance. Now, let's introduce the teams for qualification match number 75. We have team 2681 Gigabyte. With them over on the Red Alliance, we have team 19280 Phoenix. Now, I also want to hear it for the Blue Alliance, where we have team 23147 Tech Makers. And with them on the Blue Alliance is the team 8393, the Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team, who are currently our number ranked team, by the way, so this will be a match to watch. Now, let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go! There they go, immediate action from both alliances, where we have a specimen on the board for both sides of the field. Both red and blue immediately opening that scoring. So now blue comes up with a second specimen, and just about now the Red Alliance barely missing their second specimen, and the third one also barely missing its mark, while blue is already up to their fourth one, and it seems like there's even more possible for them, a fifth specimen on that chamber.
Controllers. 3, 2, 1.
That is a lead of 105-23 for our Blue Alliance, and they go for another sample. They definitely want to keep scoring those specimens while they're at it. As on the Red Alliance, we have another sample going up until the air in that high basket. They want to lift it high, and meanwhile team 19280 coming up with more samples to create specimen, and they have more than enough stuff to be able to do that. Another sample coming up, 2 specimen on the field border, and that's already 4 of them, a 5th one being added. Meanwhile, here we have team 28147, and it seems like the FTA is in the mix. So one of our teams here has slight issues with the connection, but there is still enough room with team 8393 coming up with more specimen on that chamber, while the Red Alliance has a duo scoring, and they have a lot of specimen ready to go, so that scoring will be adding up quickly. Now we have 155-85, but a specimen counts for 10 points, so each specimen closes that gap with 10 more points. Another one being added. The gap is closing slightly. It's 169-133. So that gap is getting closer and closer. But the teams here on the Blue Alliance do everything to remain that lead. 30 points. And the end game to go. 30 more seconds. Which alliance will take this one home? Right now, it seems that the Red Alliance is coming up with another specimen. They have them all quite clogged up there on one side of the chamber. It's 153-203, and with only 12 more seconds, it seems like the Blue Alliance might be taking the game home. 5 more seconds, and there's a high climb going on there, and that will be game, set, and match. Let's move back on to field number 2.
Qualification match number 76 up next. But check some scores for match 74. It's a blue win, 174-84. Now let's get over to qualification match 76. Over on the red side, it's 24-878, the Circuit Breakers. They're teaming up with 14-438, Noosphere Robotics. On the blue side, 19-163, MLP. Clap, clap, clap. And 26-336, the Incredibots. On paper, this looks like a pretty close match, but the Blue Alliance has a little bit higher OPR in general. Looks like teams are ready. Our FTA has gotten all our teams ready to go. All right. Head ref is ready to go, so is the scorekeeper. So let's start match 76 in 3, 2, 1, go. Both Blue Alliance robots out on autonomous. As is Noosphere on the red side. MLP with 2 on the upper chamber. Noosphere has 1 on the upper chamber on the red side.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
127.43 out of autonomous for the Blue Alliance. Red has a ways to go to make that up. MLP delivering samples to the human player, developing an inventory of specimens. Incredibots filling up that upper basket. You got 6 so far. Very effective into the submersible. Noosphere, they have a specimen. Robot drops it off the wall, back on again. They're gonna try to clamp that on. Circuit breakers, trying to get some samples into the net zone. It looks like they've been effective at least with 2, and a third one. Meanwhile, MLP hard at work with their 6th specimen onto the upper chamber. Oh, they dropped that one. Going back for another. The observation zone. Incredibots with their 11th sample in the upper basket, 8 points each. MLP with their 7th specimen, upper chamber. Coming up with their 8th, it's on. Noosphere has 4 on the red side. In game, 30 seconds. Circuit breakers, oh, they're moving again. Good thing, only 20 seconds left in the match. And it's ascent time. They're running over to the net zone, but no parking advantage there. Noosphere up on level 2. 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. All right, great finish by the Blue Alliance. We'll see what those scores are in just a second. Over to match 77 with Pace.
All right, we're back here on field number 1. And before we get into match 77, let's see if we can get the results for match 75 on the screen. Let's see what it will be. The winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance with a score of 243. Now on to qualification match number 77, where we will introduce the teams, starting off with the Red Alliance, Team 20, 981, the Circuit Breakers. Now, over on the Red Alliance, we also have Team 18833, the Megiddo Lions. Now, on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 23270, Sounderbots. And with them on the Blue Alliance is Team 24392, Zero. All right, let's see if we can get going. Our FTA is moving out of the field. All the thumbs seem to be up. Everyone's ready. The scorekeeper is not ready. We'll have Blue. Now everyone is ready. All right, let's count this match down in 3, 2, 1, go. There they go. A sample going right into that high basket for the Blue Alliance. As for Red, they do exactly the same, but they add another one, and they have a specimen on that high chamber. Quite an impressive start for our Red Alliance. And the Blue Alliance has a pretty strong auto with that potential to hit up to 3 samples into that high basket. As for now, they have 1 in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that, we start the teleoperated period. Now all the robots on the move, and we have already on the Blue Alliance a couple of samples being turned into specimen with those clips. As for the Red Alliance, that first specimen is being picked up by the robot and will be placed on that chamber accordingly. So now we also see that 18833 is trying to score those samples in the high basket, and they have to check if they will be able to do so. That will go into that basket. Same for the Blue Alliance, another one added to that high basket. It's now 3-4 in that basket, and the specimen are also in Red's favor. We see a score of 94-53, but as we know, a match can turn out and turn around immediately once teams are able to get all those specimen going. Another sample goes into the basket as another specimen is being ready here by the Red Alliance. It seems like the Red Alliance is steadily scoring point after point, but the same can be said about our Blue Alliance. Another specimen on the board by Team 23-270. Here, Team 2981 comes up with another specimen, as is Team 24-392, who wants to get those samples into that high basket, but Team 18833 is scoring one after another to make sure that they stay ahead with their scoring here. 111 against 169. It seems like the gap is getting slightly smaller here, but the Red Alliance is still able to keep on to that lead. This match will be tight. 10 more seconds to go. Ready for the end game. The robots go into the air. Let's see what happens. 4, 3, 2, 1. Game, set, and match. Let's get back over to field number 2.
Great match over there. Match 77. 7-8's over on field 2, but we have scores from match 76. Blue with the win, 325-82. Did have some fouls there, did not make a difference in the score. Let's meet the teams in qualification match 78. Here on the blue side, 25-564. That's the Mid-Chaotix. And their partners, 25-498, Med-V Robotics. Over on the red side, 22-778, Portland Christian Robotics. And their teammates, 22-787, Robo Gators. Teams all look ready. Teams are ready, refs are ready, scorekeepers ready. Let us start match 78 in 3, 2, 1, go. Med-V with a score in autonomous in the lower basket. None of the other robots are competing. Like all the other robots conserving their batteries. Might have had a penalty there, touching the controller during autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Over here.
Med-V in the submersible, picking up with their SpongeBob claw, going to the high basket. It's easily in. Mid-Chaotix concentrating on that upper chamber and building specimens. Portland Christian, a sample. Oh, it's a fumble. Robo Gators, they're trying to push some samples into the observation zone for specimen building. Med V over here in the net zone, watching what's going on. Uh-oh. Med V on top of one of the samples. It's like it is causing them some trouble. The 787 Robo Gators contacted the blue robot in the net zone. Mid Chaotix with the upper chamber. Mid Chaotix 3 in the upper chamber. Robo Gators assembling. That's in-game, in-game. Robo Gators, a third specimen up on the high chamber. Mid Chaotix preparing for an ascent. They're up. It's like at least a level 1, possibly a level 2. 3, 2, 1, and into the match. 78. Onward we go to match 79. Nice.
All right, thank you, Jim. Let's get on here on field number 1. But before we play the next match, let's first see the scores for qualification match number 77. And the winner of that match will be the Red Alliance. Quite a close match indeed. Now let's move on to qualification match number 79. Let's introduce the teams. In red, we have team 23 to 52 FTC Neobots. We also have team 25 590 Robo Rangers. In blue, meanwhile, we have team 23 864 Castleblocks. And with them on blue is team 19 341 Robotics. All right, so we are prepping for this match right here. The FTA is still checking the last couple of things. Some last checks being done here for the teams by our FTA to make sure that all the teams on the field will be able to actively participate within this match. And what's cool to see is that there's also more people gathering within the stands, so more people are watching these matches. All right, we get thumbs up. We have thumbs up from the scorekeeper. Let's all count this one down together in 3, 2, 1, go! And there the teams go. The first sample goes into the high basket for the Blue Alliance, and also the Red Alliance comes up with a sample in that high basket, which means that they score each other out quite well. The second one coming up here for the Blue Alliance, and that goes into the basket, and it looks like a third one might be coming up as well. It barely misses its mark, and the Red Alliance has one within that basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
48 points against 16 here, which is quite a close gap. All to play for as we have these robots moving within tally operated period. One more sample coming up into that rat basket there, and it goes on, it goes in. Team 23 to 52, putting those samples in one after another. But what about to say with this Blue Alliance, which is also scoring sample after sample, as Team 19-341 now moves up until creating Specimen, while Team 23-864 is coming up with the samples for this basket. Meanwhile, Team 25-590 tries everything to get that robot moving and to be able to participate in this match, but the Blue Alliance seems to have a small lead. Red is keeping up extremely well right here. It's a very close match, 56-40, only 16 points, one Specimen. Now the gap turns from 70 to 48 as the Red Alliance concentrates on that basket, while with Blue, they are scoring Specimen after Specimen. What we'll see right now is that the score for Blue will go up quite quickly here. Can Red keep up with that rapid pace that's going on Blue with all the Specimen coming in? That's another one added. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, Team 23-52, coming up with another red sample for that high basket. It seems that the Specimen scoring is going a bit faster here than the samples for the basket. So Blue tends to walk away with this one with only 17 more seconds on the clock. 130 against 64. Which one of these alliances will come out on top? Another Specimen going on to that high chamber. And now these teams in the last couple of seconds want to make it to the ascent. And there goes that high ascent. That's game, set, and match. Let's go back to field number 2 to Jim.
All right. We're ready to start match. We're not quite ready to start match 80, but we have scores for match 78. Let's see that up on the big screen. It's Blue win, 79-64, very close. Had some penalties there, could have made a difference. Let's meet the teams on qualification match number 80. Over on the blue side, we've got 28-831, Orbit. 24-345, currently ranked number 15, Spark Tech. Over on the red side, 23-417, the Energizers. And they're teaming up with 16-055, Starbots. All the teams are ready. All the refs are ready. All the scorekeeper, singular, is ready. Let us start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Wham! A super quick cycle time here. They've got 5 on the upper chamber already. That's 5th one. Nick of time.
3, 2, 1.
Energizer's picking up some more samples from the submersible. Orbit doing the same. They're going up to the upper basket for the Blue Alliance. Spark Tech building up there. Well, they've got 5 on the upper chamber already. Got some inventory over there. 1. Starbots loading up that upper basket. picking out of the submersible. Energizer's very quick. A little contention there over on the blue ascent zone. Looks like Energizers has an inventory of 8. They've got 5 up there already. Going to start to transition into the scoring mode pretty soon. Energizers trying to even it up. They've got 7. Spark Tech has 11. Energizers with 8. If the margin's narrowing, the score is tightening. 10th sample in the high basket. In game. Starbots on their mission. 11 in the upper basket. Got 12 for the Energizers. 11 for Spark Tech. 8 seconds left, 8 seconds. Orbit, all 4 teams ready to ascend. We've got air on 4 robots. We got 4 level 2s right at the end of the match. Great match, very tight match. We're going to have to see what the official results are in just a few minutes.
All right, let's get back here to field number 1. That was quite the energy over there on field number 2. So let's try and repeat that here in the first field as well. First off, let's show the results of match number 79. And the Blue Alliance takes that one home with 155 points. Now, we go on to qualification match number 81, and I want to hear the crowd for all these teams. Starting off with the Red Alliance, we have team 27-991, I'm a Genius. Now on the Red Alliance, we also have team 19099, H-Tag. That is more like it. Now also for the Blue Alliance, we have team 17742, Sassy Bat Tech. And with them on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19141, Brave Bots. We have thumbs up, so let's count it out in 3, 2, 1, go! And there the teams go. The first specimen is already placed on the chamber. The Red Alliance coming up as well. Here on the Blue Alliance, we have team 17742 trying to score that sample in that basket. Something went wrong there, but their teammate here, 19141, is actually putting specimen after specimen on that chamber. So they already have 6 on there, which is impressive for an autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There they go. The teams are now allowed to drive on teleoperated period. Here they go. Team 19141 comes up with that sample. Another one will be coming in shortly as team 17742 is trying to get more specimen. The same can be said here for the Red Alliance. Team 27991 is trying to get in those red samples to create specimen while that basket is filled up extremely fast here by team 13099. More samples going into that basket. Meanwhile, here the Blue Alliance, team 17742, trying to create more specimen, but the lead is still for blue, 173 to 125, but the lead is closing. This Red Alliance is getting closer, but Now, Team 19141 is getting back on rolling again with all those points coming in here in that basket. But the Red Alliance is not giving up. More samples going into that basket, 13.099 to try to get more points. A bit of defense being played right there around that ascension zone. Here more points are coming in. Team 19141 comes up with another sample. That basket is quite full. I don't think the Red Alliance can put any more on that basket, but they might surprise us. Here more specimen on that high chamber as well. I see that flags are being waved, so there are penalties issued here by the referees. Another sample in that high basket, 242 to 220. This match is extremely close. 12 more seconds. The last seconds will determine who will be the winner of this match. 242, 228. And that's one robot up until the high elevation. And that will be game, set, and match. What an energy. Let's get back to field number 2.
Very exciting match over there. We're going to have one over here in match 82, but let's see if we got some scores for match 80. Yes, we do. Red wins that one. 365, 336. 704 points between two teams. That could be a high combination score. But let's move on to qualification number 82. On the red side, 22092, Cyber Eagles Jade. What? Wasn't Cyber Eagles Jade? 21409, MKS Tiger Robotics Team. Over on the blue side, with a team member present, it's 10183, the Frog Robots of Germany. Here comes the robot in the nick of time. Currently ranked number 9, it's the Plumbots, Team 24475. Looks like Frog is going to take a few seconds to get started here. Teams are ready, refs ready, scorekeepers ready. Let us start match number 82 in 3, 2, 1, go! Cyber Eagles with their first clip onto the high chamber. Plum Bums also matching that. They're dropping a sample there for the human player. Wasn't in time though. They did not get it up to the upper chamber. They'll get it on the second time around. Cyber Eagles with the second one, easily clipped, very smooth. Cyber Eagles going for the third practice run.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we're off in driver control. Plum Bum sucking a sample out of the submersible, dropping it for the human player. They're going to pick another sample and delivering it to the human player. Cyber Eagles up high, an 8-pointer in the upper basket. Tiger Robotics has 2 in the upper chamber. They've got 1 specimen in inventory. Here comes Frog, going up high, trying to get their first one in, and they drop it in, 8 points. Plum Bum, 4 in the upper chamber. Coming back, they've got 2 more in inventory over there. Dropping a sample for the human player. A very close interaction, human player and robot. 5 clips on the upper chamber for Plum Bum. Cyber Eagles. Another one up high. That's 5 in the upper basket for Red Alliance. Cyber Robotics. 3 specimens. They've got a 4th one right now. Oh, looks like Frog is back in operation. Plum Bum picks up a specimen. In game. 30 seconds left. 8 specimens up there for Plum Bum. And here comes a 7th for the Tiger Robotics. Again, Frog down. Plum Bum with their 9th. Little Alliance, a little collision, friendly collision though. Frog delivering a sample. Now they're parking the observation zone. 1 second left. That's the end of the match. For match number 82.
All right, we're over on field 1 once again. And before we go on to the next match, can we see the results for match number 81 on the screen? The winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance with 2 amazing scores from both sides on the field too. Now let's go to match number 83. Let's start off with the Red Alliance with 25-0-42, Dini Tech. With them over on the Red Alliance, we have team 24-474, Vilnius Lyceum Robotics. Now, on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19660, Sigma. And with them, we have team 19234, Byte Force. All right. Everything is being done to make sure that we can start this match as soon as possible, because we want to show you guys some epic robot action on this field. Still some last checks being done here with one of our robots, so that we have 4 participating teams when we start that match. The FDA still doing some last checks. And once those are done, we can start with this match. So now that we have quite a lot of people in the crowd, maybe we can all count the match down together once we go from 3 to 1. All right, those are the thumbs up that we'd like to see. Let's start this countdown in 3, 2, 1, go. There the teams go. They already have a sample in the basket and a specimen on the high chamber. So the Blue Alliance already up to a quick start. A 3rd sample going into that high basket, a 4th one coming in, and the Red Alliance, basket-wise, is keeping up completely with that 4th sample as well. So now a 5th one is coming up. Red is in a slight lead with that, but the specimen also counts to a lot of points. Another sample coming in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now they picked up the controllers. We have a score of 87 to 99. A slight lead for red, but the Blue Alliance will definitely be able to keep this one close. We have another sample going into that basket. 103 to 107, 111 to 115. That's an extremely close match right here. Sample after sample going in that high basket, and both alliances have quite the amount of specimen ready and loaded at the field border along their observation zone. So the points are being coming in. Here comes blue, more specimen being created here on the blue side. Meanwhile, the red side is trying everything to keep going. They decide to start scoring. More samples going in those baskets. 159 to 139. A slight lead for the Blue Alliance, but red is definitely keeping this one as close as possible. More samples going on. A second specimen for red. A third one for blue, barely missing, but that sample here went into the basket. 201 to 157. The lead is still for the Blue Alliance. There comes another sample here on the basket, while the Red Alliance comes up with a specimen on that high chamber as well. Meanwhile, blue keeps scoring as well. Here goes another sample in the high basket for red. 251 to 193. Blue definitely creating a lead. They're outpacing red right now, but all can change in the last 20 seconds. 30 points difference, only 20 points difference. The climbing will determine the winner of the game. Let's see what will happen here in the last 10 seconds. Who will come out victorious here? Another robot going up. Quite a bit of points. There they go. That's game, set, and match. Let's move back over to field number 2 to Jim.
Got a big match coming up in qualification match number 84, but we do have scores for match 82. Let's see. It was very close on the field. It's a red win. 159-151. Indeed, very close. Like Plum Bomb moved down to number 12. This one shapes up to be an exciting match. Over on the red side, we have 18-264, the Electronovas. They're teaming up with 24 and 966, the Portables. Portables are ranked number 10 right now. Over on the blue side, 24-090, Trojan Robotics. One of 4 undefeated teams out of 6 matches. We're currently ranked number 2, 22-389, AE86. I'm excited. Teams are ready. Ref is ready. Our scorekeeper is ready. We will start qualification match number 84 in 3, 2, 1, go. AE86 with a high chamber. Trojan Robotics 3 in the upper basket. Portables also working the upper basket. Electronovas conserving their battery for Teleop. AE86 with a third one. They like to get at least 5. Here's the 5th one coming up. 4 seconds left. It's on. We're 5 upper chambers and a park.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Got 3 robots on the move. And the Ubitek is also up too. With a score up top. Penalty called on the blue. Trojan Robotics up high. Another 8-pointer for the blue side. But they got a 6th one up there now. AE86 developing their inventory of clips. Specimens being built by the human player. Portables with a red sample going up high. All right, that's their 6th. Electro Nova is trying to clear out that sample field here. Doesn't look like to be a human player on duty on the Red Alliance. That's a fumble. Well, they dropped it over there for portables to take care of. AE86 now going to the scoring. They rammed the submersible and did not score that one. Got a sixth one. Looks like an inventory of about 8 more to go. Here comes number 9. Portables up high. Got that basket about 3/4 full. In game. Trojan Robotics trying to fill up on the blue side. They're doing pretty good. They settled them down. Electro Nova is delivering for the portables. AE86. We have the 14 clips going for the hang. 6 seconds left. That looks like a level 3. Portables level 2. And that's the end of the match. Great match. Over to match 85. Orion is on the mic. Hello, Orion.
We are back on field number 1, where we have our results from match 83 for you all. Match number 83 goes to the Blue Alliance. The final score 355 to 269. On the field now, we are just about set for match number 85. We'll meet our competitors starting in red with 23-270. Give it up for Sounderbots. They're joined by 24-878. It's Circuit Breakers. On our Blue Alliance, it's 25-475. Techno Storm. And rounding it out is 23-452 Tie Wraps. We have the all clear. We'll get our match started in 3, 2, 1, go! Qualification match number 85 of 120. We've got one robot from both alliances scoring here in auto. Sounderbots for the Red Alliance, Technostorm for Blue. Sounderbots able to score their pre-loaded sample, but something not aligned quite right. They're a little off when it comes to grabbing more. This means we're going to be coming out of our autonomous period tied between our two alliances.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as drivers take control, those robots going crazy on the field. Circuit breakers for the Red Alliance, plowing pre-placed samples into the observation zone so that the human player can quickly turn them into specimens. Now that those have been pushed, we have got some contact near the Red Alliance baskets. Tie wraps, whether intentionally or not, get in the way of Sounderbots, slowing down their pathway to the baskets. Technostorm of the Blue Alliance having no trouble grabbing samples from the submersible and transporting them to their high basket, earning 8 points apiece. Sounderbots being slowed down in their attempts to score in the high basket. Tie wraps, a very wide robot, taking up most of the ascent zone as they come in to grab hold of samples. That changes the strategy for Sounderbots, grabbing one of the neutral samples off the playing field rather than going for the submersible. 40 seconds remaining. We've got a 17-point edge for the Blue Alliance, but here comes the Red Alliance with specimens. In a few short moments, they deployed 2 specimens to the high chamber, and Sounderbots makes that 3. They've got several more specimens ready and waiting with their human player for some rapid scoring in the final moments of the match. 7-point advantage to the Blue Alliance. Just 10 seconds remaining in the match. We are seeing Techno Storm pull themselves up. That is a level 2 ascent for Techno Storm, as well as across the field, Sounderbots up on level 2. We're gonna hand things over to field number 2.
Back here on field number 2. First off, let's see the scores for match number 84. And the winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance. Now let's introduce the teams over here on the field, starting off with the Red Alliance with team 18-833 Megiddo Lions. With them on the field is team 28-349 the Revolutionaries. That's more like it. Now on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19-280 Phoenix. And with them is team 22-778 Portland Christian Robotics. All right, everyone seems to be ready. Let's count this match down in 3, 2, 1, go! And there the action starts immediately here. We have the teams coming on here. Specimen being placed here by the Red Alliance, team 28-349. Meanwhile, the same can be said for blue, team 19-280, coming up with their second specimen on the board. It seems like they have a small lead, but the Red Alliance is also scoring sample after sample in that basket. So in reality, we have a very close game at hand right here on the field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And there they go. The tele-operated period has started. The Blue Alliance, 100 points. The Red Alliance, 60 points. So the Red Alliance will have to make up a little bit of gap right here, but nothing says that they won't be able to do that. But the Blue Alliance right here is scoring quite steadily and quite epically. So the Red Alliance will have to come up with a lot of scoring right here. Another specimen here for the Red Alliance, and they put that one on the board. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance already has 5 specimens ready at the field border at the observation zone. So there are 50 points that are at the ready for that alliance to score. So the Red Alliance will definitely have to make sure that they aren't surprised by that score leap that will be coming for blue, but the Red Alliance is now moving with another sample towards the basket. So for now, they are keeping up a very close match, 105-107. The Red Alliance just took the lead, 117-115. Now blue will have to make it happen to get that lead back. And it seems like they are on their way to do so as they start scoring all those specimens that they have been preparing, one after another. 145-143. Red still a little bit behind, and the Blue Alliance has a couple of specimens ready still, but Red is scoring one after another, 175-161. This is a very close game right here. 20 more seconds. The climbing, the end game will determine it all. Another specimen coming up, 185-169. Seems like the Blue Alliance might be taking this one home. Just barely though, as in the Red Alliance, we have a high ascension right there. It seems like it, but that was the game. And we will be moving back to field number 1.
Our scores are ready on field number 1 for qualification match number 85. 85 going to the Blue Alliance with a final score of 338-1. Oh no, whoops. That is match number 84. Here is match number 85. You know how it goes. Red Alliance, the winners of match number 85. A very tight match, but ultimately the Red Alliance victorious, 164-154. On the field now, match number 87 about to get underway. Let's go ahead and introduce ourselves to our teams, starting in red, where we have team 25-498 Med V Robotics. their partners this match. Let's hear it for Team 2981, Circuit Breakers Volume 4. On our blue alliance, we're getting things started with 23-252 FTC Neobots. And finally, we've got Team 22-173 Red Monkeys. And we have got the go-ahead from our field crew. Match number 87 in 3, 2, 1, go! And off those robots go! Over on our Red Alliance, Circuit Breakers Volume 4, making easy work of their pre-loaded specimen, placing it on the high chamber for 10 points. Their partners MedV Robotics attempting to score in the high basket, but unfortunately a little too far to the right, and that sample falls to the floor outside the field perimeter. On the Blue Alliance, FTC Neobots able to score their pre-loaded sample for 8 points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
1 point advantage for the Red Alliance as drivers take control of their robots. First with a strategic move is Circuit Breakers Volume 4. They are pushing samples into the observation zone so their human player can set up specimens. MedV Robotics out of Morocco, grabbing hold of neutral samples for placement in the high basket. They line up and drop it in for 8 points. On our Blue Alliance, we're seeing FTC Neobots working on the baskets, while their partners Red Monkeys working on specimens. They have possession of a blue sample, not quite in the observation zone, but their human player is able to grab it safely for conversion into a specimen. MedV Robotics making quick work of placing samples into their high basket. While they're doing so, Circuit Breakers Volume 4 also making quick work of specimens. They've got 4 in both the high basket and on the high chamber, extending their lead to 32 points with just under 1 minute remaining in the match. Red Monkeys out of the Netherlands on the Blue Alliance, placing their second specimen on the high chamber. They are placed precariously, but it doesn't matter how securely they are hung, as long as those specimens are on the high chamber rung, they are worth points. We're entering our end game period, the Red Alliance breaking 100 points with just 20 seconds remaining in our match. On our Blue Alliance, FTC Neobots in the Ascent Zone. That is going to earn them credit for the level 1 Ascent and the 3 points that come along with it. There's just 2 seconds remaining. Circuit Breakers Volume 4 not quite able to get that last specimen before time expires.
All right, now we're back here on field number 2. Before we go into the next match, we have the results on screen for qualification match number 86. And the winner of that match will be the Red Alliance with a score of 207 over 189. That was indeed a very close game. Now let's introduce the teams for match number 88, starting with the Red Alliance. And we start off with team 22-787, the Robo Gators. With them on the Red Alliance, we have team 19-341, Robotics. We also have team 16-055 on the Blue Alliance, Starbots. And last but not least, we have team 2681, Gigabyte. All right, thumbs up on every side. That means we can count this match down in 3, 2, 1, go! There the robots go. Here on the Blue Alliance, we already have a specimen on that high chamber, but Red is scoring a sample in that high basket. So these scores balance each other out quite well. Another specimen on that high chamber for the Blue Alliance. There goes another specimen on that high chamber for the Blue Alliance. They are definitely outscoring right here. They are already taking a slight lead, 45 here against 8.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There's our Satali operated period, 88 against 16 points. The Red Alliance has a bit of a gap here to close, but they will definitely do everything they can to make that happen. Here comes another sample in the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, here over on Red, they're bringing more samples into the observation zone in order to be able to score more points later with those specimens. Another one coming in right here, 10 fresh points on the board for Red, but they have a gap of 3 specimens to close. Another sample in the basket. Now it's 50 against 119. So Red is slightly outpacing Blue, but the Blue Alliance is slowly but steadily preparing those samples in order to be specimen, and they already have a couple on the field border here on the observation zone. At the weighting, it's 58 to 127. Another sample goes into the high basket for Blue, and another specimen is on its way. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, another sample goes into that high basket. This Red Alliance definitely keeping up with Blue. We have 145 against 74. The gap is stabilizing right here, but Red is coming up with another sample, as is the Blue Alliance. 82 to 171. It seems like the Blue Alliance is able to keep on to this lead up until the end game to make sure that they are able to take this match home. The Red Alliance still has all to play for, but the specimen scoring from Blue right here is taken away and skyrocketing that score over the 200 scoring mark, and now we only have 10 more seconds to go. It looks like this game will definitely be in favor of Blue, as one of their robots now is ascending as well. That will be game, set, and match. Let's get back to field number 1.
Back on field number 1, we have our results from qualification match number 87. Coming up on our display, that match was won by the Red Alliance. Their final score, 110 to 81. We have just 8 qualification matches remaining today here on our Escher division. Let's go ahead and meet the teams competing in match number 89. On our Red Alliance, we're gonna get started with 26-3-36 Incredibots. And they're joined by team 27-991, I'm a Genius. Over on our Blue Alliance, make some noise, it's 12-5-60. And last but certainly not least, it's 23-4-17, the Energizers. Thumbs up all around, match number 89 on Escher in 3, 2, 1, go! And as we get started in our autonomous period. We've got the Energizers from the Blue Alliance placing their preloaded sample on the high chamber. Over on the Red Alliance, we have the Incredibots working with the high baskets. I'm a Genius did start with a preloaded specimen, but it looks like it was not able to get placed successfully on the high chamber. I'm a Genius now poised and ready to pounce at the beginning of the teleoperated time.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers in control of their robots and a 29-point lead for the Blue Alliance thanks to the efforts of the Energizers. Blue Alliance now at full strength as Soft Hoarders begin scoring in the upper basket for Blue. Last time we saw Soft Hoarders, they did have some trouble being able to intake and score samples, but it's looking like they may have gotten that figured out. They're lining up with the high basket and able to score for their Blue Alliance. Red Alliance hoping to close the gap. An impressive move by I'm a Genius. They place a specimen on the imaginary ultra high chamber. Not worth points, but sure is interesting that their arm is able to extend to that height. They go back for more though and are able to successfully place a second specimen, earning 10 points for Red. Well, I'm a Genius works on that high chamber. Their partners, the Incredibots, doing what they do best and scoring in that high basket. That high basket already over half full here with just under 1 minute remaining in the match. Blue Alliance with 107 points. Red Alliance taking the lead for the first time in the match. But Blue Alliance takes it right on back. The Energizers putting specimen after specimen up on that high chamber, each one worth 10 points. So far they've got 9 up there, and with 30 seconds to go, they're still putting specimens in place and earning points in the process. 20 seconds to go. Looking like Soft Hoarders may be in a bit of trouble. They have a sample inside their robot, but not where they would like it to be. Unless they can clear that sample, they are not allowed to be in possession of another scoring element. As time expires, last moment level 2 ascents for both the Energizers and I'm a Genius. Let's head back on over to ice and field number 2.
All right, we're back at field number 2. And before we start match 90, let's first check the results for match 88. They're ready. They're on the screen. The winner of match number 88 will be the Blue Alliance with quite an amazing score indeed. Now, let's introduce the teams for match number 90. We start off with the Red Alliance with team 23-864 Casabots. With them on the Red Alliance, we have team 24-392-0. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19-163 MLP. And with them is team 25-564 Mid Chaotix. That is quite an international field here indeed. So if everyone is ready to go, I will have to see some thumbs in the air from our head referee and from the scorekeeping to make sure that we can start. There's a lot of energy in the crowd. All right. All right, let's count the match down in 3, 2, 1, go. That is the first scoring of this match. That specimen for the Blue Alliance is already in. Meanwhile, here over on the Red Alliance, one sample with a clip on it is laid down right there. We have a specimen right before the chambers. Now another one is coming up here for Blue. 2 specimen on the high chamber. 2-0 yet for the Red Alliance. We have 2 points for Red, 20 for Blue, and that will be carrying on to the teleoperated period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There they go, 40 against 4. The Red Alliance will have to close the gap while the Blue Alliance will try to run away with it. Another specimen coming up right here. Another sample for the Blue Alliance in that basket. Will the Red Alliance score that sample? And they will. That is a sample in the high basket. A lot of points. Preparing a specimen here as well for Team 23, 864, while Team 24, 392 is focusing on that basket. They want to throw in as many samples as possible. 19-163 coming up with another sample. They put that in that basket already with 3 specimen. Are they going to create more? It looks like they will both go for a sample in that basket, and they will focus on one scoring element right now with 2 robots. Already moving up to that basket. We have a score of 12 points to 122. Here the Blue Alliance definitely has a pretty big lead right now. The Red Alliance tries everything to keep up right here. Another sample moving right towards that basket. Will they put that in? Also a sample in that net zone, which will also deliver them 2 points right there by just being on the ground. 34 more seconds. We're nearing the end game right now with 154 to 18 points. Another sample in the basket for Blue. Blue tends to run away with this game with 19 more seconds. It looks like the Blue Alliance might keep on to this and will take this one home. Another specimen coming up. Oh, but there's already specimen there on that spot. Will they be able to do a elevation here? This happened for Team 25, 5, 6, 4. Now, that was the game. We'll move back to field number 1 to Ryan.
That was just match number 90, so you know how things go. We've got match number 89 results to share with you all. Let's take a look. Match 89 was ultimately won by the Blue Alliance. Their score 230 to 159. Now here on field number 1, another 4 miraculous teams here in match number 91. Let's meet our competitors starting in red with 22-092 Cyber Eagles Jade. They're joined by a fellow Canadian team. It's 24-135 Cybertronic Penguins. Over on our Blue Alliance, we're getting it started with 19-099 H-Tech. And speaking of tech, their partners, it's 25-042 Dinitech. And with all clears all around, match 91 in 3, 2, 1, go! And off those robots go in the autonomous period for match number 91. We've seen enough matches here to know that often one robot in auto will go for the basket and one will go for specimens. And that is the case here as well. On our Red Alliance, Cyber Eagles Jade working on scoring in the high basket, while their partners Cybertronic Penguins work on specimens. Over on our Blue Alliance, H-Tech out of Romania, able to score 6 samples into the high basket. An impressive performance as drivers take control of their robots. Dinitech has one of the most unique arms we've seen here on our Escher division with a 3D printed cylinder at its core. They are racing into the submersible, parking themselves half in the middle of the ascent zone to not only grab themselves a sample, but try to make things more difficult for their opposing alliance robot to grab one of their own. 1 minute and a half in our match remaining, and it is neck and neck. Blue with 139 points, red with 132. We have two very evenly matched alliances here in match number 91. Just a 1 point advantage for red. Both red and blue, though, staging specimens. There's going to be a lot of scoring in this final minute of the match. Tech beginning to deliver those specimens to the high chamber, while over on our red alliance, we're seeing Cybertronic Penguins focus on the baskets, and their partners Cyber Eagle Jade focusing on making specimens rather than deploying them. Blue in the lead thanks to their specimen scoring, but here comes the Red Alliance led by Cyber Eagles Jade, placing specimens of their own on the high chamber. Just 30 seconds remaining in our match. Blue Alliance still in the lead, Red Alliance closing the gap. Tech of the Blue Alliance still has specimens that can be scored. They just don't have much time to do so. We've got a Blue Alliance spot in the ascent zone. We're seeing H-Tech up for a level 2 ascent. That'll be 15 points. Tech trying to do the same, and at the last possible moment, level 2 for Tech.
All right, back here on field number 2. Can we get the results for match number 90? Yes, we can. Here we go. And the winner of that match will be the Blue Alliance. Now, we move on to match number 92, and it's very close, nearing the end. We'll move on till 96. Now, for 92, in the Red Alliance, we have Team 24, 475, Plum Bum. With them on the Red Alliance is Team 23, 147, RBL Tech Makers. Now here on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 18, 264, the Electronovas. And with them on the Blue Alliance is Team 25, 590, Robo Rangers. All right, we have a thumbs up from the head referee right here. Scorekeeping is ready. We can get into it right away. Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go! And there go the robots. And there is a specimen on the scoring board for both alliances. A second one is coming in, but we also see autonomous scoring with the basket here on the Red Alliance. A third sample already in, and they will be going for a fourth one. 10 more seconds. That is going in. 4 samples in the basket. 3 specimen over on the chamber for red. 3 specimen for blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There goes the tele-operated period. Red has quite a comfortable lead right here, coming out of autonomous, 107 to 63. That was a very well-prepared autonomous here from both Red Alliance robots. Well teamed up there. As for the Blue Alliance, they got those 3 specimen on the go, and now something, the FTA is coming onto the field. The blue robots seem to have slight issues with the movement right here. One of the Alliance robots is stuck in the elevation zone. Team 25, 590 will do everything to start moving once more, but the Red Alliance is scoring here one after another. As for the Blue Alliance, the first sample is getting closer and closer to that basket right here. Will they manage to score that? We'll have to wait and see. They get closer and closer. Red, in the meantime, 131, and now the Blue Alliance is up and running completely again. That is the first sample there for the Red Alliance here by Team 18-264. Well done, scored amazingly. Team 25, 590 coming up with one more specimen for blue. They scored those quite fast, but they will have to, because the lead for the Red Alliance is still quite significant with over 40 points right here. Another sample coming on here for red. Meanwhile, blue scoring specimen after specimen. 183 to 135, less than 40 points in difference here. All to play for. 40 points here in difference in favor of the Red Alliance. Blue scoring specimen after specimen, but the Red Alliance is coming up with one more for themselves, and Plum Blum keeps scoring those samples in that basket. Here comes Team 25-590 with a high elevation. They are up onto the high rung, and that is scored. That's game, set, and match, and that will be it. Let's move over back to field number 1 to Ryan.
And back over here on field number 1, we have got results from match number 91. Match number 91 goes to the Blue Alliance. The final score 301 to 222. Just 4 more qualification matches remain for our day here on the Escher division. Let's take a look at our teams participating in match 93 here on field 1. Starting on our Red Alliance, it's 19082 RoboHoss. They're joined by team 24966, it's Portables. Moving over to our Blue Alliance, we've got 25053 Metal Gear Leon. And rounding out our match, it's 24474 Vilnius Lyceum Robotics. And we have got an all clear from our field staff. We'll get match 93 going in 3, 2, 1, go! Here in this match, we have 2 very high-ranking teams going up against each other. On our Blue Alliance, Vilnius Lyceum Robotics currently ranked in 9th position in our Escher division, while over on our Red Alliance, RoboHoss in 6th position. A Blue Alliance win could catapult Vilnius Lyceum Robotics up in the rankings. And Blue Alliance making the moves it needs to make here early in the autonomous period to secure that win.
Controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance in the lead as drivers take control of their robots, but by just 1 point. It's all going to come down to our driver controlled time. On our Red Alliance, we are seeing RoboHoss working on the high basket, while their partners Portables in the submersible grabbing hold of samples. We have got 3 robots all fighting for samples in a very small Red Alliance ascent zone. RoboHoss just driving on in there. Well, Metal Gear Leon of the Blue Alliance tries to grab hold of a specimen that fell into that ascent zone earlier in the match. They're able to grab hold and bring that back into the observation zone before they go back for more. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance extending their lead, but it is still a very small one. At this point, just 7 points, giving them the advantage. We are seeing an effective defensive strategy by the Blue Alliance. When Metal Gear Leon goes in to grab a sample, they park themselves right in the middle of that ascent zone, and they force RoboHoss to come in and push them to the side. That task test takes a little bit more time to make that cycle, slowing down the Red Alliance. Through all of this, Vilnius Lyceum Robotics, unopposed as they've been cycling between the submersible and the high basket of the Blue Alliance. That high basket, though, almost full as we enter our endgame period, and the Red Alliance takes the lead for the first time in this match by just 1 point. After deploying several specimens to the high chamber, the Red Alliance all out of specimens to be scored. Getting ready for the ascent, RoboHoss up onto the level 2 lower rung. They're going for a level 3 ascent, however, and they make it up in time. We've got a level 3 and level 2 ascent for Red. That could seal a victory. We will have to see when these scores are ready later on.
All right, on field 2, the teams are already set on the field. Before we move on to the next match, let's see the results for match number 92 on the screen.
if they're ready. They're not ready yet, so we'll have to wait a little bit. Now they're ready. Let's show them on the screen. There they come. Mr. Scorekeeper has given us a win for the Red Alliance, 237 to 196. Now, let's introduce the teams for match number 94. After this, there's only 2 more matches to play. Let's start with the Red Alliance with team 22-389 AE 86. All right, now on the Red Alliance, we also have team 17-742 Sassy Bat Tech. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we have team 21-409 MKS Tiger Robotics. And with them, we have team 83-93, the Giant Diencephalic Brainstem Robotics team. If my eyes didn't deceive me, we have the number 1 and the number 2 on opposing alliances, so we'll get some high scores going on right here. Let's wait and see if we're all ready to play. Everyone's ready. Let's go. Count it down in 3, 2, 1, go! That's the first specimen on the board for both alliances. Another one coming up here for team 22-389. Meanwhile, team 83-93 already having a couple of specimens going. Will they be able to come up with another one? They barely missed that one out with the observation zone. Here another one comes up for team 22-389, and that will be robot against robot, 30 points each. Another specimen. Both alliances scoring quite a bit, but the lead here goes to
2, 1.
The Blue Alliance. Now, in the tally operated period, we have a very close match at hand, 80 against 63. Another robot here in the way. Here, team 22-389 trying to get those samples going. Team 83-93 coming up with more specimen right here, trying to get that one on their gripper to be able to place that on the high chamber. But team 22-389 coming up with one more sample, trying to create specimen out of it. They have a very, very efficient way of getting those samples into that observation zone, and they have 5 specimens ready, which means that they can start scoring very shortly. But the Blue Alliance still has a lead of 120 points to 91 right here. There goes another specimen right there for Blue, putting that on the board. Now it's 125 to 91, but the Red Alliance has a lot of specimen at the ready. Can Blue keep up right here? That's one for Red. Another one coming on for Blue. Now it's 140 to 190, but the Red Alliance is coming quick and quicker and quicker. So now Blue is putting up the speed as well. They want to get more points. This is 155 against 129. Some quick sample, 30 seconds, quick sampling right here. They want to get as many specimen right here. It's 190 to 149. It's a very important match right here for the total ranking. 14 more seconds. A lead here for Blue, 204 to 169. One Red robot up in the air, 2 in the air, and for Blue, we have 1 robot up. Will they get a second one? 1. That will be game, set, and match. Let's move it back onto field number 1. Ryan, it's up to you.
Our results from a high-scoring, close match number 93 are in. Let's take a look. It goes to the Red Alliance. Just 5 points separating our 2 alliances. Red ultimately victorious, 282 to 277. One of our most exciting matches here in our Escher Division Day. Just 2 matches remain this afternoon, and then we'll be breaking for the evening before we return to finish the qualification round tomorrow morning. Let's meet our teams here in qualification match number 95, starting on our Red Alliance with 24-3-45 Spark-Tech. They are joined this match by team 14-4-38, Nosphere Robotics. Over on our Blue Alliance, we get it started with 19-2-34 Bite Force. And our final competitor this match, it's team 10-1-83. They're the Frog Robots of Germany. And with the all clear, match 95 on Escher in 3, 2, 1, go! And with that, robots on the move. This will be our final qualification match of the day here on field number 1. And already our Red and Blue Alliance is working hard to make sure it's a good one. Spark-Tech out of Romania, an interesting strategy. As they grab hold of the samples pre-placed on the field, they almost fling them through their robot into the observation zone, allowing their human player to turn them into specimens.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance with a 3 points advantage as drivers take control of their robots. Nosphere Robotics out of Ukraine quickly moving themselves over to the Red Alliance observation zone to play a support role for their partners, Spark-Tech. A specimen in place on the perimeter for Nosphere. They back away just a little too quickly, and they're gonna have to try again to grab hold of that specimen. When it comes to specimens, they are joined on the Blue Alliance by Frog Robots of Germany. They have a specimen in their clutches and are working to line it up on the high chamber for 10 points. We may still have a minute and a half to go in our match, but already the Blue Alliance high basket nearly full. Bite Force making very quick work of grabbing hold of samples in the submersible and transporting them over to that high basket. Red Alliance tied with Blue, 149 points apiece with 1 minute to go in our match. Close quarters in the Red Alliance ascent zone. We have both Frog Robots of Germany and a Spark-Tech trying to grab hold in a very tight space. Arm extended, we're seeing something new from Spark-Tech. They're keeping their distance from the submersible, meaning they don't need to drive in quite so far and tussle with Frog Robots of Germany in order to grab hold of a sample. Nosphere Robotics quietly plugging away through all of this. They have been able to score an impressive 6 samples for the Red Alliance in just a little bit of time here. Endgame underway, 4 points advantage to our Red Alliance as robots begin to ascend. Bite Force on a level 2 ascension, making their way up. They are swinging as time expires in match number 95. We've got just 1 match remaining this afternoon on Escher. We'll throw it on over to ice on field number 2 for match.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Now, let's close this one off with a bang right here with the last qualification match of today. But first, let's show some very important results that are coming up for the ranking right here. Let's show which alliance won the last qualification match right there. The Red Alliance, 271 to 234. That is quite an amazing result. We have a new number 1, but now we'll focus on the match that is at hand. Now, I want to make sure that when we introduce this team, we have a lot of people make noise because we play the last match today here. Let's start off with the Red Alliance, and I want to hear everyone. Team 19-141, Brave Bots.
So now I want to hear that as well for Team 19660 Sigma. And the same for our Blue Alliance. We start off with Team 28831 Orbit. And last but not least, let's make some noise for Team 24090 Trojan Robotics. And now, just as a great way to go out today, let's count it down with all of us together. Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1, go! Now, the first specimen is on the board for the Red Alliance. Team 19141 got their specimen going. As for the Blue Alliance right here, already samples up into that high basket. Team 28831 already got it going with the scoring right here. Meanwhile, Team 19660 is coming up with sample after sample in that high basket as Team 24090 is creating all those specimens.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now we have a score of 187 already after autonomous to 67. That Red Alliance is starting off strong. Now comes up another sample for that Red Alliance. Another one there, and they are creating specimen at a rapid pace. But here over on Blue, that basket is getting filled up with sample after sample here by Team 28831. They keep getting those samples in, and Team 24090 is coming up with those specimen. They want to score that first one on that high chamber over there in the color blue to make it less dominant for red here with all those specimen. 91 to 259, the Red Alliance definitely showing their strength right here, but Blue is not yet giving up with 1 minute left on the clock. 24090 is coming up with another sample, while Team 19141 is coming up with more samples as well. Almost got it stuck into their robot, but it was designed so efficiently that no sample will get stuck in that robot. Another one goes up into the high chamber, already nearing the 300 points, already past 300 points. A lot of scoring going on here on red, but the Blue Alliance is still managing to play point by point, score point for point, and make sure they make a match out of this. Team 24090 with the fourth specimen. Meanwhile, another sample goes into that high basket as Team 19141 comes up with another specimen. There is almost no room left on that chamber, but they go for the ascent, so they don't need any more room. 3, 2, 1, that will be game, set, and match. Ryan, do you want to show us the results for that last match over on your field?
We have got results for qualification match number 95 to share with you all. That was our last match on field number 1, and it goes to the Red Alliance. We knew it was going to be a close one, and in the end, the Red Alliance victorious 236 to 227. While we wait for the results from qualification match number 96, our final match of the day here on Escher, just a few housekeeping details. As you leave those stands, please make sure to pick up any trash you may see on the floor around you. The pits will be closing at 6 p.m. today, so do make sure that you head on back to the pit, pack up your supplies, and also clean up your space there. We've got an exciting team social in store for all of you, and are hoping you're planning on sticking around for some fun with some pizza and dancing.
right, we have the scores for qualification match number 96. Let's show it on the screen. The winner of this last match will be the Red Alliance, 441 points. That means we have one team that moves up to the third spot. That was incredible, and with that, we have played all the matches for today. What an awesome game.
All right, Escher, so that is the end of day one of qualifications. So again, please clean up any trash you may see around your feet as you head out of the stands. If you're sticking around for the team social, that's going to be getting started at 6:30 this evening. And we'll see you all again tomorrow. Pits open at 7:30 a.m. and opening ceremonies at 8:30. Have a great night, everyone, and thank you so much for your gracious professionalism.